All right, Andre, sing us the praises of the globe.
Anybody see the Northern Lights? They were pretty cool.
Yellow tape around his body.
Round earth up in this motherfucker.
Say what now?
You got round earth up in here, bitch.
Round like what? A pizza?
No, like a fucking Kardashian.
Oh, Kardashian Earth.
Yeah, boy. I'm talking that bubble round booty. But Judy,
What's good?
Just talking to a 70 IQer.
Who's a 70? Who's the 70 IQ?
He goes by
you must
Kev.
have a
44.
goddamn IQ of 160.
60 IQ. I'm not racist. My name is King C.
Well, that's an improvement from Kev.
Stormy is double D's. Your mic's open. It's not.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Heretic. Heretic. Are you here, Heretic?
Yo. Literally one person here right now. That's crazy. Eartick. I'm AFK. Okay. Alpha, what's up, man?
What up, dude?
Hello.
What's up?
Any flat earthers around? Are you globe?
That nuclear is. I'm flat Earth.
Do you know that mod man we have? Moderator, heretic.
Yeah, heretic. Yeah, he's a flat Earth also.
He is really?
Yeah.
He cannot be. No, he cannot be.
This guy's triggered.
What? Come again? What you say?
You're triggered.
I speak Arabic, man. I speak Arabic. Speak Arabic.
What's that?
I don't
Mister-
speak English. What the meaning of trigger?
Oh, here we go again. No speak of English. I've talked to you many times.
What you really mean with trigger, man? Are you globe? Are you globe heretic?
Are they a globe? Who? What?
Are you? Are you a glober?
No.
There is something wrong about you, heretic. You're a globe. I can tell.
Something wrong with your English.
Hey, he got you there.
This is already getting funny.
It's not making any sense.
You are a globe. That's what says.
Yeah, como se dice globe?
You're calling
Globy? El Globy?
You're calling dude's calling a person a globe. What are you talking about, man?
This heretic, man, he supports the globe.
He's really mad. I banned him a few times before and he's super triggered. I just banned him a few minutes ago. But I let him back. So he's mad.
Let him back just for fun.
Yeah, exactly. It worked. We're having fun now, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I leveled up, man. I'm not snatching wigs no more. I'm snatching souls.
You're snatching souls now, Alpha? Damn, dude.
Yeah, there's a little ghost icon that I have above me. Yeah, that's a soul that
Oh.
I got right now.
Whose soul
This is
did you
the-
take?
The Shane Tsung of Flat Earth.
Yeah. Hold on, I got a gift for you.
Stealing globe souls. Your soul is mine. Yeah.
Look at Charcy. We destroyed Globers.
We got him. Let's hear Chardzi versus Ali. But Ollie, don't LARP so hard with the accent thing.
Is he actually? Is that his accent, or is it? I'm just doing it.
I'm pretty sure he's a LARPer.
When you gonna
I remember
become a
one
man?
time.
When you gonna become a man, Heretic?
Damn,
Right now.
damn fighting word.
Yeah, those are
I'm
no
ready.
fighting words.
Looks like Indio banned him off 24/7 for LARPing.
The actual server.
Yeah. He's been at it a while.
Is that his avatar he's trying to look all GQ with? Or is
Yeah.
that some internet picture that he just stole?
He thinks he's pretty
That
funny.
might be him in his profile. I don't know.
You like my picture?
No, I'm saying, man, is that something that you grabbed off the internet?
It very well could be, to be honest.
Google it. Take it, man, and Google it.
Man, ain't nobody got no time for that. Where's your glow proof, Ali? Oh man, you've been talking for 10 minutes and you got no glow proof.
You know the word amateur? You are amateur. Flat Earth amateur.
Holy smokes.
Really? Yeah.
Dude,
How
if I
old
didn't
are
have
you?
to work,
How old
I'd
are you,
snatch your
Alpha?
soul.
Since when you are a Flat Earther, Alpha?
The 2015.
Yeah, amateur.
Dude, you would be soulless right now if I didn't have to work.
Come man, I'm gonna add you. When you are not in work, call me, okay? Have a good night and a big kiss for you.
The fuck?
Did he say what?
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel again.
Dude, everybody's trying to, you know, I don't know, act funny when they come in here.
Trolling's all they got left. Well, at least that brings some humor to it.
Yeah, man. I'm always laughing in here, man. It's the most funny VC ever.
Yeah, it's pretty entertaining.
Did you hear Scott Mackey come in here earlier saying that Globers do not deny the fact that they account for their senses? They don't deny the senses. And he's
No.
like, when did anybody say that? When has any Glober said that? Like just like every other fucking day or every other baller that comes in here.
I notice he'll do that. He'll like take a thing that they say all the time and be like, "We've never said that." Can't think of another example right now, but that's something I hear from him a lot.
Rolling my boulder was moaning and groaning in the text channel. It's pretty funny.
Did he get kicked out?
No, he's just complaining because I was nobody else was on but me, like as far as mods go, and he's just moaning about it. So I don't know. It's weird. He was saying that because I'm in here. This is the Alpha Veritas show. I'm like, you're so stupid, Rolling. Fucking hell.
Well, I mean, someone's got to talk to these guys.
I don't think he's even in here talking anymore these days.
If he does
Who's
mic
got
up,
it?
it's, like, I guess it's usually just when he's drunk, and it's always to troll.
Oh, I found out. Yo, I found out Scott Mackey's kryptonite. Portugal.
Portico?
Yeah, he's Scott Mackey's kryptonite.
Oh, okay, maybe I should unban him. I banned
Well,
Portico a little while ago, but
Fucking, you have to balance them out. Whenever you don't need Cortigo here, just bring Scott. And whenever you don't want Scott, just bring Cortigo. They fucking cancel each other out.
let's give him another run. Let's see here. Take him off ban.
Who's my kryptonite?
You ain't even gotta ask, bro.
Well, you think it's you, Alpha? Are you the man?
I'm everyone's kryptonite. Fucking hell.
You know exactly where you like to take them, huh?
All day, every day. Hustling to get paid.
Who's your kryptonite, Alpha? You don't got one, huh?
Yeah, I won't tell you though.
You got one? Oh.
Like, maybe two. That's for me to know and you not to find out.
Alpha
Was it
Veritas.
dogs or gods?
No, I know what it is.
Jekyll?
It's Sky Ice. That's his kryptonite.
Fucking hell, dude. Why you gotta be putting my shit out like that, Jekyll? No, what's even worse is when you egg that shit on, dude. I fucking hate that.
Sky
And
Guys,
then
never
my
even
machine,
heard of
my machines are banging up like a motherfucker over here, and you're over here talking about and what else is beyond the dome? And these fucking idiots are just like yammering away.
I think that the flat Earth liabilities are my kryptonite.
Yep, that's what I was saying.
I best not name names, but you know them.
Yeah.
You guys have some people that make you guys look bad?
Yeah, you've seen them.
Yeah. Dude, I don't even know why you asked that. Do you know you fucking laugh up a storm at Jekyll, especially. He fucking
Jekyll's King
that's
Lover,
like
man. He's one of the best
Not
lovers
him.
out there, man.
not him. What he does, he eggs them fucking assholes on, and it's just like they don't stop saying dumb shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he definitely pokes at them and he just bullies them for sure. Who is it? It's man.
Shut up, Jekyll.
Who's the guy that usually Jekyll is always like poking on? I know one of the flat
Who are
earthers.
you gonna
is
tell
kind
you?
of
Because
like-
I know you, man. You're gonna be like fucking on it, like fucking white on rice, man.
Yeah, he's going to become a piranha.
one of their names are
Look,
like
Jekyll,
Zodiac or something.
let him figure it out. That's what, don't DM his ass either. Let him figure it out.
Yeah, Timbo, Jekyll's a dude. Though I know Jekyll sometimes loves to antagonize certain people in here because
We're not even talking about
Sometimes-
antagonizing. We're not even talking about that. We're just talking about the idea that some people will say more than they perhaps should. You know what I mean? Like, let's say if a position on, I don't know, what's going on beyond space, whatever. You're like, I'm just like asking questions, and they just divulge more and more and more. It becomes more of an untenable position.
yeah, that too. I think one of them might be Zodiac or whatever his name is. I don't know. Whatever his weird name is.
I better speak to him.
Dude, I feel like Apocryphon is such a liability. That's one dude who I can point out and be like, yeah, that's a fucking liability right there. There's no
Oh,
I
you
don't
doubt.
know
said
what
it,
you're talking about.
not me.
I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Dude, Apocryphon be acting so slow. This is the thing though. That's why I thought he was my age, dude. By the way, like his voice sounds like kind of young. I don't know. I thought he was my age, and he's like 40 or something. I'm like, dude, this dude is like man. He's just not strict enough, man. He's just too open. He's too hittable, you know? What the fuck did Ali just post in the chat?
What did he post?
This dude's crazy. He said, everyone come join VC, these people talking and discussing drugs instead of geography. And curves? What?
The guy's crazy, man. Está loco.
Bit of controversy might sell the channel a bit.
Oh, this dude.
Dude, in the morning, they were saying some far out shit in here. Like, way out there. Like, they're just talking so incoherently. It's like, you hear me calling them out when they do that. I'm like, dude, oh, Jekyll was here this morning. They're just fucking, I don't know, man. Like, they're not even Globers. They're just fucking crazy people, man. That's all. They don't even have a position. They're just fucking saying weird shit.
Yeah,
Fucking
what,
run these people's featuring.
he said something like, you said that we can't get to the stars because they're all in the sky, and the Glober said something like, well, starfish live in the ocean. I was just like,
Did you hear that shit?
like, we all collectively just put our heads with our palms. It's so stupid.
Listen, man, I would just say those are fucking, we just gotta put them in a different category altogether. We can't lump them in with everyone else.
I know for sure Apocryphon's a liability. Who's the other one? I can't even think of the other people.
What's your kryptonite, Matt?
Who's my kryptonite? Dude, I don't have one, man. I don't have a kryptonite. At least I don't think I have one. Oh, I was gonna say Jedi, but not really Jedi either. And he kind of answers some of my questions. That's about it. Tries to, at least. He's a trier. That's one thing he is, other than a lot of these other flat earthers. This Ali dude has actually like lost his mind. He's saying people are discussing drugs at the VC. Yo,
Yeah,
Ali.
continue drugs. Kryptonite, continue, guys.
Shut up, dude.
Kryptonite.
You don't even know, what the fuck, dude?
Holy shit.
Kryptonite comes from the movie Superman, you dumbass. That's the thing that he was weak to. You're so dumb.
Oh, is that what he thinks? Oh, the kryptonite thing. I'm just wondering if he's dumb and not even a troll.
Ali, you're unmuted now, bro.
So start discussing geography and curves, Ali. This is your chance.
I'm pretty sure that Heretic muted me. I'm pretty sure. He cannot handle, man. He is not a man. He's not even a fucking man.
Yeah, this is tough. How am I going to get through this?
Ali is
Wow,
like a
that's a
little
zinger
man.
right there if I ever heard one.
I mean, also, I muted you, but whatever.
What's your best evidence, Ali?
Stop being
You got
mean to
this.
the people, man. Stop being mean to the people, Heretic. No one gonna become a flat earther once you are a moderator.
Good.
You are blocking people. You are always blocking people from their truth.
Yeah, it's good. I don't want those fools cramping my style. Stay over there on that side.
So, which means that you are not a flat earther. Flat earthers, they don't mute people.
Right, that's the criteria for flat earther. You got it. We're discussing flat earth liabilities. I'm hoping you stay to the globe side while we're on that topic.
You are not funny. You are not making any sense. If you stay quiet, it's gonna be good.
This dude's accent just makes it so much better. You are not funny.
Ah, yes, the accent, quote unquote.
Is he not? He's not. He doesn't. I don't know.
It's a big time troll.
Oh, damn.
You are just brainwashed. You are a brainwashed heretic, man. You think you are been to the moon? Oh my God, we've been to the moon, NASA. Ooh, NASA.
Guy really has a thing for me, eh?
Oh my god, we've been to the moon, NASA.
How's being under Alpha Veritas's wing, Nuclear? Heard you under his wing.
Man, this American moderator, man, he keeps saying that we are Americans, we've been to the moon, etc. I don't know.
Heretic thinks we went to the moon. Well, that's good news.
Yeah, looks like we're making some improvements there, Heretic. Ellie, you've convinced him, man.
Yeah, he's a
Matt,
really convincing troll. Changed my mind about everything.
Matt, you'd answer my question. What's it like? How's been? Not to frame this. How's it been being Alpha Veritas's
Prodigy?
being under his wing? Yeah, Prodigy. That's the one.
Oh man, it's been great. I tried to prove him that the moon proves the Earth is a globe, but he wasn't listening to it. Called it a straw man, but I just been chilling with him, man. Listening to his usual scripted run at people when they join in. It's just the typical. Typical.
You got to be learning from him. You're the Prodigy.
Right? See, just listening, man. He has a very unique style. Like he's walking you down this road. At Nuclear, dumb fighting words. Man. I remember my first time interacting with Alpha Veritas, I was trying to prove him that, the Santiago to Sydney flight makes no sense on the flat Earth. But it's a problem because when you make that claim, they tell you they don't have a model, so you can't really make that claim. It's like,
My first time debating with Alpha, I sent him a very hateful message in DMs.
You were pissed?
Yeah, I got muted.
Yep. As soon as you that's the one thing with Alpha sometimes, which I find hilarious, because I'm always in here, I'm always laughing, man. Like this is why I'm hardly even debating people anymore, is because I'm just sitting here laughing. Especially when some random person comes in here, he says something to Alpha or any of these other guys in there. Alpha just mutes them sometimes. He's like, no, we're not talking about that, and they say something off topic, just a little bit off topic, and he just mutes them. And then he gets them to say what they want, and he's gonna get muted again. It's great.
One of the more funnier top debaters, I think. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, these people are I remember Crit said it's people think that coming to Flat Earth is in a zoo. It's like you're coming into this entertainment house where you got a bunch of characters, and They just make you laugh. It's just hilarious, man. Like old Hosford and stuff, dude. Harp. Harp is the most hilarious person on earth,
So
dude.
you treat this place as a comedy club.
Yeah, basically. To be honest, that's what I do. Like, I come in here and it's like, I mean, honest. I do have like honest like conversations where I'm trying to actually prove something, trying to prove a point. Listening to people's arguments, but a lot of the time I'm just coming in here laughing, man, just enjoying it.
Yeah, like when the mic's off and you're muted and you're not really invested in the conversation, it's funny to just to watch it happen. Yeah, it's good entertainment.
I do think Hoth is pretty funny. I agree there.
Yeah, Harp, dude. Oh my god, I remember when I remember when I was laughing and then he got mad at me for laughing. Called me the F slur, and I just laughed even more. It's hilarious. And I remember one day he came in here for like 12 hours straight, screaming at people. It was so awesome, dude.
Yeah, that's what the people love him for.
You was talking about the kryptonite, now you're talking about people. When you gonna become true flat earthers and talk about science?
Two people are flat earthers, 2 people are globers, but I don't know if the debate's going to kick up between us 4. Right, so.
True flat
Who's
earthers like you.
Who's the glober here?
Come on,
Who's
Ali. Come on. Guess you got 5 options,
Man,
really.
why would I fucking discuss flat earth with you? You've never been out of America, all of you.
I've been to America. What are you talking about?
You've never been out of your
Oh,
state,
wait.
man.
Out of America? I live in the UK. I was born out of America.
You've never been to anywhere, man. What discussed with you?
Yeah, okay, and you're trapped in Palestine in Gaza, right? So now who's laughing?
Are you stuck in Palestine, Ellie?
Yeah, that's where he
No,
is.
I'm in next to it, Jordan. But hopefully one day we're gonna go in. Yeah, we're gonna go in.
Why do you think the Earth's a globe, Ali?
Come again?
Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
What the globe, man? I'm a flat earther.
Because he is not stupid American.
Heretic, shut the fuck up. Go do something else. You are blocking people from the truth by being a moderator. Who gave you
Okay,
that
give the
permission, man?
truth.
Give us
Me.
the truth, man. Give us all a sense of the truth.
Who the fuck give heretic moderator, man?
I did. I sent myself.
You don't deserve it.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess you got to give up now. Heretic.
Pretty sure it's his channel,
Dang.
Ali.
Yeah. Yeah, I made the place. So I guess the server mods gave me mod.
So, like, if Ali wanted to refer to meteor strikes as evidence of a globe, how could we be sure that he wasn't referring to Israel bombing Gaza? That's what the lights that he saw was.
Hopefully you are not the truth.
Damn, dude. Rough part of the world you live in, Ali.
The thing is that if we are face to face, one to man, talking, you will never be saying a joke about Gaza.
There's definitely no curvature in the Middle East. That's for sure. That shit
One
is
to
flat.
When Neil deGrasse Tyson said that shit is flat, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You should hear.
14-year-old, yeah.
I'm confused why he
14-year-old
thinks
with a
that
voice changer.
everyone's American.
This is a 14-year-old with a voice changer. You better watch what you say to his face.
You should listen to Alpha do the Michio Kaku accent. Where he's like, gravity pulls you down.
Man.
Your armpits are infested by the fleas of 1,000 camels.
Prince Ali, fabulous, he Ali Ababwa.
Ali,
By the way,
tell us.
America is the reason why people think that the Earth is a globe.
Real.
It's America. So if anyone reject or denies that, he's a glober.
No, you're right. Yeah.
Like, I mean, with that type of logic, I guess America owns the world.
Indeed, man. But until when? Until when you're gonna rule?
Until someone stops America.
You are not ruling anything anymore.
Weren't the first globers Greek, anyway?
Yeah. Old Earth Jesus, I'm pretty sure, was Eratosthenes, right? So, you know, the Greeks are really the ones that you should go at, Ali. Talk to them about
Lucky.
the.
And the Greeks,
Lucky they-
they didn't claim that they've been to the moon.
Well, yeah, because they lived like.
No shit, man. They were measuring things with camels.
Why is the Earth flat or a globe, Ali? Just tell
That's a
us,
silly
man.
question. That's a silly question, man.
Why don't you answer it if it's such a silly question?
That's a silly question from a silly person.
I'm a silly person.
Now that's how you handle a glober. Take notes.
That's a silly question.
So,
That's it, you got it.
whoever you are, Matt Nuclear, what do you think the shape of the Earth? Like, what do you think? What's behind your walls?
It's behind the Earth.
That's a question I don't
Really
think I've
well
heard been asked
formulated
before.
question.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I definitely don't know how to answer that one.
Well, what's behind your sphere?
Let me think about
Yeah,
it.
what's behind all this?
Shit, man, I'm puzzled.
What's behind this globe?
The Earth is such a beautiful place to live, man. You know, out of everywhere else you could have been possibly, well, you couldn't have been possibly born on Jupiter or Saturn or Mars. Even the planet that we haven't discovered yet that probably might host life isn't as great as this one. So, you know, God bless the globe, man. Truly the perfect world. Although it's not like perfect. Best as it gets. What are your thoughts about that, Ellie? About the beautiful blue world you live in? Silence.
I don't think he likes it.
Spinning, wobbling, tilting, lying in the ever expanding world of darkness. Right, Jekyll?
Yeah, darkness.
That dude is fucking hilarious with that shit, dude. Can't believe he actually does it. Thinks he's making a point. He thinks he's making a point, but no one takes him seriously.
The worst
See, that
two
that
things
might
Clay
be reliability.
the worst two things that Clay does is either he makes it a biblical conversation, or two,
Yep.
he just talks about these Globers, man. They
Yeah.
don't know the truth. That's his contribution. Like, thanks. All right. Moving
He
swiftly on.
never. Yeah, I remember Battle Mod texted me and he was like, "Yeah, dude, this dude is not even making any arguments." Because I was trying to get him to make a fucking argument. I was like, "Dude, talk about this, talk." But he just comes in here and he just bitches, dude. He's just like, "Man, these globetards really still trying to like hold up this lie that they've been told." And I'm like,
Yeah, that's
"Dude."
exactly right. That's really good.
It's like,
Oh my
dude, sit
God.
here and have a fucking conversation.
God, yeah, that's all he does.
Oh yeah, and he also talks about like he thinks every glober doesn't believe in God. So he's like, yeah, NASA is like trying to lie to everybody about the globe and they don't think that they are like divine beings and all this other stuff. And it's just like, dude, just come on, dude. Imagine
The Bible says. Okay, all right, Clay. We get it.
great argument. He got us there. Ali just
Whenever
woke up.
I just mention Bible, man, what do you mean?
Sorry, the Quran.
Even Quran, I didn't mention any of the books.
Doesn't the Quran make a vague statement about the shape of the Earth, Ali?
It does indeed.
What does it say about it?
Come again. What does it say about it? Go Google.
That stuff
Well,
is
oh,
fire.
right. That's where this all started with this guy. I remember. First time I caught him LARPing, it was the same thing. He was like, it's in the Quran. I was like, what verses? He's like, Google it. Same thing.
What?
He doesn't
Go
know.
Google it,
He doesn't
man.
know.
I will not tell you any information. No information for you today.
You don't have any.
I heard people repeating ideas, right, Ali? I heard it. They say either it's flat or it's an egg. Which one is it?
Do you know who's
An
the
egg.
who's one? Do you know who's the one who's laughing at you? It's me. I am the one who's laughing.
I don't
Okay.
hear you laughing.
I feel humiliated now.
You are the one who's brainwashed.
Yeah.
It's like we've sat down at a circus and we're just put Ali as like our pet that is here to entertain us until we get the real. You're like the pre-show, right?
No, it's like James Bond, where like you're stroking the cat, and you turn around and a Glober joins, and Ali's like a cat on Heretic's lap, and he's stroking Ali, waiting for someone to come in. Good evening, Mr. Glober.
We got Mez. What's up, Mez?
Yo, what's up?
One of
Any
the
new
high-level
developments today?
Globers. We're just laughing at this dude Ali that's coming here. I mean, flat earthers and globe earthers have joined forces to laugh at him right now. So,
Oh, what's he doing?
He's just trolling.
Telling you that you're a
Being a-
stupid American who doesn't know the truth.
Being a goofy little fella.
Ali, tell us more, man. If you care to tell us more, you know. Yeah, sometimes he just falls asleep as well, and he just wakes up randomly and starts talking again. So,
Gotta reboot his voice changer.
They are fags, man. Miz, they are faggots. If you are going to be a flat earther, don't do, man. Don't.
Oh damn!
Well,
it,
now I've
man.
got no choice but to kick him out.
Damn. Come on, Ali. You can't use words like that around here, man. Who's this
Hi,
person
Nora.
sharing your screen? Who the hell is this
It's
guy?
Nora. You don't know Nora?
Nora's an
That's
American, and what is she American? Got a British flag on a
Yeah,
vest.
she's not. She might be British.
Did she just like
Ooh,
show us
look
her chest?
Are you in like a place where a nuclear bomb detonated? It's gone.
She's just preparing for a Trump presidency. Trump 2.0.
Oh, all the
bless
morning
her.
Glober hitters are here. It's exciting. Eggshells, Mez, Talon, Matt.
All the great ones.
Although I wouldn't really call Matt a morning guy. I don't really see you in the morning.
Your morning is probably different than my morning as well.
I'm tired.
Like 5
But
hours.
yeah,
apart.
that's because we live on a globe.
Oh yeah, you're right. Right. You are living on a
That'll be
globe.
sometime. Where is everybody?
Well, you got a choice of Alpha, Heretic, or Timbo. Although Timbo's been very angry recently, so I don't know if you want to debate Timbo.
Alpha's here. Mez.
Alpha is here. I mean, he's at work, but
Heretic's here. No side, yeah. Oh, just
Timbo's
Timbo,
at
I
work
see.
too. It seems like.
Huh. Alright.
Usually, as soon as we come in here, they usually try to mute you. Tell them they're trying to stop you from telling the truth. You know.
No, they always let me talk for the most part. I mean, some of them get mad and will mute me on site, but that's more like people. Do you see me in the chat? They kind of got because like people like Dweller and stuff. They'll hit me on site, but that usually doesn't last very long.
What's your current favorite globe proof that you're going through right now?
At least because they most of them at least let me like say something.
What's your current favorite globe proof, Talon?
Right now, I really like to talk about the difference or the relationship between measurements and calculations.
Right.
So,
Okay.
just learning because like a radius, you can't even like get a radius without making assumptions, and so just learning how assumptions work and how measurements and calculations work can lead you to a lot more information if you know how all that stuff works. Because like you can't get an angle from a curve, right? There's no like instrument that like you just stick it on the curve and it gives you the angle. You can't like poke it with a measurement stick and get a curve. It just doesn't work like that.
What's that?
And so I've been asking the channel as far like how do they get their radius? I want to know like what they do because I want to now that it's summertime here in Chicago. I want to go do Eratosthenes experiment with everybody in the channel. Eratosthenes.
Yeah.
I love people. I love how all the Globers always correct Eratosthenes' name whenever it's. You know,
I'm never gonna.
It's about being correct.
Bother. Like I honestly like don't give a fuck enough to like actually memorize
The
how it's pronounced.
sacred
I'm
name.
just gonna say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it how I want to.
I remember even Dave Farina got on Dave West in the debate for saying it wrong. It was like Eratosthenes or something, and then Dave
That's
was
a
like,
funny one though.
I like Stosthenes, like the Eratosthenes. It was like Aristotle.
Yeah, he said Aristotle. Someone's I don't know.
Eratosthenes is how I like to say it.
Yeah, we can't let our globe priest or one of our, our founding globers ever be disrespected by saying his name wrong at all. So
Yeah, the first guy who
it's
may
an
not have
easy
started the
measurement.
lie.
Like he just the first person that did it. Like anybody could have done it after him. Like no, it wasn't that big of a deal.
Yes.
someone did do it after him.
If it's
Honestly,
made up,
it's
then
all
there's
the other
probably a
stuff.
person that made it up. If it's real,
Well, it's all the other
anybody
stuff
can
he did.
discover it.
The reason why he gets credit for all that stuff is because he did a ton of other shit as far as geodesic pioneering, and like he was the guy that was like, we need to figure out how this shit is shaped.
Did he? I didn't know about anything else that he was supposed to have done.
Got a whole team of geographers, surveyors doing shit. But it's really Lambton and the Trig survey guys are the ones that are the real.
I think it's pretty cool that people at his time were even thinking about trying to measure the Earth's circumference or estimate it.
Well, it was really important because they were like really spreading across, because humans were spreading across the land very fast. So we wanted to know how it was shaped, because it was very important to know how it was shaped, because we were exploring it. So like when you had nothing better to do, it was really fucking important. Like, because we take it for granted because we already know. Like, so we're like, fuck, this is boring. But back in the day, it was like, what the fuck is this?
Yep. But one thing I'm just curious about is what he thought, you know? I mean, obviously he knew that the Earth was a globe, but like, what else did he think about? Well, he didn't really know anything about gravity.
He did a lot of longitude, latitude. He was doing a lot of just like a lot of basic surveying, like elevations and angles.
Is the game that you're playing right now a flat world or a curved world? Oh.
Flat as fuck, bro. So it look like a curve to you? Oh shit.
I don't know, man. I see the horizon out there. It's curving.
Looks a little bit like you're stuck on a hump, I gotta be honest.
It's a sign.
Nice.
It's a sign that the Earth is flat.
Could say that.
All. You know, that's the consensus that we have, you know? Every major science that it has anything to do with space or surveying or any of that stuff. People that fly planes, everyone's saying the Earth is a globe.
Old paid shills.
We're wrong though. Apparently the flat earthers are right. Apparently they're right and we're wrong. So I can't wait for the day of the great reveal. I remember one time I brought it up in here actually, where I was like, well, when is the great reveal going to happen? When is the fact that the Earth is apparently not a globe going to be exposed to the masses? And everyone's going to be on the streets.
Did you see Hassenfelder's latest video?
No, I haven't.
There's this really cool YouTuber. She's not even really a YouTuber. She's more like a scientist doing shit. But then she did some flat Earth stuff like a couple of years ago, and she was like real naive about it. And then like this video she just did like 2 weeks ago or something, she's just like, this shit is fucked up. She's like, this is not good. She thought it was just going to be some kind of like anti-science thing, but now that it's like been a couple of years, and it's like getting bigger, and it's because of TikTok. TikTok made it way worse.
Oh, Sabine Hossenfelder.
Yep,
got name.
She was one that got like the lefties tried to cancel her, didn't they? I thought she said some sort of basic thing about like. I thought she was at that talk where the biologist was like, you know, there are some facts. You know, we're here talking about how to be sensitive to people. There are some facts, like men are on average taller than women or something, and they started walking out. But I thought she was among that crew of people. That's what she, I think, was. She was in that group of people who did the paper where they were trying to take the piss out of left-wing journals, and they were doing this thing about like performative hypergamy and misogynist values in dog parks. And they were trying to say is letting a dog hump another dog like perpetuating unhealthy stereotypes or something, and entering that as a paper.
Awesome.
So anyway, what is it? Something scandal.
She looks a little sassy. I was looking at some of her other stuff. I've only watched a couple of videos, but the most recent one was pretty interesting. That she changed, like what she's seen over the last couple of years when she first took. I'm actually gonna see if she wants to come to the channel. I'm gonna try to email her because I bet she would love to talk to this flat earther den. It's a little infestation.
I think if a major globe earther or the YouTuber globe earthers that basically just make money poking at these flat earthers were to actually try to in politics, it'd have to be like a meeting. I'd have to be like some sort of moderated one-on-one.
It'll be like an AMA.
arena. You know what I mean?
AMA type
It can't
thing.
be like this usual shit where anyone can just speak and someone mutes the same guy 20 times. It's just not going to happen.
It'd be like one of those Ask AMAs where they bring in like the big people for like us, so for her to like speak and stuff, and they can ask her like when David Pakman comes and Roger Stone and stuff like that. They have a thing for celebrities to come talk to the channel.
It'd be funny. It'd be funny if Professor Dave came in and you went up against what?
Yeah,
one of the
that's
great
exactly
flat
like,
earthers that we have.
that's exactly what we need to do. How do we
But
how do we get a
wouldn't-
hold of that guy?
He wouldn't come in if it's gonna just be him joining a VC where people get to mute him. It's always gonna be an even playing field with him.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He
It would
knows
be
that.
like an even debate. Right, because you saw when those like flat earthers came in and they were just like, we're just having a conversation, and like everybody else came in and just started like trying to debate him, and they're like, we're not trying to do that.
Yeah, no
So,
muting
yeah, of
is
course
gonna
you're
be
not.
allowed in that. Shouldn't be no muting, and it
But
better
when
not be
when
that one.
Sabine
flat earth-
comes, well, that's what I'm saying. If Sabine comes, we'll be able to ask her like real questions and be like, like, how do we deal with all this?
Be
Or, like, what
funny,
does she
man.
think about it?
It'd
Like, it'd be really nice to get her opinion of like a real scientist, so called.
Hmm.
Paul Larson was another guy I need to email.
Oh, I love his cartoons.
You know who I'm talking about. Because they
joking.
quote
I'm
him
talking
for
about
like Flat Earth. I
Gary
would love to
Larson.
bring him in. Is it Gary Larson?
I was joking
Larson,
about
I
Gary
think.
Larson. Yes, he does funny cartoons.
There's like some like director of a New York planetarium. But these people are out there.
Yeah, it would be really good to like have the people, the Milton Morley experiment, if those guys are still alive, those kind of ones where like they're often used, being like, oh look, does modern
Well, we're
physics
gonna do
reject
some of the-
Newtonian mechanics?
Like I said,
I
we're
wanna
going to do a
see,
bunch of different experiments.
I want to see Elon Musk take on Witsit because I think Witsit's trying to get Elon Musk to debate him.
These are all people who don't really do debates, though. You probably hear the
Yeah.
best rhetoric from the rhetorician anti-flats that are out here already.
Yeah, I don't
I
think
wouldn't imagine
somebody.
it would go off as a debate. I think it would be like Witsit would be like, okay, so prove to me the Earth is a sphere, and he'd be like, I'll send people up into space. And Witsit would be like, appeal to authority, like, it would be like the buyer.
Yeah, I mean, even if you go up against like the great globers, or not even the great globers, but people like Elon Musk, it's gonna just be like you just asking, just using your script, and then he's gonna just be like responding to you in a general, like, typical way. He's not gonna be like trying to be.
He's not
aggressive.
going to have like years worth of experience in this arena and like a whole counter script ready to go. I think that you
Exactly.
probably hear better material from the guys that are actually here doing it.
Yeah, because when you
Experience,
hear new people to it, they regularly just sort of be like they'll presume that it's already accepted that other planets are spherical, right? So you'll find that they waste half of their argument on something that turns out to be irrelevant to the flat Earth position. Yeah, you need to know the style, but also the argument and what the truth claim is. Otherwise, yeah, like even Professor Daves, if you see his first video where he's talking about debunking flat Earth versus his second, you can see in the first one he's like, why isn't it daytime everywhere? So obviously flat Earth has an answer to that.
And they say that the sun is moving around, and it just gets better and better and better. That's all it is with every debate or every topic. You just get used to it, and you just have more experience, and you just get better at it. That's how it is. When I first came in here, it was easy to make claims, right? People just make claims just to make them. But now you know that when you make claims, you're held to them, and you know when to call it when someone's obfuscating from your claim and going on to something that you're not really prepared to talk about, right? If you're trying to talk about something very specific and they're trying to obfuscate and go to something else, just try to not let that happen. That's usually why I just take the flat Earth presumption of the horizontal plane of reference, or whatever the fuck they want to call it, and then I explain to them why a lot of things don't work in that way. But I don't usually talk to them about the globe.
There was a
not-
debate yesterday between Apocryphon and I. We were talking about what is the scientific method, and at some random stage, he said, "No, we got to start talking about the surface of the Earth." And then You know, and ever since then, Mez has been in the cast. He had such bad whiplash from the segue. You got to be smooth, right? You got to be smooth about your transition if you want to move off that topic.
Yeah, he's not really smooth at all. That's the thing. That's usually why I'll make a claim about like, okay, this doesn't make any sense on a flat Earth. Can you guys explain this? Right? They can't even get past explaining the bottom up obstruction with boats. They never have explained that at all. They gave us some bunch of shitty methods or a bunch of shitty explanations, and it's like, come on, dude, this is.
Shoaling is the current favorite. Shoaling. Have you heard about shoaling?
Shoaling is just curving water. Was they going back to that? That was like 3 years ago. Is that is that true, Heretic? Are you hearing people saying shoaling for bottom up obstruction?
Dude, they gave us 20 different explanations.
Sometimes.
It's fucking ridiculous.
And that's
And this is
the
the
current
thing.
one.
Bottom up obstruction happens all the time. It's like gonna happen eventually, regardless of what like the atmospheric conditions are. It's gonna happen. So it's like you gotta give us one explanation. Why is there 20 different ones? I'm hearing the light convergence shit from Larry. I'm hearing that they're giving us these shitty images of a boat on a lake or a little RC boat on a lake. It's just like we're getting 20 different explanations, dude.
What do you think about that, Mick? You got
That's
any
why I like to prefer to
counterarguments,
talk
Mick?
about what do we agree on? Like how do we calculate radiuses? I want to know like methodologies of how people do radiuses so we can agree. Because I don't care how you get the radius or how you get the information. Just tell me how you do it, and then we'll go and repeat it. Because that's the thing about scientific experiments is that they're repeatable, and you can just go out and get the information yourself.
Rainmard.
Yeah,
I don't know what
radius.
this guy's name is, but he just you see what he just posted, Mez? And Mez
Yes.
is perfect.
Oh,
guy
he just
for it as
posted the
well.
coin thing.
Whenever they do the
Yeah.
shitty coin thing, and it's like, dude, open your mouth, Rainmard. The floor is yours, man. If you want to come
Yeah.
speak
The
and
best
talk
one
about shit.
is the next one. The next one. Sorry, I clipped you completely. This one, he's just posted a guy going over a football field, and I was like,
dude.
"How do you know that field's flat? How do you know that field's flat?" I Google the NFL or whatever it is, NRL
They're curved, right?
specifications. All fields should have a crown. It should be curved, front
They're all
to
curved.
back and left to right. They're all curved.
Totally.
It's like, oof.
This is
Because
the
this
most
one's better
hilarious one.
because
I have a
because it shows him at the horizon and then going over it. Whereas the problem with the coin, the coin thing is it's immediately starting to be obscured from the very first frame. Whereas this, he kind of goes up over a curve and then down the other side. Like
Yeah,
the
and
coin's
this one,
obscured
this
from
one right here, I've
frame
seen a
one.
bunch of flat earthers post it, and I think this is really the liability flat earthers that here it's like an alpha we're talking about. People that post stupid shit like that, like the one up top. It's like, come on, dude, what the fuck are we looking at there? That dude's clearly going over some curvature, like in some actual curvature, some hump. Looks like he's going over a hill right there. I mean, we have to know the orientation of the. Can't just get that video of him just walking. That's just it.
Well, you can gain enough information from it. It's probably shot from goalpost to goalpost or somewhere close to that because the goalposts are appearing square to us. So they if that horizontal bar is horizontal to us, then it's straight on. But yeah, you can see at the start of the shot, his flip-floppy feet are going up and then they're going down. It's like, okay, cool.
Greg, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I mean, I played football for 4
We
years.
can now,
I could
Ray.
see that.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to talk before. I think there might have been a problem with the app or something. Apologies.
Oh, he's another Aussie. Yee, Aussie.
Hello. I just wanted to jump into Matt. You were saying, people post stuff like this and it's just stupid. Can you elaborate as to why it's stupid?
Because you guys.
Well,
never
I have a
give us,
question. I have a question about it.
Well-
I posted that thing in the chat.
Well, his question
which
first.
is
So, well, yeah, because you
Yeah,
just
answer then
steamroll
ask.
him. So his question first. Okay, go ahead.
So the
Randy,
reason why I
my-
think.
Okay, mine first. Mine is because, as in that photo, a football field for American football, if done to spec, should be curved.
No.
So
Yeah,
what
football
you
field
need-
fine. I did try to address this before as well with my mic issue. The same effect happens on a basketball court. There's no curvature on that.
And then the same thing applies. How do you know if the example we have is of something we know should be curved? The question isn't just look at what this coin does, look at what his legs
a
do.
basketball
It
field
should
also-
be compared to how we know it's actually straight. So we've got this undeniable information. This is straight and flat. And now look at the perspective effects. You can't just go look at these perspective effects. It looks like somebody going over a curve. Therefore, straight lines look curved. right? We need what's the evidence? If you've got it for a basketball court, well, you need to put the GIF in. But if we've got this GIF, what made you confident when you posted that GIF that was a straight and flat football field?
No. Well, I didn't just post the one GIF. I also posted the same effect on a table, which is flat. And
What about
I'll go on a mission to find the basketball court one because that was the first one I ever saw of it. But trying to find this stuff when you search it online now is an absolute mission. So I might have to go through the resources and stuff that are on the 24/7 server and stuff. But
yeah, because
sorry, Matt.
Basketball court would be better because the challenge with the coin is how do you establish A, that the table is perfectly straight for the purpose of the exercise, and more importantly than that, how do you establish that the lens, the center of the barrel of the lens, is exactly at table height? Because to me, the way I tell if something is bang lined up is the front isn't obscuring the back, but is. It's halfway through obscuring the back. So I would raise and lower my eye until, like a gun sight, the front sight lined up with the back sight. And when they're both at the same level, that's how I'd call that straight. That's how I would determine if it was straight. So if it's not, if it's a coin too low at the other end, I would say, well, your eye level is below the level of the table. So it's going down a slope, essentially, from the perspective of the viewer. It's going across something flat, but the camera's down and looking slightly up at that.
But if it was below eye level, the coin wouldn't be fully visible at the very beginning.
Yes, look at it from the beginning. If it's on the very, very front of the table, then it is going to be visible because there's nothing yet to obscure it. But if it's on an ever so slight slope, then it's going to do exactly what it does in the photo and get slowly obscured. Like I can get out, I can turn on my camera now and show you this effect. If you want, I'll have to clean off my table, but I'm happy to show it.
Yeah, but the argument, excuse me, the argument is that the apparent, what's the right word to use? The visual effect of things disappearing from the bottom up. Mm-hmm. Particularly if I can find you this basketball court example, I think that'd be good.
Basketball will be better because it's less likely the eye is below eye height, but we then have to still do the game of how do we know that basketball court doesn't have a slight crown to it so that it doesn't pull water, for example.
Sure, but I mean, unfortunately, you're going to start running into that sort of question every time something that is typically demonstrably flat is thrown at it. But the point is,
you can test it.
Can be observed quite repeatedly on flat surfaces, and it seems to be a function of angular resolution. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Can I ask the question? Yeah, I think Eggshell's point is like very clear already, Rainmard. Why are the people that are making these experiments not showing us the orientation of the table, showing us how high the camera lens is? Like, why aren't we getting all of these other factors and then you get the experiment? Like, I remember I seen the eye, what was it again? The light, the light, and it's like a flat table or a flat floor, and there was like a light that was disappearing bottom up apparently. And it was apparently stationary. Like, we don't have the orientation of the light. We don't have the orientation of the proposed flat levels floor. So it's just like, I don't know the orientation of these things. So why are you posting them if you don't?
The orientation's not really important. So long as
it is.
I mean, you could be looking up at a vertical surface and perform the same demonstration and still have the same observation of an item disappearing from the bottom up.
I think I agree with that. I think we're getting lost. I think we can solve this with semantics. I think it needs to be straight, and that needs to be tested and demonstrated. But I think I agree with you. The orientation of that straight thing, whether it's up, down, side to side, doesn't matter. What we're trying to test
I mean by the orientation is us seeing whether or not it's actually truly flat, and us seeing that the camera lens is above. That's exactly what I mean by orientation.
No, that's fair.
We need to see where these things
are. Yeah, I think we're now agreed on that one.
Those pictures, don't get me wrong, those pictures weren't meant to be like a gotcha proof, whatever. It was just supposed to be like a demonstration of, hey, we can sort of see this effect. I don't disagree. It'd be good to set it up in a proper setting where you can validate and verify all of it. I mean, that's supposed to be what this is all about, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the challenge, I think, is twofold. One is somebody's going, here, look at a coin over a table, but they're not doing that extra test of here's how I know that table is straight, here's how I know that the eye line is correct. The second problem, I think, is bigger and core to the flat Earth thing, which is if the primary claim that flat Earth has in order to claim flat is how things appear when they disappear, when they approach the horizon, let's say, then one must either take all of that data as truthful, or take all of that data as somewhat questionable. You know, be able to apply things. But it sounds like it's really pick and choose, where, because we would say fairly consistently, ignoring refractive effects, the thing that's going to make something obscured is if it's going around a curve, right? And that's quite consistent. But to say, oh, we know that the Earth isn't flat because of how things aren't obscured by a curve at exactly the right distance from the eye, but things do get obscured by a curve beyond that, but that's just how perspective works. It's sort of having your cake and eating it too, or eating your cake and having it too, I think is a better way to put it.
Having
You
your
know,
cake
like
and
it's
eating it
taking
too.
both. Well,
Which
eating
I
your
hate
cake and
because
having it
this-
too is the original expression, and I think that's the one that actually makes sense to me. Even though everybody says have your cake and eat it too. I was like,
Right. Oh,
I
see what
still
you're
don't
saying.
know what the point of having a cake is.
It did take me a long time to figure that out, probably because that's probably why it took me so long to understand what that meant, because of what
exactly, because I've got it backwards. Like,
what
if
you-
you've got a
what you mean,
cake,
yeah.
then I want to eat it. But the original saying was this person wants to eat a cake and have it too. And it's like, okay, now it makes sense. You've eaten the cake, but you still want to have a cake in the fridge.
Yeah, well, usually you have your cake. You have cake first, and then you eat it. I think that's why people start with the have. So you always have a cake. You either have a cake or you don't have a cake. But then you have to have cake in order to eat cake. You can't eat cake if you don't have it.
Yeah.
And if you eat it, you haven't got it anymore.
Right. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
But yeah, I
Yeah,
think
but
you
I
were
think
bang
that's
on when you said it, Ray, which is like, yeah, we can't just go looking for an effect that seems to confirm our worldview. Neither of us on either side. We've got to go, well, how do I apply good tests or heuristics to this so that I know that I'm not just, getting something that appears to confirm my worldview and going, well, that's obviously reality then.
Yeah, completely agree.
Yeah, and I don't think the flat earthers should be posting any of these videos confidently if you're not going to show us the orientation of a camera lens above the surface or just above eye level, and the table and everything like that. Just like the light demonstration. I don't know if you've seen that one also. Eggshells where they have a light and they have a camera that goes up, you can see the light, and it goes down, you can't see the light anymore. Like, we don't even know where that light is. It looked like the table, it looked like there was a door far out with the light demonstration that wasn't getting obstructed, so everything just seemed
Well,
weird with that
actually, Mez has already debunked that. He did a good video of that.
Oh yeah,
it was.
Yeah, it was
was
very
weird.
good. It was fantastic.
That's the one thing they always miss, is they never give us the orientation of the table or the eye level. It's just crazy.
But with all due respect, most similar demonstrations by the Globers are exactly the same.
I think that's very
What
accurate.
demonstration for what?
For any effect that they claim proves Earth curve or whatever you want to call it, most of the time it's just a video with
effects?
no. I'm just saying it's like they're not going to show the same thing that you're asking for. I think they
that's
should. I
true.
think
Like,
I did it.
Yeah, Mez actually posted a beautiful. I don't know if you've seen it yet, Rain Mard, but I'm gonna post it for you. I mean, yeah, there you go. I have it right here.
it's all right, Matt. You can just call me Ray. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm butchering your name right now, but yeah, I'm uploading the video that Mez made as well. It's beautiful.
yeah, like I've just posted a pic. I think, is it going to show up? Yeah, where I've put a thing of that, like of alcohol spray, at the end of the table. That's how I'd line something up. It's like sort of going, how do I tell if a pool cue is curved? I look at it along its length, and if one bit's higher than another, or there's a lump in the middle or a bow in the middle, then I'm like, okay, that's a bent thing. So if we use our eyesight to line it up to know it's straight, how can we also use our eyesight when lined up to go, that's curved, but it's straight?
Yep. It should be one of those. It's like I remember the Black Swan video, the original one, or the one that shows everything, like proof of the 1 foot observer height right above water, and proves that those oil rigs were at like 9 miles or whatever. That was a little bit better.
But that's a good one that Matt's got.
That's
Posted
Mez's
there. It
video,
looks like
actually.
Oh, that's not from the same video? It's the same chairs. The one that Matt's posted that looks like Ray's has a clip from it. Oh, I see. Sorry, he's got the original, now he's copying it.
Yeah. That's Mez's video that he made to kind of against that. And I think that's another thing they should do also is increase the aperture. Decrease it. Fuck around with it, man. Show us everything. You can see that the light also appears to be obstructed. Not really bottom up, but obstructed. So
you're still streaming this, aren't you, Heretic? I've got somebody asking if they can watch online.
Yep, still go on YouTube bots here. Yep.
Cool.
Why does the YouTube bot randomly go away here? It needs to take a break or something? Sometimes it just goes away.
Doesn't take breaks. Sometimes it goes to the other server.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Is it still pumping along? Felt like you did effectively restarted the whole thing.
Yeah. Wasn't really the intention, but yeah, there has been that effect. It was pretty busy earlier today. It still gets some traffic.
So weird when I click onto it and then I'm like, that's my voice. I'm famous.
Aren't you a Bollywood star?
I was, not anymore.
What movie did you come out in?
What movie did I come out in?
Yeah.
Hard to say, really. Like the biggest early one I did was called Dostana, which is a pretty popular one. But then
Were you
my
main
biggest role was
character?
nah, it's just like an auctioneer. Like that was my name, auctioneer, which gives you an idea of the size of my role.
Like crewman number 3, that kind of stuff.
Similar, like it's a pivotal. There's a scene in a film. It's a rip-off of I forget which American film, but like basically, these two guys are looking for a house somewhere to live in LA. Two Indian guys, obviously, and they want to move in with this girl who's really beautiful, but she's got conservative parents, so they're like, "Oh, we're worried about you moving in with boys," so they pretend to be gay so that they can move in together. And then they both start lusting after her, and then they're having a fight, and they all go to an auction together while they're sort of having this brewing hatred for one another, and they have a fight and break an auction piece. So I, as the auctioneer, auction them off instead for a date night for this kids' charity or something. And then they do a song, of course.
All right.
So it's not a huge role. I did have a huge role in a South Indian one where I play the main bad guy, kill all the Indians.
Damn. What was the name of that one?
It's called Parasi Raja, but spelt Pazassi, Pazhassi Raja, Raja.
You don't have any links to any of these, right?
Oh yeah, full version's on YouTube. Somebody ripped it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I already found it. It's right here.
Did you? The full 3-hour version?
Part 10, Dostana, 2008.
Is that the auctioneer scene? Yeah, that's the scene. Yeah.
Which one are you in that one?
I'm the
Are you a
auctioneer. I
ginger?
got blonde hair. Yeah, I've got blonde hair at the time, and I've.
Oh my god, it is you! Holy shit!
Relax, Alan.
And then
Get the
that's
autograph, man.
The second one I posted is my big one, but you got to scrub to
No shit.
I'm like an hour and 6 minutes in. My character arrives because I play a real character, so they'd get the story going, and then I turn
serious
up.
lines.
Yeah, man.
It's he starts at 5:38. If you guys want to know, his scenes start basically around.
On the
5
first one you
minutes.
put?
Pazhassi Raja.
What? I wouldn't. No.
Oh wait, no. That's what.
I'm an hour and 6 minutes in or
Troublemakers.
something.
I'm sorry. I did the 1209 Troublemakers Part 10.
You had an hour and what? 16?
No, it's only a 7-minute clip. He starts around like 5 minutes. I don't know if you show up.
For which one?
59. In the second one, I show up at 59:40.
You got like a little. You got a teensy line at 3:51. I don't see you like introducing anything, but then you really kick off at like 5 minutes when they
Yeah.
break the auction, when they break the piece.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the background, and then because they've broken this art piece that I'm meant to be auctioning, then it's like not
It's so
centered
fucking
around
funny
me.
because you keep saying art piece, but then when you actually watch the video, it's hilarious what it is.
It's a shit. Yeah, it's just paper mache. And I gave this fun. It was really fun to shoot too because they had this script that's written like by Indian people in English, so it doesn't read very well, and it's trying to be like, you know, this lovely art piece you can put in your home. And I was like, I'm not reading that. So I just start making up stuff about it. And you can hear it. You can almost hear it in the background when she's at the bar talking, where I'm like, you know, this work is made by the renowned artist Humphrey Boverdink, who is trying to simulate God's, you know, man's attempt to reach, you know, godlike status, but due to, I forget what I was saying, and then like there's Jesus or something rising from the rock with a wreath on his head because he's been let down by humanity or something. It was very fun. I'm like, that's not in the script. I'm like, can I say it anyway? And they're like, yeah, okay.
Nice, dude. I just doxed you, so that's pretty awesome little lineup you got there.
I don't think anybody really cares about looking for anybody on here.
Yeah, no, I'm just,
He's
I'm
not
just, teasing- I'm
doxed.
just
He's
teasing.
always been pretty
No,
much
people
open
been-
about who he is. So.
Everybody knows.
I just want to see your other. I want to see what other stuff you've been in. A bunch of Bollywood stuff.
Oh, I can get you another clip for another one I was a lead role
Is-
in.
It's a movie star, actually. Actual movie. When you go to India,
legit
eggshells,
as
they all
fuck.
like swarm you. Like, oh my god, it is eggshells.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, that'd be Chow.
So
He's
here's-
fanning his face with his hand, you know, like
Yeah.
he can't
Here's
take
one
the
where I
heat.
play a villain. That girl and I have a love affair, and then she tries to poison me, so I murder her.
And you murder her.
Yeah, I murder, like, I rack up so many kills in that movie. I
And then
killed
you
like,
made a movie about it.
yeah, this is the, like, that's an item song from it, and that's the trailer.
So if you got such an interesting life with that, man, why are you in here with the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion?
That's implying this is not an interesting discussion. I think it's
Can't
No,
tell
I'm
who
saying-
you are, by the way, in these videos.
I'm saying,
Are you
I'm
the
saying
guy with
because
the
if you know, like if people are finding like, you know, that they don't have to worry about these kind of discussions on the internet, why would anybody want to be here?
Because it's interesting.
We know why. Well,
interesting.
Okay. I just don't know what, like, I know Globers, you have a different take on it because you get some Glober that's hard nosed, comes in here, and it's just like, I don't even want to be here. It's like, well, okay, well, the whole point about people being here is because they want to be here, but obviously you're making it sound like it's not that, you know. And this is
No, I
like
like
almost most people are like that.
Yes, I think I get really confused. I think it's beyond stupid when I hear Globers be like, this is stupid, this is a waste of time. Like, you fucking moron. Like, you turn up somewhere to say it's dumb to be here. But I think that's just like, usually
Well, we say
to
that
me,
about
that's-
we also say that about the entire politics Discord. Like, we have like, we're all a bunch of degenerates sitting here on the annals of the internet. So,
And then, like, eggshells
gotta-
is there getting fanned by some Indian princesses, like, while he talks to us, you know?
Yep. So like, look, you guys might be wasting your lives. But yeah, I think it's usually, sometimes a discussion might come about organically, but I think what you're talking about, Alpha, is when like people try and fling it at you, and it's more like just a defense mechanism. They're like losing on some point of argument, or they're struggling to get their point across, or feel like they're losing. So they're like, well, anyway, it's a stupid discussion. Nobody's going to agree with you. Why are you even bothering to be here? And it's
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
self-defeating.
That's the
Yeah.
reason why I bring it up is because, you know, from my point of view, I know why I'm here, but I don't know why you guys are here. You know what I mean? And then,
Well, I
of
mean,
course,
if
I hear
you-
the majority of people are saying it's because, you know, we're stupid and whatever. It just sounds ridiculous when it sounds like they're trying to cope those guys. I'm not saying that you got whatever you guys
Yeah.
are here for is different from what I'm hearing. The majority of people that come in here, and when it sounds like they can't rebuttal any of the arguments, and they turn to that kind of cope. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, we see.
I agree.
Just to be fair, we call that. I say the same thing about Republicans. So no disrespect to you guys. It's not that we single you out for saying stupid things. It's just that everybody that says something that I would deem as stupid, I would then call them stupid.
But
Well,
not
for
stupid
me,
to have the
reason I go into
conversation. or to
any
be-
room in any Discord room is to watch funny stuff happen.
Yeah, I still want to like
Sure.
keep, like I would still love to like learn together, like because I'm stupid about things too, and I want to learn like things that be less stupid about things. That's why I like learning about stuff, and even though
All right,
so like it comes off as like I'm trolling people, but I hold the same standard to myself, and so like even though it seems like I'm being mean, I'm actually just doing the same thing. I would hold like I would do the same thing that I would treat myself to the same standard, and so it's like people don't get it.
I do the same. I have the most fun. So does Jekyll, I think. I have a lot of fun just challenging Globers when they like come in really weak arguments or like just poor style. Be like, okay, I'm switching sides for the next 20 minutes because you suck.
Yeah, even if I think I'm right about something and someone explains it better, I'm gonna like use the way that they said it and be smarter because they were smarter. And even though they knew more than I did, I'm not gonna be mad and try to do it my way just because I think I know better. Like I'm open to hearing a better way of explaining it.
Let's get down to some like self-actualization brass tacks. Who amongst you, like, what's the pecking order between you guys? Be real.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
We're all equidistant to the, we're all equidistant to the center.
We're an equal community.
That's some bullshit. That's bullshit. I don't believe
Who's
that.
the boss? Who's our direct
Do you think there's a
reports?
hierarchy? You think there's like a
No.
group leader between all us?
No,
Oh, so
I
this
would
is what,
say
no, this is
that-
what it looks like, Alpha. See, Alpha. It's in. We just put that's the hierarchy
that's
right
it.
there.
That's
No,
it.
I don't believe that. I'm
It's a
not
big
buying
curve.
it. No, here's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Come on, man.
No, like, okay, so in the group of you guys, who's the alpha?
Matt Nuclear. Matt Nuclear. Obviously.
Really?
Could be Matt
Nah,
Nuclear.
I thought it was
Maybe.
Scott Mackey.
It's not me.
Seriously.
Scott Mackey's the Oracle. He's like the Oracle of Delphi, but like Matt Nuclear's Leonidas.
Okay, so Matt Nuclear and Eggshells, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'm his wife though. I'm the one that gets insulted and then somebody gets kicked into the pit.
Yeah.
So you back him up. All right.
I'm still laughing
We
about
actually
the
don't have a
circle.
hierarchy like you guys do, though. I mean,
No,
don't have a
you know what I'm saying, like, because we have people who can carry the argument amongst us, amongst flat earthers. We do.
Oh.
It's just the way it is.
I think in
I
reality,
was reading it that you were
Alpha-
saying like you're organized and controlled by some higher power, and what's your actual organizational structure? You mean more like who's
in
better at
reality-
arguing?
in
Dude, I
reality,
didn't
it
say it
depends
for
on
your
the topic.
501c3 class, man.
It
Peter's the
depends on
best.
the topic. It depends on the topic, Alpha. So, like, if I was gonna talk, if someone asked me a question about perspective, I'm gonna hard segue into getting Mez to talk, right? Or if someone was gonna ask me about something, I don't know, like to do with geometry, I'd get Peter or something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
everyone has their own little jig.
So you
dude.
defer.
Everyone has
Trick.
their own little thing that they hop on, dude.
Yeah, wait a minute. What's your jig?
His
Jack
jig is the
Holes?
moon.
Ah.
Jekyll's,
No,
I
I'm
think, is more like logic and construction of sound arguments.
No, I know where Jekyll stands. I'm talking about Matt.
Oh yeah,
The moon.
I don't even know, dude. The moon.
It's the
I
moon
don't
for
know.
him. It's the moon.
That's
I can
bullshit.
pile on sometimes.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What do you think? What do you think mine is, Alpha? What do you think my thing is?
I think everybody knows what your thing is.
What is it?
I don't. I think this is the first time I've talked to Matt Nuclear.
You've
Well, I
never
think,
heard of him here before.
I remember the one time you were here. I don't know if you remember me or not because you're hardly in here a lot. But you were screen sharing and you kept like typing in everything the flat earther said in the little tickets. I don't know if that was you or.
Oh yeah. I sometimes do that. Put up a Miro board and then like keep the claims and the
Yeah,
responses.
you
on
kept
there.
writing down everything they said. It was great. Yeah, I think that's the time I remembered you. But
The good
You
one.
know
for
he's
me.
what do you think
17,
my
right?
thing is, Alpha?
You do know Matt is 17, right?
Really?
Yeah.
What happened to your balls?
Dude, I'm gonna be honest.
Were you just
when I was
born with
15
big old grapefruits?
No, dude. When I was 15,
Oh, boy,
dude, when I was
steroids.
15, I hit puberty late, and then I grew.
Matt's,
so I grew like
But I think well,
got there late, but you went hard.
Eggshells. I think thing is taking any argument, right? Any argument a flat earther says, and making it so you could think like like the question. Think about it like this, right? You could make it you could frame that exact argument and make it not what they say it is, right? So like,
it sounds like you're saying I'm good at straw manning people.
No, internal. It's like internally combusting their argument, right? Like, so it's.
I think that's what he meant. I don't think it's what you read. He said. I think that's what he meant.
Internally critiquing their argument rather than saying, "Oh, this is the globe," right? I think
especially when he writes the things down that they say. That's fucking.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I try to test out. Yes, I think more I resonate with that. I try to test out internal consistency. So it's like if you're saying that, like, for one that I was talking about the other day, which is like inability to find curve is only a meaningful claim if you're good at finding curve. So if you're saying I've never found a curve, it would be like saying I'm the preeminent, Yowie finder. Nobody's found Yowies quite as well as me. Well, how many Yowies have you found? Well, none. So if your claim relies upon being a good Yowie hunter, sorry, you guys don't have Yowies, Bigfoot hunter. Yeah.
Talking about drop bears.
Exactly. Yeah. But drop bears you can find. You just got to watch out for them.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call because the way that we do it, I guess it's like topic by topic, right? So I wouldn't say someone's the OG or anything, right? Maybe Peter, I don't know, but he doesn't hang out anymore. On the flat earth side, it's different though, because you don't. I mean, some of you do have a special interest, right? But it's more like I'd characterize you by types of items, right? So Alpha's a bulldozer, Heretic's a sniper, or something like that, right? Or
right.
Yeah, exactly.
And which would you be?
What would I be? If I was a flat, I don't know. I don't know because I switch it up. It depends on who I'm talking to. Right? If I smell, no, you know what? I'll be a piranha.
Smell blood in the water.
Yeah, exactly. If I sniff blood in the water, then.
It's crazy. I never was really interested. I think I told Alpha about this, but I never was interested in astronomy or stars or the moon or anything. I didn't give a shit about any of that until I hopped in here, and I was just trying to prove flat earthers wrong. So I started trying to learn about stuff like that.
Listen, man, I said it before. I said it before. You're just flirting right now, and it's okay. I don't mind. You can flirt all you like, but when it comes down to it, man, you're gonna turn on these guys, and you're gonna shellac every single one of them 10 times as hard.
Right on, is crazy.
And I'll be there. I'll be there when it happens. So.
Yeah,
I grew up in the 90s when the Columbia missions were going on, so they were constantly sending shuttles into space.
I'm a secret trader. That's what I am. I'm infiltrating the GF6.
No, I don't think so. Not right now. I think you're being honest. You're just hanging around. You're globing. You're doing what you think you're. You think everything's good right now, but there's gonna come a time.
I find science boring and nerdy, and I feel like people who the people who come in all sciencey nerds find them boring as fuck.
Yeah, dude, this is the one thing even in my life, dude. I found everything for example, when it comes to math, I've always hated math. I've always hated geometry. I've always hated anything that has to do with math. But things that I'm interested in, like history, I will sit here and listen to a 40-minute history documentary about geopolitics or something. That's something I would be interested in. And so when it comes to history tests, I excel in those things. So I've never been interested in science, but when it comes to trying to prove flat earthers wrong, I might learn something about it because there's something that's motivating me to do that. I think that's really it. It's just something that motivates me.
That's one of the things that keeps me coming back. I'm I've learned so much. It's just random stuff about physics or, things will pop up in conversation. I'll be like, no, I actually can tell you about that.
Yeah. I'm going to really get them with this one. So you gotta hop back in here.
It's Sunday. We're letting our hair down. We're fucking just chit-chatting, but I got to get back to work.
Does that mean it's speculation Sunday where you are, Alpha?
Yeah, well, in about 20 minutes it'll be over. Well, yeah, 20 minutes it'll be done. But I mean, we're not really hard nosed on that. It can linger a little bit if it wants to. So,
Yeah, I remember during Speculation Sunday, some dude was trying to say that the sun was like frozen and some frozen water thing, and it was some weird.
What, a
it was
flat
something
earther?
crazy, dude. Yeah, flat earther, man. Dude
Fucking
was saying
hell,
the
dude.
sun was in like a frozen.
Yeah,
it
I
was,
bet you
in a
were like, tell me
frozen
more.
watery-
I like that. What's going on? I know
Yeah,
Jekyll
dude,
would
that's all we do with them, dude. I forget who it was. It was the one dude, Jekyll, where we posted a meme about them. Where it was Get Be Get. That's who it was. I remember it now. Get Be Get, because I remember the meme where he never stops talking. So you can't wait for him to finish the sentence. So I remember someone created a meme in GF6 and posted it, and I was like, yeah, dude, Get Be Get never finishes a fucking sentence. But he was saying on Speculation Sunday like a month ago or something that the sun is frozen in this ice or some watery stuff, but there's some weird special mechanism that makes it bright. It was like, what the fuck is this dude talking about, dude? And it was just crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I've not seen him in ages. Like I said that the other day, but he needs to. I mean, I want Get Big Get back because nothing's funnier than when you're talking about a topic and like everyone's agreeing upon, even the flat earthers and globers are agreeing upon some like basic premise, and he's like, "No, that's not how it works, moron." And then he like goes off into some sort of fantastical world of what he thinks the world is.
Yeah, and he's like I think he's like pretty old as well, so he just doesn't recognize that you need to finish a sentence so someone else has to talk. You know what I mean? So he just goes on for forever and ever and ever. It's like, when is this dude gonna like, you talk for too long and don't let people speak when people make memes about you just rambling forever. This dude doesn't he
I wish
he
somebody
never
would do
finishes
that.
a sentence.
I'm trying to get somebody to make a meme about me. The Apples one. Disco
Not cool
Ball.
enough yet.
Oh, the apples
There's
one.
so
That
many
was
good
funny. I
ones.
remember the apples one.
Oh, I remember someone made a good meme. They actually made a good meme about Scott Mackey. I don't know if you guys seen it, where it's like you press the buttons. You have the red buttons and you have the little things.
Yeah.
I forget what it was called, but they were
That's funny,
like,
guy.
oh yeah, it was Scott Mackey bingo, and one of them was like, I trust the experts, and in this, and it was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, it was a good one. Someone created a good one. Scott Mackey, it was hilarious.
They had like whole highlight reels with people when they first came in last year. It's like they already had like a bunch of resident Globers from like outside the politics Discord, so it was only a handful of people that were like still active or even like on the politics Discord at all. But
yeah.
I guess.
And you know what's
I don't know,
crazy,
man.
Alpha? I noticed, speaking about the liability flat earthers, I noticed it every single time when you try to save them, dude. I know it when you try to cut in because there's I don't know if you noticed, Jekyll, but there's times where like you'll be talking to a flat earther or hard force or trigonometry earther. We'll be talking to like one of the the low level flat earthers, and then like they just keep getting pressed about this, and showcased about this. Hold on, hard force. We hold on the other guy. Like he like Alpha will be like, hold on, Zordiac, or hold up Apocryphon. And we'll start coming in and asking questions. Do it his way. Good way to do it. His paradigm. So
Well, I mean, Alpha. I mean, I don't know if this is his intentional tactic, but like let's say if I'm debating Apocryphon, and it's not going well for Apocryphon or someone else, right? He'll join the VCN and be like, "Right, let's speak to some new people. Let's go."
Yep, he does that as well.
Well,
and
Heretic will let
he
people stew more. Like Alpha will come into someone to help somebody who's struggling, but Heretic will just like let someone struggle. I remember the other day where I was like, this whole thing of we don't know how to take an angle from a curve is silly because it's admitting incompetence when the core to your competence as a flat earther must be we're really good at taking angles. So we know that if we were taking it from a curve, we would know that. And Heretic just let this person get beaten around for like half an hour and then at the end was like, yeah, I really don't like that argument. It's like, good on you.
Yeah.
Gotta fill that
Someone
dead
does
air.
come in and save him because he has to save the low level flat earthers. You gotta really come save them, man. And Alpha has this debate tactic where the new people, Jekyll, me and you are too accustomed to this one, but when he has a new person, he's like, well, if we have any new people in here that want to chime in and want to prove the Earth is a globe, if you want to have any questions, for us. Maybe we'll answer some for you, and then he'll call out the names too, just so he can really point out the people. Right, so let's say like Carnivore. This person Carnivore was like a new person. Yeah, I don't know if he is or not. Maybe like Carnivore, if you want to speak, open your mic up to the chat. Room's open. You can use this like a podcast, and
yeah, I think that's a really good inclusive strategy. I think that's really nice. Like aside from the debate,
Oh, it is. No, it is.
Like I get from one side, it's like, oh, you're trying to pick new people, but it's also like we want people in here. We want them to like, you know, make it inclusive and engaging, and not just the same voices all the time.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great one actually. Like I applaud that
Well,
style.
it's
not
good.
even like
It's good, but like when I'm in the middle of a conversation, it's not so fun.
Yes, you're like winding up to your big point, and it's like anyway, mute.
Yeah,
Anybody else
meanwhile,
wanna
back
talk?
at the ranch,
Dude, I know we've all had that experience where we feel like we're actually about to eat in an argument, and then we get cut off and stopped or muted right there. It's like, God damn it, dude.
Or to be
Bloopers.
fair, or like yesterday, it was more like I was flogging a dead horse. At that point, you know, you may as well have stepped in.
Yeah. I remember one time I was talking about the moon, Jekyll, and my internet cut off while I was on stream, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, my internet just cut off for 10 minutes at the worst time possible.
I still don't know why Atir thinks that you could see an upside down moon on a flat Earth. I don't understand that.
Dude, Etier is just, man, he's so lost, dude. And I remember I cited him so many sources for it and all the other stuff, and he still doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. Still doesn't get it, apparently. Like he doesn't want to get it. And he did something that was so disingenuous on stream because he was streaming and he made a paint and he made the moon a 1D circle. And then he was it was weird, dude. Dude was just, he knew exactly what was being told to him and he just kept trying to refuse it, I guess. And I did kind of call him a flat earth kiss ass in the chat because I feel like the dude is like, I mean, although he comes in here, he might like make an argument once in a blue moon. He's usually coming in here when asked, you know, like a puppy on a leash.
Yeah, I differentiate someone who's there's a difference between like I'd say like a flat Earth kiss ass and someone who likes to be friendly with flat earthers. Friendly with flat earthers is like you talk to a flat earther and you don't feel like you have to be antagonistic to them all the time. Maybe in a debate you get heated, but you know it all winds down after. A flat Earth kiss ass is someone who's like, God, you guys, you know, he's so superior to me, and like that's so weird. Your arguments are so much better than mine. You destroy Globers.
Yeah, dude, I've been kind of getting a little friendly with the flat earthers too, and that's no secret. Like old Hosford, you know, he's the funny guy. Alpha, I debated with Alpha like a few days ago, but other than that, you know, I'm usually chill with him. Heretic, you know, I think me and Heretic I probably came a long way as well. So a lot of the flat earthers and a lot of the people here, like Quad and all the like the main mods here, I'm pretty cool with now. You know, we've established a decent relationship now. But
I'm currently chomping at the idea of Mick unmuting his mic and telling me why the Earth is flat, but you won't ever do it.
I'm going to bed, you guys. I just like to tune in.
I've been dying to debate you for about 3 months.
Mick stepped up.
I'm still a Padawan, man. Can't come up against the Jedi Masters here.
Sith Lords, you mean? Sith Lords.
Right. There you go. You said it, not me.
Aren't we surely? Oh no, either side's got the Force, don't they? This mysterious Force that runs throughout everything, holding things to the ground.
Yeah.
Sure. But yeah, everything I've got, it's not like it hasn't been said before, so.
Why don't you make an argument for us?
He's pretending to go to bed.
I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning here. You know?
Yep. Oh, see? Oh, dude, Jekyll called it.
I work. So, yeah, pretending to go to bed. Yeah, sure. If you guys yapping away, I don't think it's going to happen.
It's 1 a.m. here, guys. So.
Oh, I just thought about who my kryptonite was. My kryptonite's Creation Bear. I can't deal with him.
Some people
wrong
I think
with
might
it?
actually be crazy. I think Creation Bear is actually crazy, just a little bit, of craziness in him.
What's wrong with CB?
Dude
I
screams
just
like a
don't think I just don't
child.
think he's an honest debater. Like I just think he's the least honest I've ever spoken. Like, Gregory is a saint in comparison, right? That's how low my opinion of Creation Bear is.
What's wrong with
Well,
Gregory?
but Gregory doesn't. I don't think Gregory is knowingly deploying dodgy strategies because he gets too emotionally invested for somebody who's just
you say that
kicking you
he
and having
wants-
a laugh.
You say that, but he once claimed that Globers say that the vacuum. Well, once he's done it a few times actually. He claims that the vacuum of space is zero pressure because that's how vacuum is defined, and that's what Globers have to commit to. It's like, the fuck is this?
Yeah.
where
Dude,
where
I
does
remember-
Globers say this?
He's a little dishonest, dude. Gregory's a little dishonest sometimes. I remember one time.
I don't think
actually,
we're all any of us are perfectly honest, but I think
none of us-
I think we'd have to let's be harsh with ourselves. Don't you all hear Globers debunk things flat earthers haven't said and mischaracterize slightly what the flat earther said?
I'd say my dishonesty is slightly different because it's like I might make an argument that I, in my mind, know what a good counter argument is to my own argument, but I'll say it anyway, right? Maybe. But I don't think I go in there thinking how can I bastardize what they say, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or some people might call me dishonest for not answering questions as well all the time. That might be another thing.
You might not have to go in there thinking about it, but on the spot, when you're pinned, not you specifically, but people will, I've heard it a few times. I can't cite anything right now, but on the spot, just to dodge something or whatever, it'll come out.
Oh yeah, I play dodgeball with flat earthers, right? When they ask me a question, because sometimes, well, to be fair, sometimes I think it's valid, right? For instance, if I'm making an argument and someone asks me a question about something that's not related, but now I've got to answer it because it was asked, I think that's fair. I don't have to answer that, right? Because it's not relevant. If it's relevant to what I said, then and I don't know the answer and I dodge, right? I mean, yes, it's intentional and I suppose dishonest by an extension of that.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you can't, you would think that you could just say, "Oh, I don't know that one. Good point," and then just move on, right? I try to hold that standard.
Well, no, because if you don't, no, I don't think that's the case. Because it's not like whether or not you don't know. I think it would be something like, how could you talk about this topic if you don't know this X fact, right? Which might not even be into the whole makeup of the argument, that kind of thing.
But I don't know if that's fair because not everybody knows everything. So if nobody knows everything, right? You get into a debate with somebody and they bring up something that you don't know. I mean, you can't just hand wave and say, "Oh, well, you shouldn't have joined in because you don't know how to answer that." It's like, well, I didn't know you were going to ask.
It's actually fallacious to make conclusions from that. It's called an on-the-spot fallacy, where you
exactly.
So let's say I'm talking about, I don't know, the vacuum of space in altitude, right? And someone says, "What tool did they use?" And I say they use an altimeter. They say, "How does an altimeter work?" Right? And now this might be something I wouldn't know off the top of my head, right? And so the on-the-spot fallacy is just because I couldn't answer that question does not mean anything in relation to whether I'm correct or if I can't have an opinion on this topic.
Debate tactic.
Yeah.
That's also another good one. And ask people about
gatekeeping with pop quizzes.
Dude, I remember when fucking old Hosford, just because I haven't held an actual special, one of those special cameras. Everyone holds a camera with their phone and everything, but he was what was it? I presented Mez's video. You know how old Hosford is always obfuscating and just saying how he feels emotionally. So he was like, "Yeah, what camera did you hold, Matt Nuclear? What camera have you ever held?" And I wasn't naming a camera. I'm like, "Dude, I'm not gonna name a cammer from you." Like, "Nah, what camera have you held?" And it had nothing.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
do with my
I
point.
mean, they kind of empty questions. I would say that are designed to lower your credibility in a conversation, or make it so the conversation has to stop. Because if you say, if you can't answer this particular question and the conversation stops, I mean, it's a good segue out of them defending or prosecuting an argument. If it's the case that that they attack you and they try to lower your credibility, saying that this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, they're not actually attacking your argument, and your argument is still standing, right? So it's still put together, right? Like no one's actually attacked it.
I mean,
And
well,
by the way, therapy, Old
Go.
Hoster didn't hurt my feelings, man. I'm always laughing at Old Hoster. It was hilarious. It was a hilarious moment and quite funny, humorous.
I was just gonna say, like, drilling into something like that may or may not be relevant, right? Like, for example, I don't know what the context was about the camera, but say, for example, you have a camera, you take a shot of something, and someone asks a couple questions about the camera to scrutinize the argument, right? Like, for example, you take a shot and it's of a certain resolution, but for whatever reason, depending on the argument, it needs a certain degree of resolution for the claim to be valid or whatnot. Someone asks, well, what camera model was it? And you dodge it, or you don't answer it, or you can't answer it, or you don't follow up on it. Well, it's the thing is like at a stalemate.
Yeah. That would be like, if you're taking an observation, you want to know what camera they use or whatever, right? What the distance is. Sure, that's fine. Those are relevant questions, right? If it's something like, have you ever held a camera before? And then you're like, yeah, well, what camera was it? That would be kind of like, I mean, does that have any bearing on the argument? It probably doesn't.
That's more like.
And what's crazy is I did hold one of those cameras before. I just don't fucking remember it because it was like 6 years ago or something. So, I didn't particularly remember the exact camera model because I don't know if someone doesn't actually like own a good camera, like one of those actual good cameras for observations and stuff, then they're not going to probably remember the model name. Like, oh, it was the SD 1944. Like, I'm not going to remember that shit.
And on the spot, it can make, to the audience, it can make the person not look credible. It's a little bit dishonest there, but depending, depending on the context, right, may or may not be relevant. Like there was a.
It is relevant if that person is making the argument about the shot.
Yeah, like for example, there's like a classic ongoing thing. I call it classic just because like it's been a thing more or less ever since I joined the room there. The claim, I think it was it was Scott Mackey, right? He appeals to this guy who did some shots with a theodolite, right, and reciprocal zenith angles, and the guy presented data that proved that because these angles sum to greater than 180 degrees, well, that must mean that we're on an arch of some sort, right? And we were drilling into that, saying, okay, well, what are the specs of this theodolite, right? What were the details of the observation and stuff, right? And he goes on, and we asked, okay, well, how can the questions were along the lines of how can we take at face value these data points, right? Because we don't know the instruments used in assessing these points of information, right? So how do we know that the data doesn't have errors in it? Like, what's the margin of error, right? We were asking like, how far can this thing? How far is this theodolite actually spec'd for, right? Because the longer the range, the more prone the error, yada yada yada, right? We were drilling into it, like what's the model, what's the range, and it was said something like 250 meters or something. Well, maybe not that much. Like it was a small amount, right? And the claim is, it doesn't matter. Well, how if it doesn't matter, then why is it only spec'd for a certain range? If you could just take something infinitely, but why do the manufacturers bother make a spec for it? That kind of digging in, and to this day, the model information still hasn't come to hasn't bubbled up. And it's like, well, why is that the case? Like, what's being hidden? What's being obfuscated? Yada, 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 right? So those types of situations, I think it's very valid,
Depends, dude. I think if it's actually relevant to the argument, like if, if it's actually like 100% relevant to the argument, like the camera that they use, whether or not it's fisheye, like we're talking about like a GoPro camera that, went up 100,000 feet, maybe we can talk about the specs. It was fisheye, it was wide angle lens, it was this, and maybe this is how much it would curve because of this. Like, okay, that might be relevant. But if you're just bringing it up, like, oh, have you ever held a camera before? What kind of camera have you held? What do you know about this camera? Like, this has nothing to do with anything at that point.
Yeah, it's more of a. I don't know if there's an official name for it, but it's a fallacy of the sort of like, you tear down the other guy's building to make yours look bigger type of thing.
Well, it's kind of relevant because so let's say Matt was using this as his argument, right? He's going to have to know something about it. So does Matt know anything about cameras? That's kind of the point, yeah.
Well,
Like,
what
so
if you understand the well, if you're
you're-
going to make an argument, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, well, if you don't know anything about cameras and you're making the argument based on technicalities of a camera, then it's fair for him to ask whether you actually know what you're talking about. Because it's a sarcastic way of him asking, but anyone who knows Hoss knows that that's the way he talks, yeah? So he's pointing out that, I'm not saying it was, I'm just saying he's pointing out that you might not know anything about cameras, yeah?
There's a caveat. There's a caveat to that, and the caveat would be that if it's the case that whether if let's say he's saying something about like, oh, this camera has this quality, and then he says, well, have you ever used a camera before? Does this what camera did you use? That's kind of like away from the talking about a spec of a particular camera that isn't that some old camera that he used previously. It's also the case that people who are very knowledgeable about subjects, I did everyone knows this at this point, but I did my master's in international relations. I'm not going to be able to recall things. Does that mean I know nothing about international relations? No, it just means like that. Sometimes, if I'm having a conversation with geopolitics, it means that you need to give me a moment to just refresh my memory a little bit, right? Something like when Matt said that he.
That's not the case. That's not the case that we're talking about, though, is it?
Well,
let me just respond to Timbo though.
It is because he talked about a camera that he used 6 years ago, right? So it's going to not be.
What's that got to do with you and geopolitics? If he knows nothing about the camera, he doesn't know about the camera. You actually studied geopolitics, so you can refresh your memory on geopolitics, but he can't refresh his memory on something he has no knowledge of. Correct?
Well, no, because he's used that camera. Like he said, it's a camera he used 6 years ago, so he'd have to refresh his memory on the camera he used.
I don't think you guys understand the basis of the argument. I don't know if Jekyll was here, but Timbo, let me just actually tell you the argument so you understand what it was really about. So we were talking about how the aperture of the camera can make or like obviously obstruct the light, right? If you increase the aperture, it can show it again, and if you decrease it, it can block it again, right? Or the f-stop, right? So things like this can obviously affect the camera. So if I understand the basis of my argument, right, and I want you to manipulate these variables like the aperture, that's all my argument is going to be there for. I don't need to know everything else about a camera. Like if we're talking about the aperture of the camera and I want you to manipulate it on stream, Timbo, would it be wrong and obfuscating of you to just be like, whoa, do you know about cameras in this? Do you know this lens? What are these lenses? That's just going to be an obfuscation for my actual argument. So it's important to understand your argument, right? So if I'm talking about a camera and I'm talking about the aperture of a camera, okay, that's fine. That's important to know about, right? But anything else, it's not relevant to the argument. It's an obfuscation.
Fair enough.
Either way, you lost the debate.
I think it's what the challenge is to show is to present that challenge, but then show how it's relevant, right? Like, because I had a similar one, I forget who with, but it was about how this one from the ISS shows the Suez Canal taking up most of the screen, and then this other picture from like Himawari or something else shows that the Suez is tiny and doesn't take up much. And I was like, okay, so I took a photo of my desktop globe here and was like, look, I can make it take up more or less of the screen this way, taking a photo this way. And they were like, what's the sensor size of your camera? I'm like, well, I can get that. So I'm getting it. And I'm like, but could you please describe to me what the sensor size matters? Because the sensor size increases over time. But to me, the size of the sensor doesn't matter. What matters is the shape of the sensor, and it will cause barrel distortion because it's turning a spherical image into something rectangular and flat. If you can't show why the sensor size is important, then that renders the question irrelevant. You need to, if you're putting those challenges, to go like, what's the aperture or something, go, here's why the aperture would influence what we're seeing, and therefore here's why it's a relevant challenge to what's being presented.
Yeah, like I think like in the extension of that, I think like I've had a few times where I've had a debate and someone's asked me a question that I think could be relevant potentially, right? But I'm not sure why, right? And I'm not sure they know why either. So the fact that they answered the question seems a bit premature, right? Because they don't actually know
Can you
what.
give an example? Do you remember an example?
So, for instance, the altimeter, right? Now, an altimeter is going to be relevant to measuring pressure and altitude, right? Obviously, but so it's relevant to the topic. But when they ask me, how does an altimeter work? And it's not going to be like, I don't know, as typical or something specific. I can't remember what the specific thing about it was, but it's not like other kinds of pressure measuring tools, right? And knowing that sort of vaguely in my mind, not sure why they're asking me the question because I don't know if they object to the tool, right? That was a kind of, and I'm not sure they knew why they were asking the question, right?
Or did they follow up with anything, or not?
No, it didn't go anywhere. That's the point. That's why I'm sure of it that they didn't know why they asked that question. You know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. But the thing is, with old Hosford, man, I'm just laughing with the guy, man. He's always just coming. He's not like coming here to make a sound argument. Usually, it's just he's usually just poking fun at the Globers and saying like rhetorical things that I think are hilarious. I think he's the funniest flat earther. Oh no, the second funniest flat earther. I actually told him that in the chat that he's the second funniest flat earther. And it was kind of funny. It kind of derail my argument a little bit just because it was like a sarcastic response to what I was saying. Right, because I was talking about the aperture of the camera and how he didn't manipulate it, and then he was like, "Well, he ever held a camera, Matt Nuclear? Yeah, name a camera, Matt Nuclear. Name a camera." And at the time, I really couldn't name an actual camera because I don't fucking walk around using cameras. But it had nothing to do with my argument. But it was still kind of funny and derailing, so it was hilarious at the same time. I just kept telling him, "I'm not going to name a camera. I mean, I don't have to. It's not my argument." But it was it was hilarious.
Well, like I said, he lost the debate, Matt Nuclear, as always.
The L. I took the L, man. It is what it is. Old Hosford.
I like Redwin.
He always just unmutes his mic and just makes a joke and then mutes it again. It's always what he does.
I like Redwin because there's some, there's some hills you don't need to die on. He chooses that hill, right? But he chooses the hill in such a way that you don't even want to argue with him about it. If I said something like the sky is, so you think the sky is green? Every flat earther will be like, no, and then Redwin will just be like yes. It's like what? No point in even engaging.
Yeah. There's so many tactics, man, to use, especially when you know you're gonna, when the debate is not going your way, you're not presenting the thing that you want to present in that way. I think I've done that probably a lot. I've made that mistake a lot of the times, dude. Sometimes I did it on purpose, but.
So I think the most genuine way to deal with that is to, if you're in a place that you don't know, just say, sorry, this is beyond what I know. So
yeah.
Speaking of blood in the water, King Charles is here. I mean, if I, he's like a turkey leg, and I'm a piranha, right? That's what he is.
Yeah, you're a gimp.
No, he's not. He's King Glober, man. Jekyll's the Glober of the Globers, man. This guy's the real deal. You know how happy I was when Jekyll got unbanned, dude? When he was unpermabanned, I was like, thank God, man. We've made Globe great again now that he's back.
I think Orion felt the same way, King Charles.
The interesting thing about taking the stance of I don't know is in that moment no one takes a win or a loss, and it kind of just gives everyone a chance to recoup and maybe get back to it at a later date, right, and continue the conversation, up to a point where it actually can get settled potentially on.
Yeah, it also gives the opportunity. Right? It also gives the opportunities for someone who does know to jump in.
Right. I don't know. I kind of like W's and L's. I kind of like their sport of debate, so I enjoy watching people lose and win.
I mean, to be honest, even if I'm gonna be honest, and this might be a little dishonest while I'm trying to be honest about it being a little dishonest, but I mean, if it's coming to a point where, you know, I'm a little confused or I don't really know what this person's talking about, like, I mean, I might just say, you know, if Peter was here and this guy's trying to talk about geometry, I'm like, yo, talk to Peter about it, you know? Talk to someone who knows
Well, that's not
more
dishonest.
about
That's just
the field.
accepting that someone else might be able to articulate the argument better, right?
Yeah, but the dishonest part is like I won't just sit here and say I don't know. Usually,
Well, it's better than just arguing a point that you
Oh,
don't know. I mean, even more retarded, right?
It's all right not to know. Like, you know, we what do we really know? Or in
No, it's not that you
in the
argue.
grand
So
scheme
the
of
strategy
things, you
isn't that
know,
you
like
still. Yeah, the strategy
well, it's
isn't
not
that
a
you still
it's
argue
not a
the point
strategy
you know.
though. It's
No,
not
I'm
a
just talking
pride
about the
thing
dishonesty
either.
point.
Like
I'm
yeah,
just talking
okay,
about the
yeah.
dishonesty point that I've seen is where the strategy isn't that you try to keep talking about what you don't know because that's going to really fuck you up even more, but you try to obfuscate from it a little bit any way you can. You know, any little joint you can move to try to obfuscate just a
I
little
don't think
bit.
it's obfuscation, but I know what you're talking about. You feel guilty.
Yeah, it smooths it out a little. It
Yeah,
smooths
it's
it
not-
out.
It's completely fine to say to someone, like, you know, I do it all the time. Whenever like something about maths or
You never answer anything, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah, exactly. imagine I was someone who did answer questions, right? Whenever a question is like put to me about perspective, if I have Manufactotum and Mez in the chat, I'll just be like, yeah, I mean, you know, I'll actually message them. I'm actually even more deceptive than you, Matt, right? I'll message them saying, take this one, I don't want to do it. And they'll be like, all right, okay.
Yeah, man. Dude, I'm not even you know, you don't ever hear me talking about geometry in here unless I, you know, will actually go out and fucking try to study the shit and try to come back and talk about
6
geometry.
and 9 on the moon, yeah.
Yeah.
6 and a 9 is actually so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable that you guys still make that argument. I think anyone who has a brain realizes how stupid a 6 and 9 thing is
It's the
because it
best one,
insinuates
man.
that someone. But you
Now,
know
you
why the
prefer-
6 and 9 is so
you-
stupid?
You prefer
It's
happy
'cause it
face
insinuates-
bad face, right?
Yeah, smiley faces.
Yeah.
Let's do smiley faces.
No. The thing is with the 6 and a 9. Listen, the thing is with the 6 and a 9 and why it's so stupid is it's
Nah, we're not
insinuating that
doing
two
this,
people
man.
are on opposite sides of the moon. That's why it's so stupid.
Just
talk
don't
about
even
you can be
bring
on
it
the
up,
opposite
man. We're not going to have another 4-hour conversation.
No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. I'm just saying. That's why
Yeah.
it's so stupid. The fact that people actually think that's a good argument baffles me, man.
Well, you're the one making it.
No, it's because they think you're going to stop there. They're going to say 6 and 9, and they think Matt Nuclear is going to be stopped by the almighty 6 and 9.
I mean,
Hey, you can just say you don't know.
And I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
You
Let's
present
explain to you why it's
cartoons,
stupid.
man.
Hey, man. 6 and 9 is a cartoon as well.
No, it's not. It's a concept.
It is. Cartoons are concepts too.
Fine. Sorta.
What isn't a
But
concept?
who gives a fuck?
I mean, I can draw, and it becomes not a concept. It's real. You know, quote unquote real. It's on paper.
What's real about it?
I'm not saying.
Ooh, that's deep,
I'm not
man.
saying
That's
it's real,
deep.
real.
Yeah.
I don't mean like.
Is it
I don't mean real.
Is it the lead? Is it the mechanical the pencil and what you're like just writing out, or is it the conceptualization of what you're writing out? You know.
Yeah. No, there's still abstracts, right? There's still imaginations, right?
Concept.
But a 6 and a 9, it has, you know, real quote value outside of being drawn on a piece of paper.
It's a concept too. So.
Yeah, well, it's a number.
And it's funny because if it was really if they actually had a rebuttal, they just put a moon there. That's what I always say. Why are you doing a 6 and a 9? Why don't you put a moon there and then do it? Because they can't do it. It's like
The thing is, man, like the 6 and the 9 is just an obvious pattern that can be recognized flipped upside down, right?
Yeah, but
if you
that's
take
only if someone's on the opposite side.
But that's the point. But that's the point.
Yeah, but no one who's ever on the opposite side of the moon. See how that's stupid?
Well,
Because if
when you
someone's on
say
the opposite
opposite,
of the moon,
hang on. When you say opposite side, do you mean?
Because Matt's got no spatial awareness at all.
Yeah, Matt. I think you're when you like just to be clear when you say opposite side, do you mean like one perspective is looking up at the moon, and the other person is
Like if you have
looking
your
from the
friend,
top
if you have
down.
your friend, okay, if you have three friends, right, and you have one in the middle and one on the opposite side that's looking at the guy's head, back of the head, and one's looking at the face of your friend. That's what I mean by opposite side. So unless you're
Okay,
saying
well-
that someone can be on the opposite side of the moon, then why are you using the 6 and the 9 reference?
But this is the thing. Like, what do you mean by opposite side? Like someone looking at the
It
dark
doesn't
side
make
of the moon?
sense again, man.
Holy
It
shit,
doesn't
man.
make sense.
Hey, man,
You
no
say,
one's
Timbo?
looking at
What
the
doesn't make
dark side of the moon.
Exactly.
Quote,
So
unquote.
why do you guys say the 6 and the 9 then?
Because we don't
It's even
need, we don't
easier,
need,
man. Just
yeah,
stand
we
in the
don't, we
middle.
don't,
There's a
Go ahead.
6. Look up at it. Spin around 180 degrees, and now it's a 9, man. So
yeah, we don't mean I don't think anyone means opposite side, like from the top down, and the other guy's looking from the bottom up.
So you put
Of course
it on
not.
the ceiling?
But
yep,
the
it's
idea
on a
of the
ceiling
seal-
because it's in the sky, man.
exactly, the idea of it being on the ceiling is it's just in the sky, right? Someone on one side of the room looking up. It's like they're in the north looking south, and they look up. The other person's on the other side of the room looking north, and they look up. That's what they mean.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, right? You need to give an argument for the proposition, you brain dead fucking retard. Holy
Jeez.
Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, man.
Holy shit, man. That's great.
So, like, I hope that cleared that
Look,
up.
it
'Cause,
goes off that subject though.
yeah. Go ahead. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants that subject.
Nah.
Man. I don't think anyone wants my destruction again,
And
ever.
the thing is, like, it doesn't matter how much you try and convince him, Mick. He's said
Come
in a
on,
way
dude,
that
Timbo. I don't think
yeah.
it makes sense even to you or anyone.
No,
Yeah.
about this subject though, about this particular subject.
I mean, I took a second to address it
Can't
just
make
because I
sense-
thought
you
maybe
can't
there was
make
a
sense of something that
misunderstanding.
doesn't make any sense.
No.
That's just how
The
it
thing is, like, the thing is, I just tried to address something that I thought maybe there was a misunderstanding in terms, like if people were talking past each other. Like when you said opposite side, like, do you mean like on the same lateral or literally like from the top down or the bottom up type of thing? Right?
You'd have to visualize it, dude. You'd have to visualize it to try to show what you're talking about, but
You mean
I
like with
kind of
your
get what you're saying.
with cartoons and stuff?
Yep. Cartoons are a great way to articulate what you're trying to say.
Sure.
I prefer the term diagram, but
Yeah, diagram. They'll call diagram cartoons or models cartoons. That's what they do.
a model.
And that's another way of derailing arguments or derailing diagrams and models. Is to say, "Oh, is that a cartoon you're showing me? A cartoon?
Yeah.
It's not reality."
I will.
Stupid, man.
I will agree with that. Like,
it is funny though when people say, "You getting your crayons out now?" That's kind of funny.
Yeah, crayon munchers. Yeah. No. I think I think it's a valid point. Yeah, it's used to kind of like like reduce credibility. You know, like, oh, it's a cartoon, aka you're a kid, type of a commentary.
Not really.
I'll
dude.
agree with
It's just it's a diagram and it's a cartoon, therefore it's not reality. And it's like, dude, no one ever claims a model is ever like when you go on Google Maps, people think that's the actual fucking globe. Like, yeah, that's the actual globe we're all living on, guys. Like, no, it's a model.
Some people
of what we
do.
live
That's
on.
the problem.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I think the problem with diagrams and quote cartoons or whatever is if they don't adhere or map to reality 1-to-1, depending on scale, then it can be misleading, right? So it could be claimed that it maps 1-to-1, but unless shown to be the case, it can be assumed to be, not the case.
Yeah, and I think a lot of flat earthers understand exactly what the fuck when we're talking about like models or conceptualizations of certain models and diagrams. They understand what we're saying, but they just want to act like they don't get it or act like it's stupid. Oh my god, it's a diagram. It's the end of the world.
I think depending on the in the debate or whatever, yeah, it's an easy side sweep, right? But it is an important thing to point out, because if someone's solely relying on said model, right, that is claimed to be accurate, right, it's basically null and it can be considered null and void, right, without the concreteness behind it. So it's an easy hand wave early on in the discussion to kind of like avoid getting into the weeds to finally realize, hey, this is just an abstraction that may or may not adhere to reality.
And this is another game a lot of flat earthers play, and I see it happen a lot in here. Is someone will present an argument, and then a flat earther will try to reach a point. I don't know if this is even a word, but they'll try to reach a point of inconclusivity, if that's even a word, right? Is where they want to be inconclusive about this. So whatever someone showed, right? They want to just keep talking about it, keep talking about it.
So let's be conclusive.
And they want to reach that point where it's like, oh, this is inconclusive, therefore, like it can go either way. It doesn't really matter.
Hey,
Like,
I got a question for you, Matt. I got a question for you. How come instead of complaining, you're not proving the globe?
we're not complaining. I mean, we're all talking. Maybe you should have
Yeah, we're
listened earlier.
You're complaining. You're complaining.
Blood in the water. There he is, King Charles.
Oh,
Yeah, we're just
Jekyll, come get your prey, Jekyll. Come get your prey.
I think if I can address this there, I think this is actually probably one of the first times I've been in this room where both sides are actually talking about how both sides talk about each other or to
And
each
then
other.
King Charles has to come and ruin it.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with this.
Yeah, you're a little whiny little man child. I'm just tired of hearing your man child rant.
Dude, no one's a man child. You're just having a discussion.
Yeah, dude, you're a total man child.
Not everyone's attacking.
All right, well, here, Matt. We got a way to figure this out. We got a way to figure this out. You know how we can do that? You know that?
What is it?
Can you demonstrate curvature of the Earth via direct measurement?
Before we
No,
get into that,
Well, so this is exactly what Matt was talking about, where we know how this is going to go, where Matt's going to give evidence, and Charles is going to say, no, prove it, no, prove it, no, prove it, forever, until we get to a point where we don't know what anything is anymore, and Charles is going to say, you haven't proved anything, therefore it's flat.
Well,
so, because flat earthers argue for a stalemate, they don't argue for a victory.
But let's
I don't hear you guys talking about any kind of measurement. I just hear you complain and whine like man children still. No measurement. Don't talk about measuring the Earth. Just complain like man children.
Yeah,
whining man children.
Let me address that though. The arguing to a point of inconclusivity, or however you phrase it.
Is that a word? We need to figure out if that's a word, dude.
Inconclusivity? It sounds like it might be. What I was going to get at is I don't think there's actually anything wrong with that. I think that the fact that is what gets arrived at more often than not, let's say, it's not necessarily
a word.
Okay. Well, that which you're trying to refer to by using that made up word there, like a stalemate. Let's use the term stalemate. I don't think there's anything wrong with getting to stalemates, right? Because it kind of just shines a light on the fact that either side, or let's say the side making the claims, right? Because one side can kind of just stand with, quote, base reality observations, and then someone else can come in and make a claim about that goes contrary to the stated base reality observations, right? If you arrive at a stalemate, it just means that the person making the extraordinary claim, it's not convincing enough, or it's not supported enough, right? So
the problem is
nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, but there's an issue here. It's not just let's just call it inconclusiveness. That's actually the word that I'm trying to use here. So the thing is not like there's nothing wrong with just going to a stalemate, but there's something wrong with your entire argument or your entire debate strategy is to try to get the other side on a stalemate every single time. You know what I mean? There's no way you're entering a debate or a conversation in good faith when you're always trying to be inconclusive about what was presented.
It's the dishonesty of it, because you could basically argue for a stalemate for just about anything.
Sure, but I don't. Number one, I don't really argue or debate. Right, I just listen to claims, right, and kind of just maybe I might make a claim about what I notice or what I witness or what I see, right? But if someone tries to counter that, and then it comes to a stalemate, well, the base reality stands, right? Not necessarily the abstractions that try to adhere to or model the base reality, right? Yeah. So it's not that I wouldn't say I'm trying to paint you into a corner deliberately. It's just hey, this is what I got. What do you have? Does it counter it? Yes, no. Oh, well, We're at an impasse. Then, not my fault. This is what it seems to be. Right.
Yeah, I was just sort of hoping to
Hey,
get
Charles,
a sound
can you
argument
ask
that,
me?
you
Can
know,
you ask me a
establishes the
rhetorical?
conclusion that, you know, the Earth is flat.
Huh?
Yeah, I was just wanting a sound argument that sort of establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat. You know, in a good faith manner.
Yes, yes, brother.
I think
we observe it that way.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
Let King Charles go.
No, we don't.
Let King Charles go at this.
Yeah, well,
Nick.
that's just going to be a
Go ahead, kid.
proposition. Well, that's just going to be a
Okay,
proposition.
I can give you premise 1: water is level. Premise 2: if water is level, Earth is level. Or that's conclusion. Sorry.
That shit was ass.
Oh, premise 1:
Yeah,
water is level.
that was. You
Water
only
is
would
level.
think that if you were actually retarded.
Conclusion: Earth
Let me make it
is
better
level.
for you. Let me help you here. Let me help you here.
If,
What do you think about that, Roldex?
If Rolodex
bad.
doesn't mind me answering the question with a question, what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
That'd be an obfuscation from what he's.
Yeah, you can sort of prevaricate.
I don't know, man.
Well, man,
Space,
like, if you-
astronauts, physicists.
Well, he's got some
fucking-
answers.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can just sort of meander.
I mean,
if that's what you
there's literally a whole 8th grade science textbook that you could, you know,
Hold on,
full of information.
Rolodex. If you can't think of anything to say to that, then like, how are you so? I mean, how are you so firm in your belief? If I simply ask the question, what reason do I have to doubt? What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is
Yeah,
flat?
and so the
and you
reason-
find it so troubling
just-
to even answer that question.
Yeah,
I mean,
so the
doesn't that
reason-
just show
so
that
just to be
you're
clear-
like?
Yeah, the reason you like stumbled over yourself there is because I think you realized that what you're saying was like retarded, and you couldn't get through it without like reflecting. But just to clarify, yeah, I'm just not interested in like answering like random questions that are like detached from the conversation. So are you gonna answer mine now?
Random questions aren't attached to the What's the name of the room that we're in?
Yeah, so the question, I said that it wasn't attached to the question.
I can give you an argument, Roldex. Ready? Premise 1: water is level. Premise 2: if water is level, Earth is level. Conclusion: Earth is level.
Yeah, why
What
would
do you think
I
about
grant? Why would I
That shit
grant
was pretty
premise 2?
What do you think about that?
Yeah, why would I grant premise 2? Because that's just begging the question.
The reason you grant premise 2 is because it hasn't been demonstrated otherwise.
Oh,
I would like to explain in a way that if
you are a
that
brain in
even
a
like
jar,
only
hasn't been
even
proven
fifth
otherwise.
fifth graders can understand the logic I'm about to throw.
Hold on, there's an argument on the table here, boys. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
What do you
I
think?
think it's just too like high level for me. I don't think I can engage with that in a good faith manner.
All right, so you're avoiding the argument, sir?
Yeah, I'm gonna sort of obfuscate, prevaricate, bloviate, pontificate, and sort of
Dodge and
gallivant.
evade.
Yeah.
All right.
This dude's hilarious.
Yeah. So I take it.
Why would we be surprised?
Obfuscate, proliferate. What the?
Yeah, you're a dumb fuck.
So you don't have a
Charles.
counter rebuttal to the argument, sir?
A counter rebuttal?
Mm-hmm.
Did I hit a nerve with this guy?
No, I don't have
Like,
a
what's
counter
up,
rebuttal.
buddy?
You didn't even do anything. You got saved by the dude.
I'll make
that's
sure to get a
not
counter
even
rebuttal
moderator.
next time.
What are you talking about?
I forgot to pack my counter rebuttal.
All right.
Oh wait, can we
So,
get an unmute on Evil
Rolodex, I
Destiny?
observe the Earth is flat. Do you observe the Earth is flat through your own firsthand
Yeah,
experience?
that's just gonna be expected under the globe Earth hypothesis.
Oh
So
yeah,
you're a dumb
I know.
fuck.
I'm not. Hold on. I'm not arguing it beyond
Yeah,
that.
yeah, I said I agree. Yeah, I said I already agree, comma, and that's
Yeah,
gonna be
but
expected.
you understand when I asked that question, I'm talking about strictly just the base axiom
Yeah,
of knowledge.
I just agreed. Yeah, I just agreed to that. Now the question was, can we get an unmute on Evil Destiny? He's looking for a good faith engagement.
Dude, you're not. You didn't even listen to a damn word I just said. You're like, whatever, dude.
We observe the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Evil
So,
Destiny.
Rolodex, do you know what a base axiom of knowledge is?
Yeah, like fundamentally and axiomatically understand that, in a good faith manner. Now, are you gonna answer my question, or oh wait, are you even a mod? Am I talking to a useless individual? Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, wait,
He is
can
a
you unmute
moderator.
Evil
Yeah.
Destiny?
Unfortunately, somehow he is a moderator.
Yeah, well, it doesn't take. The bar is very.
Is
very
there
low.
anyone in here that thinks this guy is like worth their breath to talk to?
I think you've
No,
talked so much. I literally think that you've talked so much that you lost so much oxygen to your brain, and that's why you're a flat earther.
That's what the reading mentality to me.
He just comes in and does the same thing every time, so he's gonna fuck off.
Yeah, I didn't listen.
I want you guys to hear Evil Destiny for a bit, just before you kick those guys. He's a good faith interlocutor.
Well, that's strange because he came in before screaming, so that's why he's on mute.
We didn't have to ban the guy. We could have just muted the guy. You know, we didn't have to ban him.
Well, I don't know. I didn't do it, but I'm kind of glad someone did if they did, because it's like, well, that sounds like saving a headache in the future.
I mean, it was just clear. He was clearly trolling in here. It was funny.
Hey, Matt, let me ask you something. Do you think that there are people, like men in our society, that have grown up that maybe were not beaten enough when they were children, that should have been beaten more when they did things that were bad when they were children?
Don't hit
Fucking
kids.
hell, Charles.
Maybe. I think you're just weird. I think you're just a weird grown man, though.
Oh, you think I'd be one of those people?
I just think.
No,
I
think that it is weird to assume that beating a child would somehow improve its outcomes in life. That's the weird part, man.
Well, no,
Exactly.
I'm not saying that. I'm improving. You think you're putting it a little more simply. I'm just saying, just simply when the child does something bad,
Right.
that they are punished. You know, in fact, I wouldn't even say beating. In fact, forget about the word. Guys, hold on. Forget about the word beating for a second. Let's put that outside. Let's just use the word punish. Do you think that there are some guys in this country that when they were children and they did something bad, that they weren't punished, and that they grow up to be lesser people when they grow up? Do you think that's possible?
Discipline? I think the word that you're trying to use here is discipline. Yeah, you should discipline your child.
Discipline, yeah. Discipline or punishment when you do something wrong.
Let's be honest. They are of a lesser mind. Let's be clear, though. They are individuals of a lesser mind.
How come?
Because of the way they behave.
What?
Like the guy that just left that we had put on mute. Like that guy.
I don't think he was of a lesser mind. I think he just came here to troll and leave.
He was definitely of a lesser mind.
He sounded more articulate and intellectual than you.
Yeah, you're of a lesser mind as well. You're just less of a man-child than he was.
You're the judger of lesser minds. Well, should I call you a flat earther and then just establish that you're a lesser mind as well? Because I think you are.
Well, if you're going to insult me, at least come up with your own insults.
Well, you did insult me. Right?
Someone can come in and start using fancy words, but if they're bulldozing people and have no manners or self-discipline, to be able to, interact with people, that's, just because they sound smart.
It's called trolling. I told you came in to troll.
Yeah, exactly. So people, therefore, I think what I'm kind of hinting at is people who do troll are, lacking in discipline, perhaps lacking in etiquette.
Maybe they care, maybe they don't.
Emotional attachment as well. I think often people do it because they want some sort of reaction.
Mr. Charles.
Yeah.
Easy energy to get a negative one.
I don't think Mr. Charlie is the judger of who's a lesser mind or who's not. I mean, dude came in and couldn't handle that flat earthers and globe earthers were having a discussion.
I mean, the guy clearly didn't have any discipline in a social setting. It's not very of high quality, in my view. But that's just me.
Yeah, but like I don't know about you guys, but I had some friends at school that had some fairly strong disciplinarian parents, and if anything, they seemed a little fucked up. Like,
no doubt. I would
discipline. I mean, like lacking discipline altogether, a problem. But also like, not having nice moments, not having good-humored parents, not being encouraged to perform academically, or not having a poor social life. Sure. I think there's a lot that goes into it.
over disciplining someone and like constricting them so they don't have the liberty, for creativity and stuff like that, and self-actualize and all that stuff. It kind of sours the value of discipline, right? Teaching somebody the discipline of discipline, if you will, and instilling that as a quality. If you overdo it, well, then they just rebel against it and whatever.
And I think it's tricky. Not being a parent is like, you don't want a kid that just does whatever you say. Like, that's a very unimaginative kid that's going to that's going to be like middle management at best, never really achieve a whole lot because somebody says, you can't do that, and they take their word for it, rather than the other kids who are like, I think I can do that. I think I can figure out how to make that work.
Yeah, it's a balance. But, clearly lacking in it entirely, you get trolls.
Epidemic.
Am I getting kicked?
Or maybe
no, other people.
Maybe it's not the right word, but a commonplace thing.
Okay. I would like to address the whole, when you look at water and it's flat, I like to address that whole lark.
Okay,
I address that with a.
Is it flat?
I would like to address that, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I'm asking you to address that. Do you think water is flat?
And I'll explain it in a way that even a small child could understand it, all right? So let's say you're standing on a hill, all right? Mm-hmm. And on that hill, you can look in front of you, behind you, and both sides of you, you can see the curve of those hills.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that it's rounded, in fact, some would say. Now, if you were the size of an ant in that same spot on that hill, on the top of that hill, you would look around and only see flat. And whenever you look at the ocean, when you look out into the horizon, you only see flat.
Therefore, it's
because when in the relativity, like because relative to the size you are to the Earth, you are an ant on that hill. But if you were fucking
thanks.
So
if you were
giants, reducing man to an ant, and then we go, you can tell it's curved because of how flat it appears, but that's just because you're an ant.
I'm just explaining why when you look, it looks flat, because you are the same size as that ant on that hill.
If it's flat and you're an ant, is it going to look flat then too? Or no?
It only looks flat because you don't have the capacity to see further, because you are so tiny and insignificant compared to the size you'd have to be to see a curve.
That didn't address my question at all. I guess you're not tracking with me. That's okay. Never mind.
Well, I mean, you can just absolutely refuse and plug your ears.
Okay, so basically,
and that's fine.
You're basically
but I feel like I've explained it perfectly, big, right? That even a fifth grader could understand it.
You're saying Earth is too big, therefore can't see curve. Yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah.
Okay, why would somebody think that it's going to start curving all of a sudden?
Space, astronauts, astrophysicists, rocket science.
What about the
people
Earth?
that have left the Earth's atmosphere and looked back and said that looks round? The fact that all other objects in space are round.
Wait, astrophysicists? How do they tell you that the Earth is? Yeah.
Well, I'm not one of them, so I couldn't break the math down for you. But talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, or just watch any of his things where he reacts to the crazy shit flat earthers say.
You can tell the Earth's a globe because just talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson, bro. Is that our argument for globe today?
Oh,
I mean, if you want to condense and boil what I said down, if you want to condense and boil down what I said to that, if it makes you feel better with your flat Earth copium, then Yeah, you could take it
He's
that
not a
way.
flat
You
earther,
could like.
He's not a flat earther.
Well, then what's his deal? What's his fucking problem?
Oh,
I'm just
he
attacking it because that
disagrees
was a
with you.
shit argument.
It's fine. He's just
Was
feeling
it? Because I saw
Yeah,
someone in the
it's
chat
atrocious.
say that was a great explanation.
Hey, but get this right.
Who said that?
So,
Was it Jenna? No, she said that's a BS
One
curvature
second.
argument. Where
Hey,
stars, great
Stars, or whatever
explanation.
your
Yeah, I
name
disagree
is.
with Matt Nuclear.
Hey, Stars, or whatever your name is. If you're
Mhm.
standing on that top of that hill, you can see a drop over distance, can't you?
Hmm?
Huh?
What?
If you're standing, you brought up an analogy of you standing on a hill, right? And then all as you see is the edge of the hill, and that makes it look flat. But from the point that you're standing on is on top of the hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can actually see drop over distance till it gets to the edge of that hill, correct?
Well, that's not the point of the analogy. The point of the analogy is if I was significantly smaller, I wouldn't see that curve. I would assume this was the
Yes, you
entire
would.
world.
Yes, you would.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's actually curving down.
but in order to see like that, you would have to have you'd have to also shrink down the math of the distance you'd be seeing relative to the size of an ant.
What are you talking about, man? You never even brought up any math.
All right.
Talking about the ratio?
I'm going to speak calmly and slowly
Well, I
so
hope
you can
so, 'cause
follow
no
it.
one else is being rude to you, so I'd hope you.
I'm gonna try to make this say this in the way you'll get it. So
Oh, you think I'm stupid?
What's the average?
okay.
What's the average side of a human?
Where's this going? I don't really care.
We can just say 6 feet for simplicity.
Okay, 6 feet for simplicity. And if you were
you
shrunk
gotta
down,
stop.
your
Stop,
line.
dude.
If you're
Stop. You're comparing a hill that we know is curved to the.
so you're just
curvature
gonna
of the Earth
talk
that no
over
one's
me?
ever measured.
You want me?
Hey,
You asked me to
dude.
explain it. You're just gonna talk over me now? That's how we're gonna do
asked
this.
you to explain it. I never asked you to explain
It's almost
it. because I
like I was about
because
to
I
make sense,
understand-
and then you just shut it down. This is what I'm
I
saying.
understand what you're saying. What
And you
I'm
don't like
saying
it because it
is-
makes sense.
Okay, let me make it make sense to you. All right.
I never got
Problem is-
finished making. I never even got to say a complete thought, and you're gonna tell me how I'm wrong already?
I understood.
Is this
what
how
you
flat
said.
earthers conduct themselves?
You don't- Okay, you're going to let me speak or not? Because you
I
finished
was.
what you're saying.
I
And
did
then
not
you-
finish
and
what I
then
was
you-
saying. I did not finish what I was saying. You cut me off.
And then you
cut me
insulted
off.
me saying, "Wait a minute, I'll say it slowly."
Wow,
for you.
dude.
So you did
Look,
finish, and you were about
I'm
to
saying
repeat
it.
So what
I'm saying if you
is,
took it as an insult,
shut the
that's
fuck
on
up.
you. All I said, look, dude, are you really gonna do this? This is why
I'll make
people think
this
you guys
easy
are
for you,
nuts.
man. If you make
This is why people
easy,
look.
I'll make this easy for you.
Really? So
stop
you're just gonna
interrupting me?
completely railroad?
Thank you. Whoever did that, thank you. All right. The problem is, you're comparing standing on top of a hill that you know is curved to the Earth that you don't know is curved because no one's ever measured the curvature. That is the problem. It's analogous. You can't compare it to that because when you're on the top of a hill, you know there's drop over distance because the side of the hill fucking goes down. You're saying the Earth looks flat because you can't see the sides go down. So it doesn't work.
All right. And now I would like to explain the thing that I've been trying to say that you've been trying to shut me down.
Explanation.
So you're just not going to hear my side out?
Oh, you've already explained it.
No, I haven't
Explanations
explained it.
aren't
You didn't
worth-
let me.
Dude, if you don't,
You didn't
if
let me
don't
explain
stop
it.
me- we can have a normal conversation, or you can fuck off. All right? Are you gonna interrupt me or not?
No. I'm trying to just say a complete thought, but you won't let me. You won't let me
gonna
explain
repeat
myself
what
or say a
you-
complete thought.
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Make your
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I asked for was a little decency. Fucking, so look. For easy math, like dude was saying, let's say a human can see 6 feet. at an average height of a human, when shrunk down to the size of an ant, you also shrink down your line of sight. Makes sense? You can't see as far. An ant can't see as far as a human my size. Their line of sight is diminished relative to their size. And that's why you can't see the Earth's curve, and you never will, without going up, way the fuck up, like astronauts have.
Okay, looks curved, looks flat, so it's curved.
Basically.
It's not what I said.
Where do you? How could you try and link this to reality, Stars, where we could become confident we're on something curved? Because it sounds like you're saying if we were small enough and the curve were gentle enough, it would be impossible to discern that it was curved. Do you think that's a good argument for curvature, or do you think that's just an argument for why what you see is not enough?
Look, you can boil down what I'm saying to that if you really want to. But you can look at it this way. Just because I can't see an atom split with my eyes doesn't mean nuclear bombs aren't a thing.
We already established this 10 minutes ago, guys. All right, like human small, Earth big, looks flat. Like that's what you said 10 minutes ago. So the question is why would you think it's curving? Then you said space, astronauts. Okay, fair enough. But
all the science around it.
All the what? Sorry?
Which ones?
All the what?
What science?
Look,
science.
If I'm just like everything that I say that makes perfect sense to the whole rest of the world, you just go, "What do you mean?" Then what? Then what am I supposed to do?
What do you mean? You said science, and we said what science? We didn't say what do you mean.
So all the way in like back whenever. Back when the Vatican was.
To all the Globers in the room, this is what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours. You got some dumb shit that comes in and makes you guys look like fucking retards. Is this your guy that you're going to put up forward to score all the goals?
All right, so as I was saying, a long time ago, there was a group of assholes called the Catholic Church, and they would lock people up for saying that the Earth was round. But they were able to look up into the sky and just notice things like, I don't know, the way that planets move around and the way the stars move around.
Now they like them. Now they fly
and
like rainbow flags.
So you're just going to talk over me again?
Yeah, because you're not making
talking
sense,
over me
mate.
again.
You're talking about a church. What the fuck has a church got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because they were the OG flat earthers, dude. You don't know that?
They're the ones that created the Big Bang Theory.
But no, seriously, you didn't know that they used to like imprison people for trying to tell people the Earth was round.
They were the OG Globers too. Like, hey, buddy, do you?
Well, yeah, because they figured out they were wrong eventually, and it wasn't until not that many years ago they finally.
Hold on, they can't be both at the same time. So which one were they? Were they original flat earthers? The original Globers?
It was only a few years ago, actually, that they in our lifetime that they've admitted that the Earth is actually round, that they were wrong, that it was flat. A lot of early scientists were actually monks that had nothing to do but read and study.
All right, hey, so buddy, I got a question for you. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
All right. Whenever you look up in the sky, you can see.
I look up in the sky. I see lights in the sky. And
So you're just gonna talk over me? That's how we're doing it?
Well, no, I'm trying to follow. I thought you were done talking.
No. You knew I wasn't done. You're doing the thing that all flat earthers do.
All right, dude, continue.
Thank you. People have noticed that there's all these round spheres in the night sky called planets. They are round, and they've been able to track with fucking like huge Hubble telescopes that they spin, and they got all these. Some of them even have rings that spin around them, like Saturn. And it would really be wacky if, for some reason, every other great body of mass in space around us is round, and we are flat. I don't know. At some point, you got to use just common sense logic. And if you ultimately, if you believe that the Earth is flat, it's because you're really fucking bored and you kind of want it to be flat to spice it up.
I was trying to think of the worst argument I hear Globers present about half an hour to an hour ago, and that was the one I gave. And then, as if to turn up and prove me right, you just used that argument.
Okay, so planets round, Earth, therefore Earth's round, right?
Oh my god. Yeah. So much.
I mean, dude, if everything around you is a certain thing, you know what I mean? If you looked around and all you saw was like round planets.
What similarities does the Earth?
Okay, well, what about the astronauts who went into outer space?
I mean, are we going to gish gallop or are we going to address what you're saying?
What about all the astronauts that are on the space station that can look at Earth right now and see that it's round and that it's spinning?
Is that last one? We're not going to keep going with them? Are you happy to stick with that?
Well, I would like. I want you to address the liars that are lying about space. Like, what is that? What's going on with that?
What do you mean? What's going on with that? Like, you see people who claim to be on the ISS, and you're confident they are. Could you get why some people might not be confident that that's true?
All right. Yeah, I understand. I understand why people have conspiracies about things. And the one thing I know about conspiracies is that there's always something to gain in that conspiracy. They did 9/11. The conspiracy, the government did 9/11, and there's like a reason for it to be a conspiracy. The conspiracy isn't the wacky government did it because they wanted us to go over to Iraq, and it was a big gaslight to get us over there. And in Afghanistan, you know what I mean? MK Ultra. We didn't just fucking give people acid because it was funny, hee hee ha ha. It was experiment.
Gish gallop, man. Do you know what a gish gallop is?
What I'm saying, cut me off, dude. Come on, we're better than that.
Dude,
what I'm saying, it's
a panel of like 25 people.
So what I'm saying is
just lecture all 25 of them all night long. Make a succinct fucking point and let somebody respond to it, please, because there's a lot of people who would like to.
You just
all right. I'll close.
And then we said pick one claim, and we started with the ISS, and then suddenly you're like, "But what about MK Ultra?" It's insane, man.
Look,
can you not pick a topic and stick to it?
Yeah. All right. This is my question. This is my question for Flat Earth.
Are you going to stick to this question though, or are you going to jump to a different question?
This is my question.
Okay. Are you going to stick to it?
If every gaslight and conspiracy, the other person has something to gain, right? Well, what is there to gain from tricking people into thinking the Earth is flat? What the fuck do they get out of that?
Mind control. All manner of. Are you saying all we need to do is come up with a reason why somebody might lie, and then you're going to believe that the Earth is flat? Is this really the last holdout belief?
I want to know.
The strongest argument for a globe you've got.
Why would you? I want to know what I'm asking. What does the American space program get out of lying to people about going into space? What's the win? How is America winning from that? If it's a conspiracy, if they're lying, it's a conspiracy, and every conspiracy has a gain, whether financially or economically. What do we get out of it?
Well, my God, money. Are we saying right now that America is the one saying the Earth is flat, or is it a conglomerate of people saying that the Earth is flat? That would be.
Well, what do they get out of it? That's what I want to know. How do you get money from that?
Maybe it's not about money. It's not about money.
Dude, maybe they get more than one thing. Someone's already bought up money, somebody's bought up control, but you probably didn't listen to that because you kept repeating your fucking question 5 times. Yeah. They also get to give you they also get to give you a completely new creation story, how everything got here, where you are, what the point of your existence is, all of those types of things. So they get to control an awful lot of paradigms when they tell you where you live and how you fucking got here.
So I always thought that the fact behind that is that the more people that on the outside believe it, kind of slowly moves into the main, right? And that was always interesting to me. Is the outside will move into the mainstream, convincing more people that the Earth is flat, right? But that's just me.
See, I'd like to cut this off at the knees and say, first of all, it was appeal to motive. You're asking us to divine the motivations of other people, which isn't reasonable. Second of all, to make this analogous, if you were a detective and you walk into a apartment and you and your detective buddy find somebody dead, you don't just go, oh, why would somebody have killed this person? You don't jump straight to motive.
That's exactly what you do.
No, first you establish that somebody has been killed. You
want to know who killed him and why?
No. You need to establish that it wasn't an accident. It wasn't natural causes. You have to establish first that somebody has been killed. Only when you all agree, okay, this person has been killed, do you start to look for other evidence, including motive.
Okay.
Right? You've jumped right to the very end of this and gone, why would somebody say X, Y, Z? Well, you haven't.
Well,
we are
agreeing that.
Hang on. You haven't first said, no, I agree. Yep, the Earth is flat. I agree with you. Yep, everything you've said makes sense. Now, why would they lie about that? When you've done that first part and we're in agreement there, then you can start jumping to motive. But I think it's completely unreasonable for you to ask us to divine the motivations of others at this point. Me personally.
All right, I'd like to address this. Before I get cut off, I'd like to address it.
Must have a reason that we can already tell why they're lying. Needs that we know that, whereas people can lie for reasons that we don't yet understand. And people could lie or tell the truth with or without good reason. So whether somebody's got good reason has absolutely zero bearing, right? Whether we can discern whether their reason is good has zero bearing on whether they're telling the truth. Well, a really well made point. I was pretty much just jumping in on the end of it, right?
All right, so here's what I would like. So I would like to address the thing that you were saying, if I can. So look, we agree though that there's a conspiracy happening where they're lying to us about going into space and telling us the Earth is round, right?
We haven't gotten there yet.
So they're not.
Do you agree? Do you agree that's what's happening?
Well, I'm asking you. It's a yes or no.
No. You're saying we agree, which suggests that you and I.
No, I'm asking you right now personally.
Okay, why are you asking me?
Well,
because you were the one talking to me about it, and now I'm asking you personally. Fuck everyone else. I'm asking you right now. Do you agree that there's a conspiracy about scientists and astronauts saying that the Earth is flat, lying about going into space?
I believe that there are lies being told about it, yes.
All right. Well, that's the murder. So now we know he's dead. We know that people are lying about space. Now, what's the motive? Why?
No.
You're missing the analogy. He was saying you don't acknowledge the guy is dead. You don't acknowledge they lied about space.
But we do acknowledge they lied about space. They're lying about it, apparently. If you guys are right, they're lying.
No, you're missing the metaphor. He's making the metaphor about you, buddy. So the question is, do you acknowledge that they lied about space? Yes or no?
If I'm a flat earther, yeah, I would think they had to have lied about going to space.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, but you're not, right?
No. All right, so you're just actually gonna wow, this is the most mental backflips I've ever seen. You motherfuckers should join the circus. Jesus Christ!
Do you remember in my analogy how there was you and your detective buddy going in to find a dead body?
And if I was a detective and I saw a dead body,
he was killed, and the other one says, no, hang on, it looks like it was natural causes. You're not going to start looking to motive together until you've determined that the person's been killed.
Yeah.
All right, but once we determine he's been killed, we go to motive, right?
Have you determined the Earth is flat or not? If not, then we're not even up to that point yet. We're still determining whether the Earth's flat.
Come on. I don't understand what you're... Look, so I do not think the Earth is flat. I do not think the Earth is flat. Do you think the Earth is flat?
So at the moment, my friend, our discussion is about proving to you, or vice versa in your case, proving to us whether the Earth is flat or a ball. That's where the discussion should be, not divining the motivations of others.
Look, I was told I could ask the question. I'm asking it, and I'm getting non-answers. You're giving me nothing, Burgers, dude.
You can ask
But I mean, it's kind of
We've shown you why the question is illegitimate. You can't make it legitimate. You aren't able to show how it's a legitimate question, yet you're still trying to discern something meaningful from somebody else's ability to answer a stupid question. You need to show why it's not a stupid question.
Exactly. So
I
you're
love
trying
how-
to say that basically. Hold on, Stars. You're asking
Go
why
ahead,
they
go
think
ahead.
NASA's fake. Yeah, so you're asking why they think NASA's fake, right? Or why do you think they're lying to you about their... So what do you establish first about a possible lie? Whether or not it's an actual lie. So your duty now is to prove to yourself, or maybe to others here, right, that the Earth is a ball. Now why would they lie? Not why are they lying, and I don't know why the Earth is a ball. That's the problem you're having here. So establish why the Earth is a ball and prove it to us.
But it's a good subject. It's connected. I mean, if you think there's a giant conspiracy, it's a good subject.
It's a good subject, yes. Absolutely, I'd agree with that, Harvey or Yavi or Javi. But the question is, like, are we shooting the shit and going, hey, why do we think they'd lie? Or are we saying, obviously the Earth is a ball because why would they lie, right? For starters, no claim should be a question, right? If your claim is a question, you're just giving up on making a claim and you're hoping to trick somebody else into saying something stupid, making a claim.
Well, no, at this point, I'm just honestly, I'm at this point, I'm not even trying to argue about it. I'm now at this point, I'm just curious.
Very well, so at least you're not.
No. Can you just not be so insulting? Look, I'm trying to like understand where you guys are coming from at this point.
You make it.
I just want to understand. And I now correct me if I'm wrong. I assume that if someone believed in flat Earth, that they would believe that those people are lying, and I'm just curious as to like why people that believe in flat Earth would think that they would go to such great lengths to lie.
I think somebody
You
will
haven't
give you an
established
answer.
whether or not to lie yet, dude. You haven't established it for yourself. You can't. Do you have any evidences? Let me just ask you, Stars. Do you have any evidences why the Earth curves? Anything that you can point us to right now, or the flat Earthers that are in the room?
Give
Why
us a
the
strong
Earth
bit of
curves?
evidence for the globe.
I've said things and no one cares. Look, I don't care.
Hold on. Let me just correct what you said. Let me just correct. You didn't say this is why the Earth curves, or this is proof that the Earth curves. You just said that we're like really small compared to the Earth, which we all know. Whether or not the Earth is flat or a ball, we understand scale. But prove to us what we can do to prove to ourselves that the Earth curves. What demonstrations are there? What experiments are there? You can't just be jumping to conclusions about whether or not this is a lie or not. I don't think you know why the Earth curves. That's why you're not talking about it. You keep talking about whether or not this is a lie or whether or not that's a lie or this conspiracy. Prove to us why the Earth curves.
Yeah, like,
You
do
establish
you feel you've presented a strong argument yet? If
So
not,
here's-
maybe just
here's-
like breathe, collect your thoughts, and make a simple premise, conclusion, argument that you feel makes a compelling case for Globe Earth. Not a rhetorical question.
Everything that I say, you guys don't like
good
it.
bit of evidence. I don't
You
think
guys
there's
just
anyone
don't
who
hear
gave
it.
us anything, dude.
Yeah,
I just
go for
told
it.
you the only thing you gave. The only thing you gave.
All right. Well,
is that we're small
here's one
compared to the
more.
Earth, therefore we won't be
Here's
able to
one
see,
more.
curvature of
I
the Earth
said
unless we go
more
over
than
it.
that. I
Okay?
said a
We've
lot
got
more than
that.
that, and you
That's
guys
not
just
proof for
omitted
curvature,
it.
dude. Are you gonna just talk through me, dude? Are you gonna just talk through me?
I said because I said more than that, and you're omitting
You're
it.
saying that we're small compared to the Earth.
Remind
We
us.
understand that. What's your evidence for the Earth curving?
What the fuck's going on?
So do you want to give him
What
like
is your
3
evidence for
minutes
the Earth
just
curving?
like lay it out? Or...
All right.
Yeah, let's
Give him 3 minutes
I
to lay it
said a
out, or-
lot more than the
No,
fucking.
you didn't, dude. Okay,
Right, sorry.
was it
Okay,
was it
everybody
not, or
did.
was it
Just
what you meant?
pause, Matt.
That
Pause,
we're
Matt.
small
Pause,
compared to
Matt.
the Earth,
We were
therefore
horrible
we won't see
before.
That was just one of the things I mentioned.
Sorry,
the other
Stars.
thing that
I'm
I
so sorry,
mentioned.
Stars, we didn't listen. Give it to us. We will listen this
All
time.
right.
I promise.
All right. So one of the things is that you can acknowledge all the other planets being round. The way that we figured out that we are spinning because we figured out the sun is stationary, so we spin, and then the sun goes from one end of the sky into the other. Shit like that.
The sun is not stationary.
Okay,
Okay, stop,
is that
stop,
is
stop.
that the argument?
Dude.
That's not even true.
Well,
though.
I mean, it sits in space and we gravitate around it. You know.
How did you determine that?
The sun is not stationary, dude.
Fuck me, gentlemen.
Dude smarter than me figured it out.
Dude,
Go ahead,
What can I
yeah,
say?
we figured out that the sun is stationary. That's not even true.
Yeah.
The sun moves around the galaxy, right? It is in motion around the galaxy. It moves. We follow the planets,
spinning on its
follow
axis.
the sun around the galaxy. So the sun is not stationary, even within the heliocentric model. So do you want to retract that statement and think again?
Well, what about the shadows on the moon?
Just keep walking into them.
What's the shadows of the moon?
The shadows on the moon now. Is this the final argument, or are there going to be another couple?
Oh, I think you might have to hit on the shadow of the moons.
What has shadows on the moon got to do with the surface of the Earth?
Well, you can track the fucking cycles in the eclipse.
That's lovely, but that's things up in the sky. That's got nothing to do with the floor that you're standing on.
There's no way for you to know that the Earth is round without looking at everything else around us or having common sense. And if you lack the common sense,
tell us how
and
looking up at certain celestial objects.
All right,
proves
come
the
on,
Earth
one
is
more
a sphere.
time.
Why don't you do
One
that
more
for us?
time. What's common sense again?
This is crazy, guys.
Yeah,
I don't know about 350.
Okay, Stars, you just said
About
something very
350.
important, right? You said that looking at. Hold on, dude. Stop interrupting whoever the other guy is. Let me just say something.
Common
and then I
sense
can
is
go on right
about
after.
350 though.
All right,
That's
so
true.
Stars, you just said that looking up at celestial objects, you know, we're looking at the moon, we're looking at stars, looking at the sun, proves to everyone here that the Earth is a sphere. Why? Without saying it just proves, what about looking at them proves the Earth's surface? Go ahead.
Because there's constants in space. You can look up at the moon and see the same shit every year. You can track it. And that's how we figured out a lot of shit, like how to sail around.
How to sail around?
Vague, man.
I'm not a scientist, so I can only tell it to you in layman's terms. What can I say?
You clearly don't understand it in layman's terms.
are the
I can
layman.
describe it to you better
You're not
than
giving
you
us
can,
anything in
and I'm here to tell you that was a terrible.
I said I'm not a
Doesn't make any
scientist. I can only tell you
Right,
in
so-
layman's terms. What can I
So
say?
tell us in layman's terms what you
Sure.
do understand, because it's clear you do not understand what you just said. What do you understand that does tell you that the Earth is?
Well, I keep getting cut off whenever I try to talk. So what can I say? All right. So when we used to sail ships around in the time of no GPS, we were able to look up at North Polaris, and we knew that this way is true north, and that's only because the Earth spins and the stars are where they are.
So would your case be disproven then?
You guys not think that's fucking hilarious?
If we'd identified Polaris and Polaris was exactly where we thought it was, due north of everybody, but in fact it was the stars revolving around us. Would that be consistent with the observation you just described? In fact, would Ptolemy, who first gave us our celestial sphere and put the stars in their current locations, would he too have come to that conclusion that perhaps we could be on something stationary in the stars revolving around us?
I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, he did.
Science is
He
wacky.
did. He came to a geocentric conclusion from it. So the only argument
how about
he had
this?
was
Put
for
a
his
stick in the
conclusion people
ground.
Came to back in the day when they looked at Polaris.
Okay,
I
no,
can
hold
show
on.
you
He's going to
people
go to
who came to the
Eratosthenes.
opposite
Go ahead.
conclusion.
Go ahead, Stars. Go
All
ahead.
right, tell us about
Put a
sticks.
stick in the ground.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
You'll notice as time goes on, the shadow will move.
Like a sundial.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's
As the Earth spins. As the Earth spins.
Right, dude.
Right, so we're just going to assume that the Earth is spinning and causing it, and then use that assumption the Earth is spinning to prove.
Unless
that
it's spinning
This is
flat like a
genius.
fucking frisbee.
I mean,
you can make that
there's no way to
argument.
get past this logic, boys. He's got it. He solved it.
he's
Just
got it.
assume that the Earth's spinning.
Do you know who Einstein is?
Test that. Not you're trying to you keep affirming your belief as the test for whether your belief is true. You need to test it. You need to go, maybe I'm wrong, not just, hey, look, I see another thing that it could mean the sun's moving. Would the sun moving be inconsistent with both the last thing you said, which was about Polaris, or about sundials? Could both of those be explained by a stationary Earth with the stars revolving around us?
I don't know.
Let me
There's the
guess.
whole
You pick a third
existence
one.
of time zones, and then there's
Okay, now we're on
gravity.
time zones. Awesome. Now we're
Okay,
on
but
gravity.
what
Good.
about
4 and
time zones?
5. Good.
What about gravity?
Yeah,
You're
I was
just
about to say, what
mentioning
about
so
time
robust.
zones?
Why do they
What
keep
are you
crumbling?
You're just mentioning names. You're giving us labels. What about those labels prove anything about the shape of the Earth? That's what you need to tell us, dude.
Well, because the Earth spins, it's nighttime on one side of the planet and it's daytime on the other.
Yeah, dude.
He's right.
You're just not
He's
going
right.
to prove
He's
anything.
right on
You're
that
just not
one.
going to prove anything to us.
I mean,
You're just saying because the Earth spins, this is what happens. Like, that's not an argument.
Dude,
Yeah.
you're literally
presuming you're presuming your
insane.
cause in order to prove it without even putting another step in the middle to go,
Yeah.
here's how I test one between the other. What you say is, we see the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving around Polaris, and that could be that the sun, the moon, and the stars are revolving, or we're revolving, and then you get something else. You apply another heuristic or test to discern between them. But instead of doing that, which is a pretty simple step, you were like, but what about gravity? Can I tell you as a glober, you are terrible as a glober. We don't want you. Please turn to the flat Earth.
All right.
Dude, I don't think
So,
you realize, Stars.
this is what I think.
Coming at
All
you
right.
right now, dude.
No, I'm gonna jump on flat Earth. Let's do it. All right.
The flat Earth,
So,
please.
I have looked a little bit into the wackiness of flat Earth, and from what I can tell, there's like an ice wall, right?
There may be. We can't disprove it. Is that your claim? Or would your
No,
claim be
I
that
just,
Antarctica doesn't have any large walls of ice?
Some flat earthers believe that there's other shit on the ice wall, right?
We're not all required to think the same thing as one another, are we? Are you
True,
globers
but
required to think all the same thing as one another?
I do like to experiment with like different thought, and something I've been thinking about lately is if flat Earth is true, it could tie into like reptilians and shit like that. Now I know you're gonna think this sounds weird.
David, I can
But,
understand that.
I noticed that there was a massive jump in technology at some point, and it's around the time, and it's around the time of the 1900s whenever we started flying around, and it could be possible if there. Now, this is something I have thought about. If there is an ice wall and we finally were able to get over it with a plane, maybe we saw something over there that was so fucked up we couldn't tell people about it. Like, to think that dinosaurs have been around as long as they have and only monkeys evolved is pretty bananas, you know what I mean? Considering crocodiles stuck around throughout the Jurassic and whatnot and were able to like hibernate through like chunks of the Ice Age and survive and still be a thing. And even megalodons and whatnot. But I'm thinking maybe on the other side of the ice wall, after the Ice Age, fucking it was too cold here where we are, and the fucking reptilian hominoids went over there. And then fucking over there they thrived, and they've had way more time than humans to evolve and to become cultured and to fucking develop technology. And once we were able to go over there, or when planes were invented, we started getting microwave radiation, fucking, you know, microwaves and shit, and our technology just fucking skyrocketed.
What are you trying to say, mate?
Don't let NASA make a monkey out of you.
I'm saying that if flat Earth is real, and I hope it's not, it's possible that on the other side of the ice wall is a reptilian race of people, and if they are lying to us about it, that's why. That would make sense to me. That would totally make sense. So I'm thinking there's like, because like if you look at a lot of other conspiracies, it could tie into the Earth being flat through that. It would make everything make sense because they say the whole shape-shifting alien, or not alien, but like, you know, reptilian, whatever. That could be those motherfuckers that are like controlling our shadow government shits and all like, you know, Epstein Island and all that shit, dude. They're probably fucking like Harvard. Like, how many fucking like I can't remember the exact number, but there's like a crazy number of children that go missing every year in America, you know, alone. Now it's other than the rest of the world. And they could be like harvesting them for fucking like stem cells or something to regrow tails or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. It's all just a theory, really. But like, if the Earth is flat and there's an ice wall and planes got us over, that's why the government's lying to us, man. Because of fucking reptilians.
The fuck you on about?
In the US?
Just
do what?
I don't even have a rebuttal to that, man. That's
Is it still Sunday where you are, or is it Monday yet?
Do what?
No,
go to bed, bro.
I don't know, dude. It's all a gaslight. It's all a gaslight. Time's not real, dude. The reptilians got us under the boot.
Okay. Because they have this thing called they have this thing called Speculation Sunday, where you talk about all this stuff on a Sunday. It's Monday here in Australia. I don't know if it's Sunday in the US.
No, it's not. I've ended it now. It's 8:00 in the morning GMT on a Monday. So fuck the speculation bullshit. Is there anybody else who want to carry on the story hour with this guy? Anybody else at all? Someone else? please.
I just think with that, you really need to have a
I'm
better
willing to
look
talk
at
to the
flat
guy.
Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I have been-
measurement
Good thing
Monday
he's going
now.
on about flat Earth. He's making us both equally look bad now. That's good.
Dude, part
Keep
of me
going on.
has honestly been pondering this like for a hot minute. Like it would make all the conspiracies about the government, reptilians, flat Earth,
Yeah, just
Epstein's
go to
Island,
bed.
all of it makes sense if you just think about the ice wall and reptilians being on the other side of it, and
Yeah,
that they're
just
puppeting us,
take a nap,
giving
bro.
us
Come on.
giving us technology in exchange for like
Dude, what do you
fucking
think?
humans to breed or something.
What do you think the ice wall is?
I don't know. I'm new to flat Earth. You tell me.
Well,
Okay,
I
it's
think-
just
I
the
think it's-
shoreline of
I think it's
Antarctica. So
Antarctica.
you're
I think it's
saying
Hollow Earth.
that
So-
shut up, mate.
Oh,
So you think that beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, there's reptilians? Is that what you think?
It could be possible, yeah, dude. Because it's crazy to think that dinosaurs just didn't evolve and monkeys did. It's bananas to just think that. Oh yeah, just the monkeys evolved into people. Yeah, that tracks. Nah, dude, fucking. If one species evolved into like a humanoid, critical thinking creature, there'd have to be more. And they're on the ice wall. They're on the other side.
I wonder
You know
whether
what
you
happened
need
to dinosaurs?
listen and less talking. To be honest,
Yeah, dude. There was like a comet and an ice age, and then they all.
yeah, I think more listening, less talking for you. Seriously, guys,
What?
you want to entertain this guy? We can move on to Weasel if you want.
I mean,
Yeah, we can move on from this guy. I mean, it was fun while
I felt like it was one of the
this
few
guy-
times that the Globers and the Flat Earthers were united going, what
Yeah,
are you
dude, we all
talking
joined
about?
forces for this guy, dude. Everyone joined forces.
I mean, that's why Hollow Earth is so important. So
Yo, Alpha Veritas, I was practicing my flat Earth arguments. You saw that?
Yes, it fucking confused the shit out of me, man. I've only been awake about an hour or so, and now it sounded like you were a flat earther. Thought I woke up in some alternative reality as well. Same with eggs. It was crazy. Didn't know where I was.
Yeah, dude. Imagine if me and Eggs actually were flat Earthers, dude. Oh my god.
I'm pretty good when I go flat.
Eggs would be a good one, dude. Eggs
There's
would
still
be a really
time.
good one,
There's
too.
still time.
You ain't dead yet, mate. Yep, there's still time.
Let me ask you, how many years need to go by with you not going into the vacuum of space until you're like, okay, something's up?
Yeah, I wouldn't put a limit on that. Like, I'm not allowed in Myanmar, but it doesn't make me doubtful of its existence. The idea that air gets thinner as we go up, I make, to me, what seems like a fairly simple assumption. Maybe that relationship continues. I don't need to go higher and higher and higher and higher to go. Maybe the atmosphere becomes more and more rarefied. Like, if that's your benchmark, I don't mean to make fun of it. If your benchmark is until I go into space myself, I will disbelieve it. But I think it's silly to foist that onto other people. Like, find out for them what their benchmarks are. Challenge their benchmarks, but don't just give them a benchmark and hold them to that standard. They might not hold the standard. They might think it's a silly standard.
My standard of evidence is just simply an arc measurement 5 miles long with, solid materials.
Say again what you mean by that?
So an arc measurement is a measurement of the surface of a sphere.
Right.
Curved line. And so just an arc measurement 5 miles long of the alleged mythical curvature of the Earth.
Sure. I mean, it sounds kind of similar to Force the Line. The guy did that. What's his name? Did that with the rectilineator experiment. He attempted to physically measure the Earth with these frames, wooden and brass frames that he, tested and assures us were very square. But he was a concave earther and he found a concave Earth. But to me, I wouldn't be confident of a position. Like, if I'm saying, it sounds like what you're saying is, I'm going to think it's a globe. I'm going to think it's flat until you prove to me it's a globe. Is that the gist? I'm going to believe it's flat until you show me this 5 mile.
Well, I do observe it as flat. And so, yeah, it's flat until you can demonstrate it's a globe.
Well, you don't want me to demonstrate, do you? Because otherwise that's sort of outsourcing your decision-making to a total stranger. Wouldn't it
until
be you?
somebody
Wouldn't
does.
you be the person? Wouldn't you be the somebody that convinces yourself?
Well, that's just it. I don't actually doubt that it's flat. So if I were to start measuring the ground, I think it'd be a complete total waste of my money. And I also don't have the money to create a 5-mile long arc measurement. So yeah, I mean, let me ask you, logically speaking, why would I waste resources on something that I don't even like? If I don't have any reason to doubt that the Earth is flat, which I don't right now. So
Right,
why
it
would I
sounds like
waste
I'm not open to
resources on
testing
measuring
it.
the Earth if I don't have a reason to doubt the Earth is flat? Logically speaking.
It just seems like you've set it up so that you've chosen an illogical standard that you see
No,
reason
you're
in
not.
meeting.
You're dodging the question. You're dodging the question now. See, the answer to the question is there isn't one. All right, but see, you haven't given me a reason to doubt the Earth is flat. Now, if you gave me a direct measurement,
Why do I have anything to do with your
demonstrated via direct
epistemology?
measurement, that would be a reason to doubt the Earth is flat. So you haven't done that. Neither has anybody else.
But why should I factor into your epistemology? It's a very weird thing that keeps on happening in conversations with Flat Earth when I say, why do you think it's flat? And then suddenly somebody talks to me about what I think. Surely, like, we've chatted before, I forget what your normal handle is, but I think that whether you're a flat earther has nothing to do with whether eggshells can provide evidence or not, or find some evidence compelling and you don't, or I don't think I should have anything to do with your epistemology. You should have good reasons for thinking what you
You've
think.
lost me. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're speaking a word salad to me.
Okay, epistemology is how we decide what we think is true.
Yeah, I know what that
Reasons
is.
for
I know
thinking
what that
something is
word
true.
means. You're still speaking word salad, despite that word, and I know what that word means.
So I said what would convince you, and it sounded like what you said is, here's a test that would convince me, but because I don't think that there's a possibility that that's true, I won't do that test.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I just said that what I'm talking about requires a lot of resources, and I'm not a wealthy individual, and I don't have the resources to waste on stuff that I don't think is necessary. If that's beyond your comprehension, buddy, listen, if that's beyond your comprehension, then it's beyond your comprehension. But don't hassle me about it.
No, I get it. But what I'm suggesting to you is there are simple tests, there are small tests, there are cheap tests, there are easy tests, and you've picked a hard one so that you can say, oh, it's too expensive, too hard, won't do it. Which I think you're doing so that you don't have to test it.
These tests, like these tests, like whatever tests you're talking about, like what are you talking about, dude? Like what? I mean, you gotta ask yourself, like, you gotta remember, like, it's an important thing. Like we're talking about an important thing here, right? The surface of the Earth, is it flat or curved? That's an important question, is it not?
To some people, I mean, importance is subjective.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important to know for sure if it's curved or not, right? Affirmative?
Again, subjective.
Well, dude, the point I guess, no, just by you saying that answer to that question, you've just demonstrated, okay, buddy, you obviously don't give a damn about the truth nearly as much as I do. So
no, I do. And the truth is that
like, why should I take you seriously if you've just demonstrated to me in this conversation you care a lot less about the truth than I do? Why should I take you seriously?
I mean, you shouldn't. You should take yourself seriously and not just lie about what we all heard. What I said, I didn't say that. If you're worried about the truth, you need to start with, do I accurately represent back to people what they just said, or do I lie to change it a bit because I don't have a good answer? Because the question is, what's a good test? And you go, I've picked a test that's very expensive and very difficult, so I've got an excuse to not do it. Fine, like a weird way to do it, but okay, pick a difficult test you'll never do. I think it's a more intelligent idea, if I really wanted to know something, to go, well, what are the simple, easy, cheap things I can test? Because if they're simple, easy, and cheap, I can do like 5 in an afternoon.
Yeah, but they're not ways to actually know.
If I pick one that's going to cost me $200,000, then I'll never do it, and I'll be fine and safe in my belief that the Earth is flat because I can't test it because it's too expensive to test it because I'll only test it in an expensive way.
You know, let me make this what you just said into a metaphor. Like, let's say I got a flat tire, and there's plugs that I could put in it that are, say, $5 a piece. But it'd be cheaper than that. Just a piece of duct tape. But hey, duct tape work? It's like it works, right? At least
the merits of the method
or it doesn't. But no. You see, the point I'm trying to make in this metaphor is that obviously the duct tape's not going to work but
Right.
the square one square of
that
duct
is a
tape
good-
is cheaper. So what I'm trying to say is like you're basically saying like, oh well, something's cheaper and that's cheaper is better, and forget about if it works or not. But I'm just
No, I didn't
I'm
say
saying
that,
to you,
but you added.
what I'm trying to say to you. No, I'm still talking. I'm still talking about it. What I'm trying to say to you is it's
me what
not
I
whether or
said.
not it's cheaper or not. What I'm saying is it's about whether it works or not. And you're just like, oh, it's about whether it's cheaper or not.
You've feathered in using something stupid like duct tape. That let's be fair, you suggested it. So let's always remember. I always encourage the room to do this. Remember who said the stupid thing. I didn't say fix a tire with duct tape, did I? No.
I made a metaphor
what you're
with what you
comparing
said.
is a
about
good
that.
fix that's cheap, which is $5, to a bad fix, which is a bit cheaper. I don't think that's a good test. What I would say is, we had this discussion one time when somebody said, what's wrong with your bike? You need to pull it all apart, then you'll find out what's wrong with it. Fine, there is a very expensive and difficult thing I could do. I thought we were letting one another, are we not letting one another finish? I guess we're just doing the jumping in anytime thing?
Yeah, because you demonstrated that you didn't understand the metaphor, so I need to restate the metaphor.
Metaphor's stupid.
I know. I want you to understand. I don't believe that you're dumb enough
a stupid metaphor.
But buddy, just relax. I don't believe that you're dumb enough to believe that duct tape can patch a tire. I'm just making a metaphor between that and what you said.
But it's a bad metaphor because what I'm saying is you can do good tests that are cheap, and you are not comparing a good fix for a flat tire with another good but cheaper fix for a flat tire, right? Here's the comparison. Could I change the whole tire, which would be expensive and difficult and require that I take it off and switch it for the spare and go into Bridgestone and get a new tire, or could I plug it?
Why are you still talking about the metaphor, buddy? Like, why are you talking about the
what
Earth?
was wrong with it?
Okay,
you wanted
buddy.
to get back into it, now you want to run from it?
let's
Pick
go
it. Which
to
do you
the
want?
Earth.
Talk about the metaphor or not?
Metaphors aren't meant to be like, dragged on like this. Because it's kind of just.
Yeah, but your analogy was disanalogous, and he's showing you how. Do you understand?
I'm showing you what's wrong with the analogy, why it doesn't fit, and then you're like, let's talk about it. And 10 seconds later, when I'm pointing out what's so busted about it, you're like, why are we still talking about it? Right? It's busted. What I'm saying is, let's say I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with my bike. There's an expensive way I can do it that might be completely error-free. I might be absolutely certain if I replace every part of my bike with a brand new OEM part, from the crankcase to the clutch assembly to the entire thing, I could do that whole thing and it would be very expensive. And then somebody could go, right, but if you just switched out each part at a time, right, if you just went, does it get air, does it get spark, does it get fuel, you might come to the same conclusion, or a equally good, possibly equally good conclusion with only 5 minutes work. I'm saying, why not do a good test, one that does work, but do that test, but pick a cheaper, simpler one. And I would say the only time somebody would pick a more difficult test is if they don't want to do the test. That's what I'm suggesting to you. You've picked a difficult test because you don't want to actually
that's very
test it.
intellectually dishonest. That's bullshit.
Okay, in what way?
It's bullshit because I care about the truth, and you know it.
Well, I don't think you do if you're avoiding testing it. That's what I'm challenging you with.
Lovely.
Why else would you pick a hard test?
Hey, buddy, I got an idea. Why don't you just prove to me the Earth is a globe? Why don't you just do it?
Do what?
So
Change your mind against your
my
will.
ass like this.
Change your mind against your will is what you want me to do now. That's a good test.
Change my yeah. So that's exactly it. You're talking about changing people's minds instead of demonstrating it. That's exactly it. You're in a cult. You don't even realize it.
Right. I'm the one in a cult that I'm the one saying
Listen. You're
simple
about
logical
changing
things
people's
about
minds. You're not about demonstrating your belief to be true. You're about changing people's minds because you're in a cult.
I mean, if that's the way you want to see it, if that's your reason for having such a busted epistemology, I don't want to take it from you. But I mean, it's a really busted epistemology.
Yeah, you're trying to convince me the Earth is a ball.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm hoping that you will see how silly this epistemology is. I'm certainly hoping that you grow past this very, very silly way of constructing your ideas about what's right and wrong. And that is somebody else must prove me I'm wrong, because the only other way to do it is to do a test that's going to cost me tens of thousands of dollars, therefore I'm never going to do it.
All right, yeah, we're not going to repeat ourselves again. So let me just ask you so we can move onward. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Do you or do I?
Either of
I'm not
us?
inside your mind. I don't want to. I can tell you why I'm doubtful of it.
Well,
The
hold
best,
on, buddy.
strongest
We both
has to
have the
be-
same first-hand experience. roughly. So
well, it depends what you're looking at. Depends how perceptive you
all
are.
right, so I'm just looking outside, buddy. I'm just standing on the Earth, looking forward. Go. What reason do I have to doubt the Earth is flat?
For you, again, that's up to you. It's subjective. It depends what you're looking at. The very first question I asked when I came into 24/7 years ago, I said, "Tell me about the South Celestial Pole." I see stars circling a point in the sky, and that to me is incompatible with all looking up and all ups being parallel, right? So that's something that convinces me that we're on something that is spinning and that is probably round, because some people look up and see Polaris and I don't. I look up and I see the South Celestial Pole and I see the Southern Cross. That's one of the many, many things that gives me confidence that we're on a curving surface that's spinning. But there's lots, right? If you just had one reason for thinking any of the things you think, you'd probably think some silly things, right? Ideally, you'd have a bunch of different reasons for being confident about what your name is or what the name of your country is or where the local shops are. Like, I've been there, plus it's on Google Maps, plus that's why people say it is. You know, you've got a few different reasons for thinking, I know where the local Walmart's at. Right? If you've only got one reason, then that could well probably be a flawed reasoning. So that's why I do lots of little simple tests. Do you get what I mean about the value I at least see in doing lots of simple tests versus picking complex or difficult ones that we won't do? You don't see the value in it?
I don't see the value in that, no.
Okay. Do you think I could convince you of the value of it if we talked about something else? If we went away from the Earth discussion and talked about
I think it'd be cool if you demonstrated curvature of the Earth via direct measurement.
Right, but if I said I had, that wouldn't help you because that's not your 5 mile arc test, nor have you done it yourself. The only thing that'll convince you is if you do your own test and you've picked a test you won't do. So you clearly don't want to change your mind, right?
I didn't. I'm saying that one that can be observed through firsthand experience. Like, no one's done it.
So
not
you've
me
got to
or
do
anybody.
something firsthand, exactly. You've got to do something firsthand.
Like somebody, dude. Somebody.
What do you mean, somebody? What, I can tell you what Eratosthenes did, and because somebody did that, you're now going to believe it? I don't think so. I think that's not true. Surely it's not what you meant. Tell me what you really mean.
Did Eratosthenes measure a direct drop over distance directly?
I don't know. It sounds to me like you've gone from going, I need to test it myself, I need to be able to test it myself, and now you're going, no, if anybody's tested it, that's good.
Oh, no, you misheard me. You're a Glober with corn in your ears.
What would convince you? What would change your mind?
Well, it would be demonstrated to me.
How?
How would you know it's been demonstrated? Arc segment measurement.
So they've got to do your particular... So we're back. We're right. Here we are back again. Somebody's got to do your test for you. Without your help or instruction, they've got to do your test. Even though I told you somebody's done that test and came to the conclusion of it being concave.
Can you do me a favor? When you talk, just try to not sound quite so smug.
Sorry. I have got that feedback before. So Google a rectilineator.
Concave Earth.
Yeah. Somebody did this arc test, exactly what you're talking about, and like a force the line kind of test. And let me just try and find where it's at. I want to say Robotham, but I know he's the flat earther, but he's got a cool old British name like that. Rectilineator concave Earth.
You still didn't really elaborate on a method here.
I started explaining it. I can do so again. It's basically Cell Earth. This guy, I think again from reading the Bible, but don't quote me on that. Khorasan University. That's right. He was like Koresh. Some like I don't know. It's ended up sounding very religious, but a lot of these things always do. Let me find it. Here's a page on it. Florida. Would he come from anywhere else? And where's a picture of the actual rectilineator? There we go. Just a second. Why would you do that? Okay, it's only a small picture, but it's these wooden beams that are like shaped like an H, going horizontally with skinny little upright sticks. That's got a brass or copper, I think brass backing. Coruscant Unity Geodetic Survey.
I'm a little confused though. Didn't you say, or didn't somebody say that this guy you're talking about was like doing blah 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 whatever, and then found curvature going the other direction?
Yeah, he's a concave earther. He went into it thinking the Earth concave, and then he did your test and he found it to be concave.
Yeah. So my question is to you is, why are you showing this to me?
So I'm saying somebody's done your test. You said if somebody does this test I'm talking about, this ARC test, I'm like, okay, great, somebody's done it. Here you go. Bing, bing, bing.
So you're talking about
Matches
one. Let's clarify this here. What distance are you talking about?
Oh, you'd have to dig it up. I don't know exactly.
Okay, buddy.
2-3
You're
miles.
such an idiot, dude.
Am I?
It's about 2 or 3 miles, something like that.
2 or 3 miles. Yeah, so that sounds reasonable. Coruscant Unity. Not University, sorry. Coruscant Unity. Cyrus Teed. Oh, he's a distant relative of Joseph Smith, the starter of the stuck his head in a hat and claimed he was reading out the new
He's a relative of the Mormon guy.
Say again?
He's a relative of the Mormon guy.
Exactly, yeah.
Fucking hell. That's interesting.
The Mormon religion is a really big fan of the heliocentric model. It's actually ingrained in their religion.
Sure, yeah, they get other planets and stuff, right? When they die, is that them? They always get Mormons mixed up with. Is it Latter-day Saints are Mormons? It's like 3 names and 2 churches. LDS is Mormons. Who are the other ones?
Latter-day Saints are Mormons.
JWs. That's what I'm thinking. Jehovah's Witnesses get their own planet, don't they?
I wouldn't be too sure on that, but I do know that the Latter-day Saints Mormons definitely do.
Right, I might be thinking of that. Yeah, where they like get sent there and they're like, there's this funny thing where like the Mormons, there's like millions of them, but the belief is only 150,000 get in. Imagine just thinking there's a 2% chance your mum
Mormons.
gets in.
That's not Mormons, that's JWs. Yeah. No, you're fine, man, you're fine. Had to change their belief because there was more of them than they thought.
Yes, we have a God that is our creator God, and he comes from another planet, and so too will we become creator gods on another planet. Is kind of it's like this sort of cyclical thing.
That rectilineator test that you were trying to bring up just a moment ago, it was the rectilineator for the majority of the distance until they run out of beach, and then they had to do line of sight tests, and so the end the test is a little bit spurious.
Right. I mean, it's also one of those challenges that you guys would have with us, we would have with you, and both of us would have with him, which is, isn't it a bit funny that he believed in concave, did a test, and lo and behold, it confirmed his biases. I think it's at least it's a test though. You wouldn't throw it out straight away just for that, but to be like, okay, we need to interrogate his.
You'd throw the end of the test out because it wasn't the rectilineator itself that was doing the measurements. It was more line of sight. He should have done it again on Moore Beach, to be fair.
Yeah, that's the challenge. It's like you need to find like Suez Canal or something like Gerrans was good, like along a tow path or something like that. Something is a known distance above a contiguous body of water. I think it'd work well.
Hey, Charles, do you think the government that you live under and the government I live under, presumably English government, American government, do you think that these governments with their large budgets and their large tax pools, do you think that they waste money on stuff
Sure.
ever?
Absolutely. Yeah, I've worked for the government. I know that. Like, I would say anything that's not driven by profit wastes money. Some things that are driven by profit waste money, but much more rarely so. But things that aren't driven by profit almost invariably will definitely waste money.
So like you know, a lot of these skirmishes we've had like over the last 20 years, you'd say a lot of them are wasting money, like, you know, invading Iraq maybe or something like that. The Americans and I guess a few English forces were sent there too. You know, like stuff like that. Generally, like, you know, like as long as we're not being directly attacked by a country, you know, like.
I mean, some of the challenge with wasting money is like it's subjective. What I think might be a good use of money might not be the same for you. And then some of it, I think you can be more objective, where you go, you know, we're trying to build a road, but we paid our contractors 5 times the going rate. So that's a more objective, like you could have still built the road for cheaper. So then we're no longer judging whether it's a good idea to build a road, we're judging how efficiently one does it. I think in that second category, absolutely, they always waste money. When it's whether it's a good idea to invade Iraq, like, no, I wasn't for it at all. I thought it was a really terrible idea. And then the second question is like, is there a financially efficient way to murder children? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, there was a lot of civilians dead, a lot of soldiers dead, and 3.2 trillion at the low end, 4 trillion on the high end, as far as the American dollar amount spent over the years. That's a lot of money, you know, $4 trillion. And, you know, basically what I'm saying to you is like, with the large amount of money that they spend on things, like, don't you think that, I mean, you were basically, you know, giving me this spiel of like, oh, it's so expensive to make a 5-mile arc segment measurement. But it's like, you know, with just a couple of steel rails, one straight, one curving. I mean, it seems to me like, you know, it's well within the budget of not just the government as a whole, but NASA, take for instance, with their 56 billion a year, roughly, or whatever they got now.
But NASA send you a live stream from space that you doubt the veracity of. Why are you going to believe that their straight rail is straight? The reason you doubt flat Earth is in part because you doubt the government, and now you're like, now the government is the one that needs to prove to me that it's a bull by building a rail and convincing me that rail is straight. I
want to point out a very big difference. Do you want to know the differences to me between what I'm talking about and that live stream of the Earth that you're talking about? You want to know the differences to me?
Sure.
The difference is that one, let's pretend they did it in the mainland United States, the lower 48, I could drive there in my car if I choose to.
And how would you determine that the rail was straight? Once you're there, what do you do?
I would look at it.
But if you can already look at it, why do you need a rail?
What?
If just being able to look at things tells you whether they're straight, what purpose is the rail serving?
No, I said 2 rails, one straight on top and the other curving beneath it. 2 rails next to each other.
Okay, so what's going to convince you the straight one's straight? What's going to convince you the curved one is matching the curvature of Earth?
Being able to walk along them and observe them deviate from each other.
Okay. And what would you like? I'm obviously not going to hold you to this. I don't expect you to have like a solid number. But could you give me a guess at how much you think it would be to install a perfectly straight rail and then one that's curved with the curvature rate of Earth?
I'm guessing it wouldn't be much more than an ordinary set of train track.
Okay. So like, I don't know, I'm going to guess like 50, no, if it's government spending 100, 200,000 maybe, US dollars?
Yeah, if done efficiently.
Okay. So 200,000 and they spend this, and me and the other, you know, I'm not American, I'm Australian, so I'm not paying for it, but other Americans, and then like, okay, what did you spend your money on this year? And they're like, well, we built a rail that, and another rail to show what a straight rail looks like next to a curved rail, so that this guy can walk along.
No, not just to do that. No, wait, hold on. Not just to do that, but to demonstrate to the students that go there on a field trip that we have proven that the Earth is curved, and we're not blindly believing it.
How are the 2 rails? Like, I think my major challenge to this, I still want to understand how it's going to work, but my major challenge to this is I would go, that sounds like a massive waste of money. So I'm trying to get at what's the ROI here? What's the thing that politician's going to stand up and say, no, this is actually really good spending of money. So
yeah,
which
I
kids
think
would
the
you
public
take?
school system is a massive waste of money.
No, I think that learning arithmetic is useful. Like I think that people deploy that in their work lives, and if they've got basic arithmetic skills, they're more employable than somebody else. I'm not getting. So what am I then going to do? I'm going to walk along and I'm going to see the rails are like maybe kind of they start off parallel and they start to diverge. How do I discern that is not more of the deception? Which one's curved? I'm still not getting the end of this test.
I mean, at this point, you're basically just asking me, can I trust my own eyes? Which, what the hell is my answer to that? How am I supposed to answer that? What the hell am I supposed to say?
You just meant to tell me what the test is.
Can you trust your own eyes? Yeah, you can trust your own damn eyes, buddy.
But that's not what I'm asking you. That's what you're asking you. You're the one saying that. I'm just trying to say what are you going to do? Let's imagine we've got these two rails now in front of us. Do you get a tape measure? Is it just literally walking along, looking with your eyes and going, I guess it's a globe. I do see one straight rail and I do see one curved rail.
I didn't stutter, buddy. Like, I fully explained myself. I didn't stutter.
It's not about stuttering. It's about, I don't think this makes any sense to anybody. Can anybody else help me out here and understand this? Because like there's tow paths, right? We get that there are rails that are really exactingly made to follow the acclaimed curvature of water. I don't quite get what they aren't doing that this would, that you couldn't just go somewhere where that already exists. Or LIGO is a similar kind of test, right? You could go to LIGO and go, is this elevation changing while remaining horizontal, while remaining straight? There are other things you could do. I'm not getting this one, nor do I get the ROI in doing it when you pick a building that already exists and do the same test of that with your eyes. My tests are a lot simpler. Like, simple maths must discern it, right? If you can discern what your latitude and longitude are, then you can discern whether longitude are converging or whether lines of latitude are shrinking, getting shorter.
Did it ever cross your mind? Did it ever cross your mind that maybe your tests are too simple?
It doesn't matter if they're too simple. It matters if they're adequately going to discern.
Wait, hold on. You said, hold on. I want to analyze that for a second. You just said the words, it doesn't matter if they're too simple. But wait, hold on.
I want them simple, as simple as possible.
Let me analyze that for a second. But if they're too simple, then they could be so simple that they don't work.
But again, you keep putting the not working in there in order to laugh at it not working. What I'm saying is, I want the simplest possible test that will discern between two options. And you're like, but what if it doesn't discern between two options? Yeah, that's the dumb thing. Hold on. That's the bit you're adding.
The simplest test is erotosciny. So do you think erotosciny proves that the Earth is a ball?
I don't think that's a simple test. I don't think that's a simple test at all.
Okay.
It requires extraordinary amounts of distance to be travelled and precise measuring and equipment and stuff. Like this you can sit at home and do. You could do it right now. Like same as learning cell navs. So learning cell navs is an easy enough one because you just need to go, was everybody lying? Was Captain Cook and Burke and Wills and all of these navigators since time immemorial, were they lying? Possibly. But is it probable? Not really. That they're putting in their diaries, here's the latitude and longitude I'm at, and here's where blah, 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 which star appears in the sky. And I mean, there's many ways you can do very easy tests that will push you one way or another and stay at home. But what flat earthers do and what you're doing in this conversation is making the test really, really difficult, so you've got an excuse to not do it. mean, that's my assumption. The last part, I'm not able to say with confidence. That's my guess. But that you're picking a difficult test is, to me, pretty clear. Requires extraordinary, by your own admission, requires extraordinary amounts of money and in time and investment.
I ask you a simple question, King Charles.
I walked away for a second. What?
What would you expect on a flat Earth when you have a boat going out the horizon? What would you accept? Like, what would you expect? Like, if you never thought about the Earth shape, what would you expect to happen?
What would I expect?
Yeah.
It to go away and I can't see it. I don't understand the purpose of this question.
Would you I'm just asking, would you expect it to disappear bottom up if it's on a horizontally flat Earth, or would you expect it to just get smaller and smaller, but not disappear bottom up? Like, which one?
I don't know.
You don't know? I mean, what do you think, though? Just like
What do I
logically.
think?
Yeah, what would you think?
This is a really bizarre line of questioning.
It's really not. I'm just asking you, right? So let's say that you were a kid, you're like 14 or whatever. First time you're at a beach and you're seeing a boat going out, and you have a telescope, and you're just zooming in on that boat, and you're seeing that it's going bottom up, and you're like, "Is that boat sinking, Dad?" You know what I mean?
I've never done that
you're
before.
Flat your whole life, so you're questioning. Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, let's just imagine you're a 14-year-old, right? You think the Earth is flat your whole life, so you're imagining.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you an example of what something I actually did do when I was 14.
From my example, can you not obfuscate from my example? Right? And you're seeing the boat disappear bottom up. Would you not question that? You don't think that's?
I've never done that
flat
before, honestly, so I don't know what to say.
Well, I'm giving you a scenario though.
Oh.
Or you're seeing this boat disappear bottom up as a 14-year-old for the first time in your life, and you've been thinking that the Earth is flat your whole life. So, what do you say to that? Do you think that's a problem? You say that's a problem?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Because I've seen mirages before. I saw mirages a couple weeks ago when I was on a camping trip.
Yeah, but we're talking about the boat disappearing bottom up, though.
Yeah. Like, do you know what a mirage is?
So you're saying boat disappearing bottom up is due to mirages?
It could be. I'm not making a claim.
Okay. So we've established that we don't know whether or not that's due to mirages. I don't think you can prove that. I've never heard of that in my life.
I'm not making a claim, buddy. Don't talk.
I'm just
like
saying, if you have a horizontally flat surface.
Okay, are you trying to make a claim for me?
No, I'm not actually trying to make a claim for you. I'm just trying to walk down this this logic with you. I
don't see any logic that's relevant. It's just you asking irrelevant questions.
Would you expect let's say we have a bathtub, right? And we're looking at this bathtub, and how do I say this? How do I articulate this to you? Let's say we have a large bathtub, right? It's only like 20 feet long, a lot of water on it, and we're just viewing it. We're seeing a little RC boat go on to the other side of the bathtub, right? Would you expect that boat that's on a horizontally relatively flat baseline to drop from you? I think it's probably no, right?
I don't know, buddy.
You don't know whether or not a boat on a 20-foot bathtub.
I don't know how to answer your
these are
out of the
very
blue
distinct
question.
narratives.
This is a little dishonesty from you. I think this is a little dishonest.
Oh, okay. Is this what you do then? When you're just like, I can't accept the Earth being flat, so I'll just do this? Just ask these silly questions.
I mean, I think it's not a silly question at all. You have a 20-foot bathtub, and you're looking at a boat going out on a 20-foot bathtub. Do you expect the boat to drop from you?
Drop from me? Well, you gotta. You mean appear? You mean appear to drop from my position?
Whichever one. Well, how would you establish?
Those are two different things. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. You understand that there's a difference between the word apparent and actual, right?
No, fine. I'm saying, would you see it drop? Would you expect it to drop? Apparently or not? Whichever one. Did you expect that?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to floss my teeth
know
right
that?
now. Just bother someone else with these
I'm
stupid
sure you're
questions.
smart enough to conceptualize this or visualize this in your head. Oh, he's muted. I don't know. What about you, Eggshells? 20-foot bathtub with a boat on it? Small little boat? Well, not that
Yeah,
small.
if you ask me the same question, I would say if the Earth's flat and all lines of sight are straight, then the boat would get smaller and smaller and smaller and merge into the ocean, but wouldn't disappear bottom up. But I mean, I think that the difference is with that, because it's a trick question, is most/all flat earthers know that bottom up obstruction does occur. They disagree with the reason. So he's I don't think as much, he's not answering the question, but he's not as much not answering as he's jumping to the next question and going, well, there could be refractive effects changing it.
Yeah, that's why I kind of try to, like, you know, just walk in with logic and just ask him, you know, we have a 20-foot boat. 20-foot bathtub with water, right? That's filled up. We have a little boat just going out. Would you expect it to drop from you? Probably not. I think that would be a great answer because it's just what you'd expect, but I guess he doesn't want to accept that.
Have you done it? Have you done it, Matt?
No, I haven't done it.
Have you done it? Well, go do it and
No.
go verify that what you're saying is true. That'd be the best
I don't
way,
necessarily
right?
need
Then
a valid. I don't necessarily need.
That's how you can definitively know whether or not you are right and he's wrong. But what you're doing right now is you're building a case for a non-argument. That's what you're doing.
Well, I'm not really building that much of a case. I'm just asking him whether or not this is logical.
It is, but you're saying it's illogical doesn't make it illogical. So that's the problem.
I didn't say it was illogical. I'm just asking whether or not it was logical, Tom.
Well,
that made sense.
Well, it
to you.
is.
What do you think?
It does. It does, and it is.
Makes sense to you?
Yeah.
I think it's irrelevant more than it is anything. It's just global jargon.
It might be irrelevant to your point, King Charles, but it is still the fact remains that you will see bottom up obstruction happening on a small surface like that.
Okay. I mean, I did give a hypothetical scenario. I thought the visualization was pretty simple.
Matt,
King Charles,
I got a question for you.
Yeah, the RC voted the example.
Oh, the shitty camera one.
Why is it that Globers like to talk about everything except measuring the Earth directly?
What is measuring the Earth directly for you? What do you think that looks like?
Were you listening 20 minutes ago?
Not really.
5 mile arc test is his
Yeah,
test.
So an arc measurement, like, you know, like measuring the Earth directly.
Oh, so like you'd be walking and you'd expect the Earth to drop, and you'd measure that drop, and you'd be like, okay, there's deviation here, so therefore the Earth is curving, like that.
With like a really big straight edge.
Oh man, I think that you should gather some GoFundMe money from the flat earthers and try to do this.
No, but you're not answering my question though. Answer my question. Like, why is it that Globers are always talking about everything but that?
I don't think anyone has a big enough straight edge. That's probably why.
Hmm.
Oh.
That's one reason I could.
Yeah, but you know something you guys do have? Excuses.
Or we do have straight edges that are straight.
Why don't you
enough,
have one
but
then?
Of course, then the challenge is it really straight? That's why I said LIGO's the perfect example of this, because it's already regularly invoked. Because LIGO, I don't know if you know about it, Matt, but it's like this I forget what they do in it, but for some reason they need a super straight laser beam, so they have this long tube that is mostly evacuated of air. So it's to try and minimize refraction, and then they shoot a laser from end to end on it. And because they needed such precision for this experiment, whatever the fuck it is they're doing, they did basically exactly what old mate King Charles is saying, which is they built a completely straight line that you could compare, because it's right next to a canal kind of thing, to the water next to it. But of course, the objection, which is a reasonable one, is how do we test it? How do we know that it's straight? You can't just take their word for it that it's straight. And then if you do take their word for it that it's straight, you then need to do the secondary test of going, does it diverge from the level of the canal or the water next to it? But that's the thing. If they can't answer step one of how do you confirm whether it's straight, then it's pointless going, well, is it diverging from the water? Because the answer doesn't mean anything unless you can say, here's why I'm confident that is straight. It's just silliness. Just
I thought a flat earther did some sort of experiment. I don't know if I saw it. I think I saw a video of it where they were doing some sort of a laser test, and he had his other flat Earth buddy actually believe. When I don't know if you remember it, I forget the context behind it, but all I know is that at the end they were kind of like bummed out about it because it kind of proved that the Earth was curving apparently because they had a laser.
That's not sure if it's lasers. It sounds kind of similar to Geron's, which comes from Behind the Curve, the Netflix documentary, which was a bit of a hit piece. And at least it didn't get caught though. I should say there are some others. There's one on Dan's thing, and there's another one on a different test, one done by Nat Geo, one by Discovery, where they're like straight up faking stuff. But yeah, his one, he shines a light a set distance off the water, and he tries to shine it through a hole in a bit of styrofoam and catch it in a camera lens. And his test was if it shines perfectly through the lenses, then all three, 4 foot or whatever they are heights line up, then flat. And if it's a globe, he would have to lift the light way over his head. And on the day the guy had to lift the light way over his head. But Geron later said, it could have been reeds getting in the way. So he called the testing inconclusive.
Bummer. Yeah, I remember. What did they do again? They put I forget the name of the what's it called? The device, but yeah, I remember just seeing a few compilations of flat Earth fails on YouTube a few months back, and I remember this guy. The test didn't go right for him, right? And they just said they weren't willing to accept that, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. Seems like you just don't want to believe it. Doesn't seem like you just want to know the truth.
Wait, you guys, you want to know something funny about flat Earth fails? Every single time someone fails on the Earth, it's technically a flat Earth fail because the Earth is flat.
I like it. Good work.
It was real funny. That was real.
Even when a Glover, does something stupid, it's technically a flat Earth fail.
Well, I mean, I think that all discussions being held on Earth are obviously being held on the globe Earth, right? So although we have flat Earthers here,
except it's not obvious. It's not obvious because we don't observe it as a globe. So no, it's not obvious.
You don't realize he kind of repeated back to you what you said?
I think it's pretty obvious that the Earth is a globe. I don't know about you, Charles, but
I wouldn't say obvious. Like, I think there is good reason why ancient cultures came to the conclusion that it's flat. But like they didn't get about time zones, right? Sumerians had no concept that it could be midday in one place and midnight in another. And that's why I think, if you've only lived on a small patch of land, you don't have accurate timekeeping, it makes sense to come to a conclusion that the Earth's flat. But, at least my understanding of history is once cultures start to travel, particularly on the open ocean, they suddenly snap to a globe cosmology.
Yeah. I don't think it's like, I think in the 21st century, if you at least look into it a little bit, you just, pick out a few things that you just, you learn about it and you're like, okay, this makes sense. This would only work on a sphere. And you subscribe to the flat Earth cosmology and you're like, okay, these things don't make sense. These explanations aren't adding up, Obviously the globe model, we have predictive power, right? We can predict eclipses. We can get the exact ranges of where the path of totality will be and stuff like that. So I think power and predictability would be able to show a little bit of legitimacy, even from NASA, which they claim are a bunch of liars that are making up things for reasons that are unknown.
Wait, so
a bunch of other factors would prove that the Earth is likely what it is, a sphere.
I do wonder if I can ask the question, what would be the point of wasting all this money? Just wondering, because like the money is being spent, right?
You mean to maintain this supposedly fake narrative of that, the Earth is a globe instead of flat Earth?
Well, yeah, I wonder, like, how would we be? You mean like the illusion of keeping the world spherical would
Is that what you're asking?
be,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Well,
where the money would be spending?
well, I mean, I would assume so, yeah. So, is that
But
what you're
like,
asking?
yeah, and yeah, okay. And my other question would be like, what would be the point of doing it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you'd have to ask these conspiracy theorists themselves, but a theory that I've heard is that, well, the Illuminati is essentially, they're satanic, and like Satanism as a spirituality, apparently is that there are only a select few in the world who are, I suppose, worthy enough to know all the truths that we hold, and that everybody else is just unworthy. It's like some spiritual thing. It's almost akin to like imperial cultism, just like so fucking vain and egocentric, that you've just like positioned yourself above like all of like most other humans that exist. Like, oh, like I've been chosen, everything happens for a reason. I've found myself like in this elitist group, been privy to, fortunate enough to be privy to this secret information. That means I'm a chosen one. That's just one thing that I've heard.
Yeah, I think there's many you could go with, which is like, the spinning water ball in out of space that renders humans into a insignificant position is a like some of what X is getting at is like a philosophical issue, but it's also it could be work as well as a control mechanism where it's like with people aware of how insignificant they are, that's all they'll do. If they don't think there's anything fishing going on with Antarctica, they won't bother going and checking. If they don't think they can go into outer space except with a space program, then they won't even try. Plus, if you say, what's the point in wasting all this money, you ask yourself, well, where's the money going? If somebody's faking a space program, they'll spend some of the money on that, but it possibly could be a massive win, right? If the if the rockets aren't going to space, then I only need to make a pretense of that, and I can save the rest of the money and spend it on whatever I want. The question has to be, what ends up being cheaper, faking it or going there? No, not even faking or going there, because in the flat Earth view, there's no space.
Can you go to a place that doesn't exist?
What does that mean?
If space doesn't exist, can you go there?
Yeah, but like, what does that mean?
What I'm saying, what I'm implying is a vacuum of space is a fictional setting. It's not a real place. And so you can't go there because it's not a real place.
So you'd be like describing it like heaven.
Oh, shots fired.
No, sorry, my bad. I meant like hell. I don't know. Whatever. Like this area you couldn't answer. I don't know. Oh, like you mean it doesn't even exist?
Like, yeah, they're most flat earthers' view is that space is fake and gay. They would tell you.
So
wouldn't that be it? I'm not straw manning you, am I, Charles?
No, not close enough.
All right. Well, I am a believer in the vacuum of space and space. I guess I don't know. It just seems kind of, in my mind, seems a little ludicrous. Like that's a lot of money. No. I mean, it's a lot of money, and we do utilize a lot of space technology to run the world. That's
Well,
like
what we're
true.
told is space technology.
Well, I mean, I don't know how else it would function. We don't run wires all over the world. There
Sure,
are areas,
but I think you could.
Well,
like,
it's not
my
a
argument,
sure.
if I was going flat Earth for that,
I mean, come
would
on,
be,
like
we
I mean, we
don't
kind
know
of
what
do as well,
technologies
but
really exist. They could be using this. Oh, it's coming from space as a way of hiding from us that we have down here on Earth. You know, infinite energy and lossless transmission, and you know there is no speed of light. All of that's just there to keep you rubes under our thumb.
Wait, what did you say? What you said that? I didn't hear him.
The way to get into it is to not start with flat Earth. You need something that made it click a lot more for me when I was trying to understand flat Earth is there are very few flat earthers that think like 9/11 happened from 18 Saudis and we did land on the moon and you know JFK was shot by Lee Harvey. Very few flat earthers go from a normie mindset into going, I think the Earth's flat. Most are already pretty on board with the idea of a grand conspiracy, a large, coordinated, transglobal cabal of people who are in control of all of the media and all of the government. Usually most flat earthers already believe that before coming to flat Earth.
Well, I mean, there is...
is that they orchestrate a lot of specific narratives to keep the general public in the dark.
I mean, it's kind of almost there, except... Sorry. No.
Oh, I was just saying that's one perspective of them, at least.
I mean, there is obviously big corporations. I mean, I call the United States the corporations of America, you know?
Yeah.
But, like, it's not like the end-all be-all if people did understand local government and then, you know, the whole process. We probably could get there, but that's a lot of effort. And normally, like-minded people aren't from the same region, which just complicates things because you can't just, you know, be jumping town to town and taking that shit over. Or can't? No, I'm pretty sure you can't. Pretty sure you can't just do that.
Sorry, go.
I guess unless you're rich and you own land there, that's all that really.
So what's the number one reason that you believe the Earth is a spherical object?
Satellites, the atmosphere itself. I don't believe in the container theory. We have a atmosphere, and it's almost a near vacuum. We do lose.
Well, here's the thing. It is a container. It's actually a plasma field locked in by a magnetic field. It's a magnetic field that contains us. We're trapped in a magnetic field that contains a plasma field. It's a fluid. I don't know how they define plasma, but it.
Oh my.
Muted that guy.
I think the phenomenon of conspiracy theories is pretty interesting in of itself. What conspiracy theories are like, what's actually been activated is this cognitive function that we've developed over time, which is like this adaptive trait to recognize patterns. You know, so that like it started off like really, you know, it starts off like really basic of just like facial recognition, right? You know, stuff like that, or like, you know, this shape will go into this hole. But then we move into these more abstract ideas where, you know, and the element of confirmation bias comes into this as well. So if you already have like a growing distrust of the government, and then you come across like two like abstract pieces of information that, you know, you have the potential to recognize like this false causal relationship when in fact it's just this, you know, coincidental association, but mixed with confirmation bias, you're like, oh no, I'm onto something here, you know. And I think that can really define a person's like, you know, that moves into like deeper psychology of like, you know, your sense of worth and like your worldview. And, you know, as once you start to solidify these ideas as truth, I think it becomes increasingly more difficult to step away from them and to be disproven, especially if you're not prone to having that kind of psychological flexibility of recognizing that ideas change and, well, you can be wrong and that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, some people struggle to be told, or like to discover that a worldview that they've held for decades is actually not the case. You know, they'll cling onto it for dear life because it's like the foundation of their identity. So I think the phenomenon in itself is very, very interesting, and you know, it's the psychological aspect is it's not often spoken about.
Yeah, that would be the cognitive dissonance that fights them from trying to change. It hurts. It literally does hurt, though.
Yeah.
I mean that not like metaphorically. It will hurt you. Like getting hurt.
Yeah, like psychologically, yeah, especially if you're not prepared.
It will. Yeah, and if you just reject it, it's gonna cause trauma. So
yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't
repress it. I think it's gonna cause some kind of trauma.
These days, I think, like, I don't know. It depends. Like, well, I don't know. I'm fucking so sick of hearing the word trauma. I feel like people use it.
Sorry. Well, I just mean trauma.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything causes trauma when you don't deal with it. That's what I've come to the consensus of. Like, if you don't deal with it, it's going to cause some kind of trauma. Like, it's going to fuck up your subconscious, which I think is trauma. Like,
yeah. No. Like, you're completely fair to say that. I'm being petty.
Yeah, I know.
Hearing it fucking everywhere. I'm just like, okay.
Oh, I'm traumatized.
Being triggered and been trauma. I'm just like, oh, guys, come on. It's just another buzzword. But anyway, off topic.
Yeah, well, I mean, you either deal with it or you just fucking, you bury it under the sand and go. Just you sometimes bury it under the sand and just have your own beliefs, which I can respect too. Some people believe in Jesus. Some people believe in Muhammad.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, religion is a really great example of this, like, distinction between, like, causal relationships and just associations. It's, a theory by, I think his name is B.F. Skinner, that, like, American behaviorist psychologist, like, really the primordial beginnings of religion. He theorizes that that's how it began, just like these accidental associations, and like a lack of deeper knowledge of how nature works. And yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff.
Might look into it.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like, yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with faith, but obviously, like, dogmatic religions, like, as an institution, is where, like, it gets a bit hairy.
Yeah. Like what's going on right now, causing problems. I mean, honestly, though, that's not really their fault. That's a whole subsection of a religion, which happens, The Christians had the crusade, or the Catholics? I can't remember. Had the crusades.
Yeah.
And the Jewish people have the Zionists. Which, I mean, I don't judge all Jewish people based on what's going on. Like, there are the Zionists, though. And those people, I can't forgive those people.
Yeah, it'd be very parochial to do so, to generalize in such a way. But like, there is still some merit to those types of stereotypes. Like, I mean, I'm not Muslim, but like, at least from what I've heard, there is like a certain cultural extension that is developed because religion is so embedded in their society. And so there are some general racial stereotypes that are true because of that.
I don't know. We just need, they just need to, like, separate for a while.
I should probably like say like I'm not prejudiced against them. Like that was just like probably a bad example to use right now, but like yeah. I'm not like I'm not like choosing sides or anything like that. I'm very central. I'm very much of the position of like how can I really know all there is to know on the situation to formulate like a response.
I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into it, but I know where I stand. And that's with
That's fair. We don't we don't have to get into it. Yeah.
But I will say one thing that also makes me think when it comes to flat earthers, and I said it once, and it was kind of like I wish we were more into depth of it, and I thought schizophrenia, because sometimes I think about it, and maybe I have too many thoughts and I go too deep into them. And it is not always a good thing that your brain questions everything and anything. It is a bad thing, actually. You might
Disagree.
actually not have schizophrenia, but you might have OCD, or like it's not good for your like. You have to have some kind of stability. You can't be like getting a coffee and then debating how the fuck like the coffee comes and all that. Like you should be able to just get a coffee and it's fine. Like you just
could
get a coffee.
Somebody with like OCD, it might become tiring, but I wouldn't say that humans' innate nature to question and our tendency towards curiosity is a bad thing. And like one way to manage that, if you do find it overwhelming, is to distinguish like your observing self and your thinking self, and realize that you shouldn't always believe what you think.
Oh no, yeah.
It does
I
like
just
require a bit of self-awareness.
Yeah, I just mean repetitive thoughts. Like if you like, I don't know.
Tape.
I've seen I've heard people the way they talk sometimes, like, and I'm like that's not good to have that thought constantly. Like you should have come to the consensus where it's okay. Like you shouldn't be panicking about someone like doing something to your drink, or there being an external force out there like to get you. That's not okay. Like that constant thought eating you up, like, oh, there's gotta be something out there trying to get me.
Oh, like that paranoia. Yeah, that sounds really uncomfortable for sure. Like I can't really speak on that. Like I don't study psychology or anything. I don't know anyone with schizophrenia. Like I can't. But like actually one piece of information that I did hear recently is that there's this weird medical anomaly that no one who was actually born blind has ever developed schizophrenia, which is pretty wild. And that according to the culture that you live in, it will dictate the type of hallucinations that you imagine, which probably isn't that like that kind of makes a lot of sense. But the first piece I thought was very random and just it doesn't exactly tell us anything exactly, but like about schizophrenia, but it's not like it tells us nothing at the same time. But anyway, that's not my field. Like I don't know. I thought it was cool.
Yeah, honestly the same. Probably should look more into it. Alrighty, well, I gotta chat. It's late. We'll talk with you.
So I did join a bit late. King Charles, do you believe that the Earth is flat? Is that why you're a mod here?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about you?
I didn't catch that.
As a ball or flat?
Are you asking me what do I believe? Sorry, your quality isn't that good.
Yeah.
I believe it's a sphere.
What's the number one reason for that?
I put faith in scientists. I mean, there's no way that I can, prove it myself, I realize, but, I go on an element of faith and I'm comfortable with that.
Kind of reminds me of someone else I know named Matthew Learns. He's in here. He kind of has a similar answer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know him, but yeah.
Oh no, I didn't think he did, but he's one of the more reasonable Glovers. As you sound like a more reasonable Glover.
Reasonable. What's an unreasonable Glover? Can you tell me? Can you imitate?
Well, I mean, there's a whole spectrum, but I mean, the ones that would just, on the furthest worst end is just, come in here and you're like, flat earthers are stupid, and then yell the N word a bunch of times and mute them.
Okay.
But I mean, I think a better example would be something not quite like that, but Jekyll, take for instance. That guy, eventually I kept muting him because, I was gonna say something to him because he's got this last few weeks or whatever, last month or so, he's been kind of got this I don't know, some kind of creepy thing he's doing where he's every time I enter the room and he's there, I'm just listening, I'm not even trying to talk to people or whatever, just using his radio thing in the background. He's just oh, it's Charles or whatever, he's my favorite flat earther, and says all this weird stuff that's just dude, just I'm here for the intellectual conversation. Let's not focusing on each other in a creepy way or whatever. I was but that's not even the annoying part with him. The annoying part with him is he'll have these conversations where it's just it's kind of a, for lack of a better term, what seems like mental masturbation of a sort, where he'll I'd be oh, I won against you, you silly flat earther, I got you to admit the vacuum of space is real, when he's just discussing different parts of a pressure gradient and in just a nonsensical way. I don't
know. Okay.
Yeah, could you come in and at least show your intellectual honesty by saying it's faith?
Oh fuck, your mic quality is so bad. Rainham Rod. Wait, I didn't get any of that. I don't know about everybody else, but it was breaking
his
up.
mic's terrible.
Yeah.
Ryan, you might want to reconnect. Hey X, I noticed you said that you believe in the scientists, but does that mean you believe in individual people and what they say, or do you actually believe in the science?
I believe in the scientific community as a whole, as an entity. So not necessarily individuals, but information that can be essentially maybe corroborated by cross-references and the whole, I don't know how to describe it, but
authority.
Yeah, essentially. Because as soon as an experiment is made and an article is printed in a journal, for it to be printed, it needs to go through this process of authenticity. It needs to be cross-referenced to see if that, well, first of all, that's not plagiarism. Second of all, if the results can be reproduced, things of this nature. Is it cohesive with firmly held, physical laws like already, stuff of this matter. And so it's not just, you know, yeah, I think you get what I mean. So yeah, I put an element of faith into like the institution of science, let's say.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. You appeal to the authority of that, you know, of that sector or that subject, which is fine. I think you prefaced that by saying you believe rather than you know that the Earth's a ball or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like, what was that?
Is my mic any better, or is it still terrible?
It is.
It's a bit better. Yep.
Awesome. Just going on what you were saying, Roots, that's what I tried to say before. I said at least you came in with some intellectual honesty and said that for you it's a belief rather than a knowing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because if I mean, I do choose to believe that there are some scientific truths, as in like scientific facts, more accurately, I should probably say. But you know, some of the truths are still subject to change dependent on discoveries. And I mean, we can just see that based on like history, you know. But what was I going to say? Like, I'm still super aware of the corruption that can happen, you know, with studies, obviously, like, you know, funding and bias and, you know, that sort of level of control. So yeah, I mean, look, it can be difficult sometimes, like, but if you're aware of these nuances in terms of like, you know, the multiple points that you have to consider, to the best of your ability, you can judge the validity of it, of the research or whatever it is that they're proposing. Look, it's just not easy, but to an extent it can be done.
And X, how do you feel about the chances that you might be believing in a deception?
Yeah, well, that's pretty wild.
How do you feel about that?
I think I'd giggle a bit. I'd be like, wow, that was some charade. And I think like that would it makes me consider how powerful this biological function of faith is that humans innately have, like this whole phenomena. And like, you know, kind of like what I was saying before, just like you know, with conspiracy theorists, like how that does tie into this sense of, well, security and safety within one's worldview, and how that might actually serve like a purpose of utility for survival almost, or maybe not survival, but maybe even so to that extent. Like that's a pretty big claim, I realize, but that's the sort of thinking that it brings me down towards. But, you know, we've seen, maybe not so much in my lifetime, like anything really grand, but, you know, at least through history, humans have experienced that, you know, like it was believed that the Earth was flat, and then, you know, that narrative changed, like, whoa, you know. But that's a bit different, I suppose. I was more like to actually have been part of, you know, a narrative with the intention of deception. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how I would react. I mean, I'd be very curious around the psychology of it, but yeah, it would put you in it would jeopardize your position a little bit. It would make you probably increasingly more distrusting of the things around you. And if anything, that could probably like sever social cohesion and but even more so just questioning what is truth and what is fact in general, I think could maybe fuck with you psychologically a bit. So it probably wouldn't be very good.
It definitely could. I mean, in 2024, I think it's a little bit easier to accept that sort of idea with what we see in the world and what is really going on. And it doesn't take much research to realize the powers that be don't really have human beings' best interests at heart when they make their commercial decisions.
I think there's a small scale things though that we witnessed today. But it was anything really large scale, like, you know, we are in this container, there is no outer universe, and, you know, it's just a flat earth. Like that's momentous. That's not small potatoes.
Yep.
So something that large, and it was purposely orchestrated. That unprecedented, reaction. Can't call it.
So how do you feel? I mean, that's a very well thought out answer, by the way. I really appreciate you sharing that. I think that's a very mature way of sort of explaining things without being emotional. But how do you feel about the fact that flat earthers will tell you, and you can go and verify this for yourself, that you'll need a flat earth for all measurements and all science, any angles or any engineering or any measurements that you want to take, you have to take it on a flat earth, and there is actually no way to detect motion. So we've got no motion to be detected and no curvature to be detected. How do you feel about the fact that you couldn't just turn up at a flat earth debate and show them evidence? Does that play on your mind? Do you think that is a massive red flag for the globe, that you can't show that evidence?
I think it's an issue more broadly for humanity, but on an individual level, personally, it's not an issue.
Okay, so your belief is not, you understand that your belief is not rooted in, say, science or observation. It's rooted in more of the social element of things, would you say?
My belief that the Earth is a sphere. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, is it rooted in social acceptance and a trust in authority, or do you feel that there is some some evidence to reason why you believe it?
So I'm not going to claim to understand the evidence, but I know that there's evidence. Like, that's not my area, I know we have satellites, to capture images. We can see the curvature of Earth, so on and so forth. We understand, gravity, things like this, and also, just things of this nature. Again, I don't claim to understand in depth about it, but I'd say it's an element of both, authority and just social norms. But I don't necessarily just believe anything because it is socially accepted. If we're talking just more generally about just anything, I am one to at least try to be really critical minded and ask questions, and not just to accept whatever's spoon fed me. But I will admit that there are some things where I'm okay, that there's no way for me to test that out. It's a long withstanding held belief. And, I've been explained, at least really basically, these are the reasons why, this is the evidence, this is the technology that has helped us reach this point.
Yeah. No, that would be, that would have been my answer maybe 5 years ago. Or maybe 10 years ago, probably.
And how do you feel now?
Well,
what's your position, first of all?
Well, my position is that the Earth is observably flat. It's measured flat.
Interesting.
And that there is no way to measure or experience any drop over distance. Same with the motion argument. We've got a tilt, we've got a wobble. We've got several motions, but we cannot detect any motion. The Earth is treated as a state of rest. We have no rotating atmosphere. The Earth is treated as the atmosphere is treated as non-rotating. So logically, as a logical-minded person, I cannot believe in the globe. I cannot believe in the globe if there is no exclusive evidence for the globe. So I sympathize with your position, but I would push back and say we don't believe the Earth's flat. We know it's flat. We know it's measured and treated as flat. So that's as far as it can go in terms of my opinion. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, no, fair. I definitely didn't join this voice channel to try and convince anyone against their beliefs. I just think it's interesting hearing different perspectives in general. But yeah, no, you've got your reasons, and you know, cool. Yeah, like I said, this is
Well,
like
how
I
else?
don't know
How else?
enough to be able to
Oh,
say
sorry.
for or against for either. Like, you know, I can't easily verify what you're saying right now just with like a quick Google search or anything like that. So all I can say is like, oh, okay, that's interesting. You've got, you know, your reasons that are like rooted in empiricism, and like for you that makes logical sense. Like that's cool. Okay.
Right. Yeah, because for me, if I was to go outside and try and experience the world as it is, I'll be experiencing a flat, motionless plane. You know, a topographical plane on the ground, but over water, observably and measurably flat. Right. So that's my every experience. So why should I believe in something that directly goes against all of my vestibular system, all of my senses, and
Yeah.
basically treat myself as not able to discern the world around me? Do you
Yeah.
get what I mean? That's not a comfortable position for me, and I'm not
Yeah.
able to build off a foundation in that mentality.
Yeah. No, I hear you. And I don't think that this is an easy topic to verify either for or against. Both sides have merit, to be honest, but I do still choose to believe that it's spherical. And maybe that is mostly just because of the social norm, and maybe I am falling victim to groupthink mentality. Maybe I am. Who knows? You may have turned me. No, you haven't. But yeah, I'm not going to go out of my way to try and change your mind, though. That's not really what's important to me.
I mean,
What would
at least you know what to believe.
falsify the globe for you?
Pardon? What was that, Flat Monkey?
Well, I was
I
just
was
gonna.
saying,
I
at least
was,
you
I was
know what to
asking a
believe
question.
is all.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. It took me a minute to get unmuted again. But at least you know what to believe. That's all I'm saying.
And what did you
Yeah,
say, Flat Monkey? Yeah.
It's Charles here. I was gonna ask you, what would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all?
Hmm. Probably the same sort of reasons for why I believe that it's a sphere. You know, this element of authority and you know, claim to empirical evidence. You know, it just seems unlikely that for hundreds of years, you know, we started off with flat Earth, you know, as the commonly held belief, and we moved away from that, and for hundreds of years we haven't gone back. So for whatever reason, if we were to go back, look, I'd definitely be open to it.
So
Because
you mean
again,
like the scientific establishment? So like if the scientific establishment started acknowledging the Earth is flat, then you would too, is what you're saying?
Yes, because that's where I hold my faith. Yeah, I put my trust in people who dedicate their lives to this sort of research.
But I mean, well, let me ask you this though. I'm gonna say a sentence, and I want you to tell me if you agree with it or disagree with it. Even when you're a minority of one, the truth is still the truth.
Yeah, no, I hear that. I do agree with that. Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah, I do. But that's just because that makes sense, like in a closed container. It doesn't. You know, I don't think I don't think a rule can be applied to every situation. You know, so even though that might be the case for some situations, it's not necessarily the case here.
Well, have you ever heard the phrase? Have you ever heard the phrase that what's popular is rarely true, and what's true is rarely popular?
Yeah, for sure. Like, and yeah, I like, you know, normally, yeah, commonly the masses are fucking stupid. But yeah, this is one thing that one of many things that I'm like, yeah, no, this. I'm gonna believe this one though.
So I've got a question for you. Do you think it's
Want to believe that's
above
all it
you?
is.
Do you think it's
Sorry, Bullknight.
Do you think it's above your abilities to figure out for yourself whether or not the Earth is flat or curved?
My current abilities, yes, but it's not that I wouldn't still hold the capability to be able to figure that out, like after, studying and like, putting myself in that position, but I haven't.
Well, I'm wondering, do you live near a body of water?
I do.
It's kind of big. Like, is there an opposing shoreline with this body of water where you could like stand on one shoreline and then see an opposing shoreline, say 10 miles away or something?
Yes. Well, it's a bay. That's the closest body of water. It's a bay. So
I mean, my suggestion is to use, because I mean, you can use long-range optics to sort of test the water in a certain sense to see if you can observe convexity to the water.
Convexity? What's convexity?
Curvature, curving downward.
Okay, yeah.
And and the thing is, if you're on one shoreline and you say you and your camera or your telescope or whatever are 10 feet above the surface of the water, and let's say you're looking at an opposing shoreline and maybe your friend is there and they're waving to you, you got some kind of target to look at of some kind. If you can see that target 10 miles away, there should be in excess of 60, I think it's 66 feet. There should be over 10 miles. And so if the target is 10 feet or less above the surface of the water and you're 10 feet or less above the surface of the water, then that observation falsifies the radius, technically.
Mm-hmm. So satellite images.
Well, hold on. Real quick, I just wanted to add real quick. The whole is that they never had the core. They've only been 8 miles down.
Sorry, you were all robotic there. I didn't catch any of that.
The core, they've never been there.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't expect them to have been at the core. That's pretty valid.
So how do they have the radius if they can't get to the core?
Well, the belief is that the core is fucking really far down, and it's also filled with like hot magma. So I don't assume that we would ever want to actually reach it.
Well,
do you know what the only other way it would be?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I mean, I think that's different from deep sea core drilling, but I would assume that there's a certain point where they wouldn't go beyond.
Well, they can't reach it.
Or they can't reach it. Yeah, sure.
So how do you deduct that something is true when you can't make a true observation of it?
Well, like I said, I'm putting my faith in other people. I'm not going to spend my life completely dedicated to proving or disproving every single fact.
But is it fair to say that you can't say it with absolute truth then?
Have you just joined? I'm not looking because I feel like we've already covered this. Yeah, okay, we've already covered this. We've already I recognize that my belief in the Earth being spherical is based on faith. Yeah.
I'm just kind of wondering though, I'm not going to ask this question in a rude way. I want you to understand that I don't mean this in a rude way.
Fine.
But if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, then. By all means, keep researching the subject.
Guys,
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Are we here to discuss Flat Earth, or are we here to discuss something else? What are we here to discuss?
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth being flat.
It is.
Do you have a reason to doubt the Earth being flat?
No, I don't. I'm a flat earther myself, actually.
If you are interested in X, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just messaging. Sorry.
This is just my.
Go on.
This is just my personal opinion. I think he's probably the best. I would say. Of course, Flat Earther is gonna be mad at me, but I don't care. But I think he is like probably the best Flat Earth debunker that is on the internet. His name is Dave McKeegan. I can post a link in 24/7 chat. He's very good. He goes on like really deep dives sometimes into this. Like even there was, just as an example, there was a video where there was some like a flat earther who was making claims about like X amount of suns you could see from like some kind of like they were filming from the ISS, and it was like evidence for what you could see from the ISS, and he actually managed to find out like exactly what video it was and like found the whole clip and everything. It's a really huge deep dive, and it's really interesting. This is just one video, but if you are interested in the subject, and he addresses like certain claims, individual claims, and then he'll just go through them.
Did any of the claims that you're talking about, did any flat earther in here make any of these claims?
Yeah, this is a very typical flat Earth claim. I can just tell you.
Hold on. You didn't answer my question. Did any individual flat earther in this chat room make any of these claims? Yes or no?
I have only been here for a little while, so I haven't heard any talk about.
All right. Hold on. All right. Let me state this. Let me state this. But when someone makes a claim, address their claim. But if someone's not making a claim, don't make a claim. Don't bring a claim that you think someone said somewhere else in the world, whatever. That's in a group of people, one group or another. Don't bring that claim to a chat room and then be like, "Oh yeah, attack that claim." No one in here made that. All right, that's basically in essence a straw man fallacy. And we're not interested.
I didn't say that you or anybody else said this. I just said this is like typical claims I've heard many times on Flat Earth servers. Yeah.
All right. Well,
yeah,
let's
not this.
Wait for someone to make one in here.
Huh?
Yeah, but not this flat earther though. This server, I haven't met anybody who makes any claims. I've met every flat earther I've met here has been authentic to their ideas. They make sense, and they don't make any absurd claims as you propose. We do.
What do you want? I haven't said anything. I just said they address like typical Flat Earth claims. What do you mean?
Yeah, but those flat earth claims have been debunked anyways. I mean, those claims of the what is a globe have been debunked multiple times by me and my fellow flat earthers. So I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm just saying there is a YouTube channel out there, and he is addressing typical Flat Earth claims.
Yeah, and those typical claims which he makes have been debunked as well. So I don't know why you are trying to come here and trying to change other people's minds. Because I'm telling you right now, you're not going to change anyone's mind.
This was for X.
Oh, but if you think you can trick anyone,
he doesn't like the idea of her straying from their cult.
You think if you can trick soft new flat earthers, you're going to be wrong, because every flat earther, even if they're a rookie, is well equipped to deal with people, as they have done. I'm pretty sure most of them have done enough research to the point where they do know how to deal with this. So if you're coming here with the ideology that you're going to revert anyone to your cult of globism. It's not going to work.
Okay. X, are you there?
Getting caught up. Is this prick running interference? Is that what's been happening?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm actually just making some food. I'm still listening, but I'm going to be like
Okay.
unavailable.
This was just for you.
Well, just take
If
note
if
that,
this is the video, that's it. I'm
yeah,
not gonna talk more about it.
Okay,
Okay, I linked it.
Test. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, he was just talking over me. Sometimes my mic cuts out, but he was just doing what he does. Yeah, take note that these cultists will do that. We're having this conversation with you, and it's like working and going well. They'll elbow in and be like, "No, no, they can't leave the congregation." Right?
Wasn't it to consider debate with flat earthers?
Guys, can
Sorry.
you delete what he put in the comments? He's trying to put some random nonsense in the comments. Can you delete that message if you can? Whatever he just sent. Can you
Well, I
please
mean, we
delete?
can, but just leave it. Whatever.
All right, just leave it. Obviously, no one cares what he put, anyways. But
Well, I mean, to
yeah,
delete it, we'd have to ban them, and I don't know. I mean, we're
right.
still having fun,
I'm
right?
actually just picking up some dinner right now, but I'm listening and I'll be in the chat soon.
I can delete it if you guys want to.
Yeah,
I'll already
can
be in
you
this
can you
server.
delete it, please? I don't want to see this.
Okay. If his arguments
don't
are really
silence
bad,
the
though, I
opposition.
think I don't see the reason why. What's the
Can't,
worry? But
can't
okay.
silence the opposition, guys.
There's no reason to put that kind of stuff in this kind of comments. Can you just delete it, please?
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, if he thinks that it addresses something that was said here, then why not? But then the question is, what did it address?
It addressed like the just a general topic that was talked about, that she couldn't like it was like very complicated to understand a lot of the claims made, and that she couldn't like it was like more for experts. I think that's actually not 100% correct. There is a lot of claims that are pretty easily understood by the
Right.
layman.
So, like a politician answer, right? Because it was like a pointed question, and then I just got you talking around it, basically. Yeah, so like, what did it address? Oh, just in general address the topic. So nothing that was being
You're
spoken.
not here to actually get anywhere, and you're just here
No.
to cough in the mic and just trying to get attention by everybody. It's not going to work.
Nobody was talking about anything specific. It was just a general chat between X
Really,
and
they're
somebody
having a
else.
conversation, and nothing specific was brought up.
Yeah,
Yes, nothing specific was actually brought up. They were just talking about flat Earth in general.
I'm not on mute.
Without touching on any specific point.
Yeah.
Guys, hold on a second. Hold on. Tasha, you're hot micing. Can you mute yourself right now?
I don't know how. I'm new.
Just
It's a microphone
Got it.
button.
I think
Yeah,
it's
there's a microphone button at the bottom of your screen, and when you click that, it will turn red, and that's when you've turned it off.
Oh yeah. So,
I've
guy,
gone.
what's your reason in being here? If you're not going to really get anyone
No,
to,
no. Hold on. Let's keep speaking to the new people. A guy is here to cope with his inability to prove the globe, as he's done for 10 months now. We've got a bunch of new people in the chat, so let's let them ask questions and speak to them. We're not going to speak to the same old losers who hang about here nonstop trying to debunk us.
yeah, like many of these guys and people have been here for like months and years, and they still haven't really made any. There's no point if you're here for fun, then you can just say you're here because you're bored and you have nothing better to do with your life. But if you're here to actually get any knowledge out here and trying to actually make people more aware of something, then actually tell us something. But if you're just going to make the same bold globist claims every time, and we've already debunked it anyway, so there's no point of you just wasting your time being here. If this is why if you're just going to say the same stuff, if you think watching a YouTube video is going to make you smart and make you debunk us, it's not going to work. Watching a few YouTube videos.
He doesn't even know what he's posting the YouTube video in response to. So let's just carry on with the conversation with this person who might not be completely bricked like he is, because maybe there's a chance for them.
Hey, just so you know, it's Tasha and Dingo here, but we're just listening in. But we're just interested in learning more about it. Don't know much about it. I've heard it a lot come up, but I would love to know. We're listening in to see what you think, really. But yeah.
Going on, bruv.
Tasha and Dingo. Now that's an Australian couple, if ever I've heard one.
Nah. Yeah, nah.
Gringo.
All right, welcome to the chat, guys. So you've not looked into flat Earth ever before? You've never spoke to any flat Earthers?
Yeah, no, I have. Our neighbours are flat earthers. One of my best mates is a flat earther. I've got an open mind, so I can be convinced either way.
So why is your so if your best mate's a flat earther, he must have told you presumably why he doesn't believe that the Earth is a ball and why he thinks it's flat. Is that right?
Yeah, so I don't know, like he tells me a heap of stuff, but if I think about the things that he tells me, then I can debunk it myself in my head. So and I'm not trying to debunk. I'm not here to put you down or anything like that. I'm here to learn, really. Like I'm here for you to open my mind more, you know. So
that's all right. Well, I'm not going to try and do anything to your mind, but I can tell you what my position personally is when it comes to this. And I mean, probably the same as your mate. The main argument here for Earth not being a ball is that there's no detectable surface curvature, right? So a ball requires curvature fundamentally, obviously, a certain drop over a distance due to the curvature of this ball. So, like, for example, a lake. I mean, we can go out to a lake and observe a lake as being level, flat to our eyes, but over a certain distance, according to the globe theory, it must bend down and away from us due to curvature. Yeah, you understand that?
Yeah, 100%.
Right. So we can go and I mean,
can I
interject
there a little bit, please?
Sorry?
Can I interject a little bit?
Yeah.
With a lake and with as far as the eye can see, and even like say a telescope and all that sort of stuff is only a minuscule amount of how big the Earth is. So to detect a curvature, you'd need better eyes and better, like a really, really good telescope. If that makes sense.
Well, this is where the rubber meets the road, right? So, have you looked into the curve calculators and how much curvature they say should exist?
Yep.
Okay, so over about 10 miles, let's say, how much curvature, as in drop over a distance, do they say should exist according to the globe model?
No, I don't know specifics, but I have looked into it.
You can Google it. It's fine. You can Google it.
Yeah, you can Google it if you like, or you can take a guess. What do you think? Like a centimeter, 10 centimeters, 10 feet?
I'd say
more.
How many? 10 Ks?
10 miles. So what would that be?
10
like 15,
miles.
16,
So 15 Ks, yeah. The 15 Ks, I'd say maybe 15 Ks is not much, so maybe half a foot or something, a foot.
Half a foot. Right. So yeah, so this is the thing, right? When we're thinking about the globe and we're told about the curvature and we think about the curvature, we naturally assume that it's very almost insignificant, undetectable anyway. Even over 10 miles, you're saying half a foot. Well, according to the globe model, it's supposed to be over 60 feet.
Over 15 Ks and 60 feet.
66.6 feet. Right? So that's not nothing, right? That's like a 3-4 story building.
Yep.
Yep. So if I stood on one side of a 10-mile lake and you stood on the other side of a 10-mile lake, they're trying to tell us that you've dropped away behind a curve of water at about 60 odd feet. Right? So if I took a telescope or some binoculars and started looking across to your side, I should never see you because, well, unless you're taller than 66 feet, which I would doubt.
I'm Australian, so I'm pretty tall, but not that tall.
You're pretty tall, but 66 feet, that's pretty tall. So they're telling us that we shouldn't be able to see you geometrically, right? Because of this physical curve of a lake. But when we go down to the lake and we do this, we can see each other, right? And this is a very basic example of a line of sight test that we're talking about. I mean, people have done this with, infrared, like high-powered lasers, things like this, to test this line of sight and see, right, we shouldn't be able to see this person or this object at this distance due to this amount of curvature. That's what we're going to test.
Yep.
You understand that?
Yeah, no, I totally understand it.
Right. So really, it's as simple as testing your line of sight across the surface. And when it's tested, we realize that we can see much further than we're supposed to be able to see based on the size of ball that they tell us we live on. Right. So when we go to compare the curve calculators, this globe theory, and the numbers that they give us, we compare that with reality and what we observe, they don't actually match.
Yeah.
Right. And so, just like you said, when you first hear about this, your initial instinct is to go, well, the ball's just so big, there would be no way to detect it anyway, right? But then that's when you have to say, okay, no, let's be a bit more detailed. What are they specifically claiming in terms of the distances, the amount of curvature? You need to get into the fine details of it. And it's like they say, right? The devil's in the details. Because when you get into the details of it, that it falls apart. So we've got a whole load of examples of these observations, tests, and things. We can share those with you if you want. And then you can figure out how to do it where you are, right? Because like I said, it's as simple as going to a body of water of a sufficient size and testing it yourself, seeing how far you can see. So
15 k's, 15 kilometers for me, though, is from my house to the city. It takes me about 12 minutes to drive. For that to drop even, so 1.5, what'd you say? 14 meters. I'm in meters, sorry, in Australia, so I'm just getting as you understand it. So it's 14 meters. I'm here on that calculator that you told me. 15 k's. 15 k's. It drops away 14 meters. So that's a 3-story building over from here to the city closest to me. And yeah, I don't like, and that's the distance to horizon is 1.6 kilometers.
Yeah, so the distance to horizon, that will change based on your observer height. Same with how much you can see, obviously. So there's a difference between just the geometric drop, which would be taken from like a 0 elevation, and once you raise above the surface, you'll extend that, obviously. But this is part of it. This is what you control for. So you take a known location, a known area, preferably on a coast or a body of water, because then you don't have to deal with topography, so it's simpler. It should just be geometric curve, basically. And you factor in your elevation height, and yeah, that will tell you where your geometric horizon is supposed to be as well, right? So the point that you're supposed to no longer be able to see beyond because the Earth is curving down and away from you. And that's a formula of about 1 point. Huh?
Have you been like to the ocean and tried this? Have you? Because not many. There's not many lakes that are 15 k's wide.
Yeah, I live by
the
coast.
Only one I can think of is like in Toronto.
Yeah, I live by the coast, so it's very easy to test.
Yeah,
and
so we live by the coast as well.
Well, this is it. Like a beach is a good location for it as well. Like along the coast, see how far down the coastline you can see. Take your elevation height. If there's any distance markers out at sea, I'll give you an example. Right, if you can see the chat, can you see the chat? The chat.
Yep.
Let me just post one. If I can get it up.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, if you press
which one?
It should be on the call. There should be like a little speech bubble.
Which one are we in?
Just the voice chat, text chat. So you should see a little speech bubble next to your mute button. I don't know if you're on phone or desktop or what. But... Just let me know when you can see the chat. I'm going to post an image with some oil rigs in it.
Yeah, I think he's on the phone.
Yeah, they
Okay.
are. Yep. It's a speech bubble, guys. I don't know where it is on my phone though. I haven't used it on the phone for a while.
Well, you should just be able to like press the screen and it'll come up with your mute button, your text button, your hang up, the call button.
Oops. Oh, hello. Sorry.
I'll send it to you, Tasha.
You there?
You tag them.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, he's just sent us something.
Yeah, I just copied and pasted it from the chat. This is
Hello?
what he's about this
Can you
screenshot.
hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, sorry. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know how to go into chat.
That's all right.
I think we just found it. No, we found it now.
You found it?
Yeah. We went out of it, the whole thing.
Okay, okay. So do you see
we
this
don't have
image
much
that I
internet here in
posted?
Australia. Sorry?
You see this image that I've posted with the oil rigs?
Yep.
Right. So very basically, that's speaking about what we went through. It's got a little modus tollens at the beginning, basically saying if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. So that's just, maybe sounds a bit complicated, but it's just talking about the distance to the geometric horizon, yeah? And how it's a calculable distance based on your observer height above the surface. So I'll post another image just so you know what we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay. So it's just this, yeah?
Yeah.
So the observation of the oil rigs here is taken off the coast of the United States, and those oil rigs are known distances away. And the guy just plonked his camera on the ground at the beach, like 1 foot observer height, and zoomed into it, because we have like high-powered zoom cameras now, which is part of what's made this whole topic come to light, because people can now zoom at crazy distances and share videos instantly on YouTube and stuff. But where do you see the horizon in that image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
It's definitely behind, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely behind them, right? And the furthest rig is 9.4 miles away. So the horizon is at least 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height, where, according to the globe, that horizon should be at around 1.2 miles.
Yeah. No, I get that. And I don't want to, like, I'm playing devil's advocate here, so don't get offended. But that picture doesn't look legit at all. Like, there's so much.
It's still from a video, right? And I posted the GIF.
Oh, yeah.
It looks a little bit mad because he's zooming through 10 miles of air, right? I'll post you the video as well.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
You can watch the video.
Yeah, no, I definitely will.
But you can see the zoom, right? I mean,
yeah. And
so
to play devil's advocate before again, sorry. To play devil's advocate.
So, I mean, it's still from the video.
I've worked on those rigs.
Contrast a little bit just to make it clearer, but yeah, it does look a little bit funky. I'll give you that.
No, you're right. But I've worked on those rigs, and those platforms that they Oh, not those exact ones, not those ones, but I've worked on an oil rig.
Right.
I didn't know that.
And the
crazy.
platforms. Sorry.
I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, thank you. There's one just out here. It's a gas one, but there's one just out of Warrnambool. Those platforms. So you'll see in the one in the background. See how the stilts that it's on is shorter than the stilts that are closer to you, because they sit up. They sit up really high. So their eye level is. Their height obviously is higher than the horizon, if that makes sense. So the one in the distance is you can actually physically see that the stilts that it's sitting on are about half the size of the one that's closer. So as you're looking out, you can actually see that they're dropping in size in height.
Right. And objects over a distance do decrease in size. That's just perspective. But the issue is not the oil rigs. It's the horizon.
I'm saying the height, the actual the height of the stilts that it's sitting on. So the legs underneath it, because they generally oil rigs will sit a lot higher than that.
Well, they're different
Because of
designs of
tides
oil.
and-
There's
and
different
waves
designs of oil rigs, right? So they're not all the
Yeah.
same, and some of them
No, I get that.
have a higher kind of platform
I'm
than
just
others.
putting what I see when I see that as well, like my perspective of it in there. So
Yeah, but the issue
it's
isn't
like
the
you
rig.
see the one when it pauses that video, or hang on, we'll go to the still. You'll see if you zoom in on that one in the background, where is at water level there, you'll see cross members. Those cross members should be up way higher, like in the other one. See how the cross members in the other one are higher? Because that's an actual another deck, that a platform that you go down onto to help rig and work in underneath it. So we build scaffolds out on that. And that there, generally we fish off that, and that's probably 10 to 15 meters lower, like another 10 to 15 meters down to the water. That's why the perspective is, you think you're looking at it and it looks like it's just on the surface, but it probably is lower.
No. You're missing the point, though. You're missing the point. The point is they're supposed to be obstructed by the horizon, the curvature of the Earth. The bottoms of them should be behind the horizon.
No, but they are. That's what I'm saying.
No,
So
because remember,
they're
you
up
said the
higher-
horizon is beyond them.
The horizon's behind them.
Yeah, remember, you said the horizon is further than the rigs.
No, I said the horizon's lower.
No, you said it's behind them. It's further than 9.4 miles because it's not in front of them. The horizon isn't in front of Hill House or Habitat. It's beyond
No, but
them.
I'm not talking about that. Sorry, mate. I'm talking about the curvature is wide.
Mate, you're confusing it. That is the curvature according to the globe. The horizon is supposed to be the curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's in the wrong place because if it was curvature, it would be in front of the rigs, not behind them.
Okay, so go back to that. See that picture that you sent me where where it's got the arrow to the sky, and the guy's looking across the curvature picture you sent.
Yeah.
So you see there's the black silhouette of a man, and then there's the arrow to the sky, and then there's the next one where the sky is, to the right of that picture. Just pretend the oil rig, one of them is where that one on the right is, where the other purple sky.
Yeah. So that would have the horizon in front of that oil rig.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. That's why you can't see the
But
bottom
that's
of the
not what's
legs.
happening because the horizon is behind them. So this is it, right?
can't
Look at
see the
that.
horizon behind
The second sky on the right, that's supposed to be obstructed by curvature. So you wouldn't see that second word lettering of sky because you can't see beyond the first one because that's where your horizon is. So they're saying that's where the rigs should be. They should be at that second point of sky so that their legs should be behind a horizon. But what we're seeing is that the horizon is behind them.
Oh no, I can't see that the horizon behind them.
Yeah, the line where the water in the sky appears to meet is not in front of the rigs. Is it?
I can't see that.
You already
talking
said
about
it.
in
I
the
asked you at
video,
beginning,
or-
where's the horizon? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them? And you said it's behind them.
Oh, I must have misheard you, but I'm not here to like take the piss. I'm actually trying to learn. So
Let's figure out where the horizon is now then.
Hey?
Where's the horizon in the image?
Where's the horizon in the image?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying right from the start. That's why I'm confused. I was saying that the reason why you can't see the legs of the oil rigs is because the horizon's cutting them off. But
the horizon's behind them. How can it cut them off?
But I can't see the horizon behind it.
Okay. Let me ask someone else. X, are you still in the chat?
I'm occupied at the moment. Sorry, I'm just listening while doing some stuff in the kitchen.
Okay. Well, what about Tasha? Dingo, put Tasha on. I want to see if her eyeballs work. Tasha, where you see that line See, there's you
And
know
like,
what the
I'm not.
horizon
Once
is, yeah?
again, I'm not. I don't want to start a fight or anything either. I'm not trying to like get.
No, that's fine. We
Start
just
a
need
conflict.
to. I mean, to me, it's
No.
very clear where the horizon line is, but you don't seem to think so. So I want to ask someone else. Tasha, do you see the line where the sky appears to meet the sea?
Are we watching the little video clip or are we watching the photos? What are we looking at?
This one here. I'll post it again.
Oh my god, there's heaps happened since.
Yeah, people are going to be
Sorry,
spazzing
there's
out,
more.
no doubt.
Yeah, sorry, we're new to this, so we're just trying to catch up.
Right. So the one I just posted, yeah.
Are you Guy?
No, I'm Cyclone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So the line where the sky appears to meet the sea, the horizon, yeah.
Yep.
Do you see that in front of the rigs or behind them?
The one with the probably behind.
Yeah, right.
If I'm
we've
looking
got,
at it.
yeah, so you've got Platform Hill House, then you've got Platform Habitat, then after Platform Habitat is the line where the sea appears to meet the sky, yeah?
I guess so. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. So you need to explain to Dingo what the horizon is because he can't see it. I've just posted another one.
I know what a horizon is, mate.
I'm
So
just,
no need to
I'm just messing about.
Well,
I'm just
you
messing
don't
about.
lose. You don't gain people to get on your side if you've been a
Oh,
smart
I'm only
ass either.
joking,
So
mate. I'm only joking, mate. Come on, you're
no, I
Australian.
get that. No, I get that.
Jokes. Come on. So I posted another
No, I
one.
get that, but I'm just saying as well. A joke is funny, but being a smart ass is being a smart ass. I know what a smart ass is, and I know what a joke is.
Come on, mate. Dingo.
If someone
The only horizons we have are the ones we smoke.
Right. So the issue is, the issue is the globe model tells us that horizon should be in front of the rigs, right? Not behind them, geometrically.
I just don't like. Me personally, I'd like to. I just want to fucking like I don't get that picture. Like that picture,
well, I posted another one.
you're going up one picture. Like for me, when I look at the video, I can't see that back horizon, and then that picture is just like a.
Yeah, it's because
it's horribly edited. It's horribly edited.
What he does in the video is he changes the contrast. So he takes a screenshot of what's actually going on, and then he changes the contrast so you can see that the lines are more defined.
So once again, when you're out in boats and that, you get a horizon, like the atmospheric change because of the fact that when you're staring out, like the longest distance to the end of the horizon is across the ocean. So that's the furthest you can see, and that's why the you get sunrises and sunsets. Obviously, and you get all those colours. Hey. No, I'm just explaining, like, so hear me out for a sec. Like, so when you're looking across the horizon, you get changes in atmosphere. And when you have a look across the ocean, sometimes when you're out on boats, like I've been on as well, it looks like the water's running up, but it is actually the sky running up as well. If that makes sense, it's like almost like a mirrored image. So that's
Fata Morgana. Yeah.
Yeah. So. And I'm not, once again, if you're turning up the saturation in a picture,
you'll see the line.
You'll see that atmospheric line in the horizon. Because
atmospheric line, or do you mean horizon line?
Just the atmospheric line. So you can see, like,
what do you mean
a couple of times
atmospheric line?
Sorry?
What do you mean by atmospheric line?
So there's lines in the atmosphere of where you can see the distance and stuff like that. So the atmosphere changes. So the color and the density changes depending on where you're looking at the sky. If you look straight up, it's different to looking across the horizon.
Yeah,
because the atmosphere straight up is thinner. So when you take photos, it changes that perception as well. So sometimes when you're out at sea on a boat, you'll think that there's a massive wave or something coming, or there's like the ocean looks like it's going like up, but it's actually the atmosphere that makes it look like an ocean. So
that's to do with reflection
and atmosphere, the density of the atmosphere, pretty much. So
So do you understand what?
It could be.
Do you understand what?
I understand.
What that photo? Hang on, I didn't ask you what you understood yet. Do you understand in that photo, like, because the claim is the horizon is the edge of the sphere, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that horizon is behind 10 miles, then that makes the size of the Earth's radius 230 or 240,000 miles, which is from here to the claimed distance to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I see. I get in all that. I'm just my problem is just that picture. We're debating over a picture that's extremely saturated and off a really poor quality sort of photo.
I posted another one that was taken in the evening, which is even clearer, and it's the same thing. I mean, it doesn't matter how you change the contrast. That's not going to move your geometric horizon from 1 mile to 10 miles. The fact is, the geometry of the globe for the size of the ball that's claimed doesn't match observation. So the choice is either you just stick with the model, regardless of the fact that it doesn't match observation in reality, or you take the observation in reality and go, shit, well, the model's wrong. Whatever it actually is, it's not that. Because it's not a 250,000-mile radius ball.
What are those? A Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Is that their actual names?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you Googled how tall they are?
It doesn't matter how tall they are, because if you're going to say that they're being blocked, the thing that's supposed to be blocking them is behind them.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I know. But okay, going back to that picture, though, I just don't.
They're really only there as distance markers, so that we can judge the distance, the rough distance of the horizon. That's the point of the observation, not the nature of the oil rigs. They're just distance markers. So they can do whatever they're doing.
You say, okay, if we looked at how big they are, that would mean that you would be putting the horizon in front of them to block some sort of like percentage of them, but the horizon is the thing that would be blocking it, and that horizon is behind them. So
no, but I'm not debating that. What I'm asking is that picture. I just don't trust. Like, it's oversaturated, and I don't trust the picture. I'm like, when I look at the video,
you can watch the video if you want.
No, but that's what I am watching.
Well, the fact that you aren't debating the distance to the horizon is the problem, sir, because that is the argument.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, but I'm agreeing with you with all that. No, it's hard. What I'm trying to say is that I don't trust that picture. That picture doesn't make sense to me.
But you trust pictures from outer space.
We're going around in circles because I'm looking at the video and I can't see the horizon. But then when you oversaturate it, to me, it just looks like.
So
I can't see the horizon behind it.
So you've been on the ocean, you know that you can see further than the supposed geometric horizon. Yet you will go and say, I believe pictures from space, but you've got nothing to relate that to. Don't you find that a bit weird?
Of course. Yeah, that's why I question it myself.
Yeah. All right. So you're questioning all photos. You're just going, okay, that's fair enough. All right. So you're saying,
no, not at all.
You don't believe?
I'm just questioning. I'm just
anything.
No, I'm just saying that we're trying to argue the flat Earth over a photo that's extremely.
Well, like I said, there's loads of examples of this. There's loads of examples.
Yeah, of course.
There's loads
but
of
we're just using a bad one, is what I'm saying. We're just using a bad example.
Is a simple one. This is a simple one to understand because the majority of people can see very clearly that the horizon is beyond the rigs. But that's fine. You don't have to accept it. This is something that it will just teach you the principles of what we're testing, and then you can go and do it wherever you live and see it for yourself.
Yeah, well, definitely.
Yeah.
That's it.
What other besides the horizon?
You're questioning flat Earth, but have you ever questioned the globe?
It's all about critical thinking, my guy.
No, but I have. I've definitely questioned it, and I am critically thinking. I critically think about everything.
Sure. Awesome, man.
And that's why you question it, and I can't believe either side. That's why I said I'm stuck in the middle.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
So
what questions have you got about the? What questions have you got about the globe? Like,
well,
what are you questioning about the globe?
I get really hung up on the sun and how I'm told it rotates around the Earth. There's like just pretend the Earth
no, we go around it. Yeah, but I was asking about the globe. What questions have you got? What questions have you got that you don't trust about the globe? Or you're not questioning both sides.
Hey, no. Well, I do.
Yeah.
Okay,
cool.
I don't
what
know.
questions have you got? What questions have you got?
So you're asking what have I got to sphere people?
No.
What are they called?
If you're questioning, like you say, I'm questioning both sides, right? So you go, okay.
Yeah.
So you start asking questions about flat Earth. Like, what have you questioned about on the globe side?
No, but that's the hard part about questioning the globe side is that every time I go to look up any information, I can't find it. All the information that you find is information that's been put on the internet by people that want to convince you their way of thought. So
yeah,
the questions that I have had.
What have you looked into? So when they tell you that you live on a spinning space ball, like have you looked into any of that?
Yeah. So when
kind of critical
my mate
thinking?
came over and when my mate told me about, he goes, why can birds fly and a helicopter stay still?
No.
Like while we're spinning at 22,000 k's an hour, and I thought about that. So he was telling me, and I was like, and I thought about that heaps, and I was like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Why can a bird just fly around when we're spinning at 22,000 k's an hour or something like that? How many miles? 10 miles an hour?
1,040 miles at the equator.
Yeah. So we're spinning at a fast.
But that's just the rotation. Yeah. But even other things like there's more simple things like where did the globe come from, and they claim to have measured the radius and stuff like that. Like, and then you got to go, okay, maybe I should look at who claimed to have measured the radius, because what they do is they give you the size of the ball that we live on, but no one's ever measured it before. Now, all the things that come from space, like the distance to the sun, the distance to all the other planets, the sizes they are, the distance to stars, all come from the radius of the Earth. Now, if you look, that's a simple one for you to look at and go, okay, well, where did they get this radius from? Maybe I should start there, because that's where it all kind of started, Yeah. That would be easier to look at.
See, that's my problem though. So when I Google that, it's controlled.
Yeah, it'll give you Eratosthenes.
The only thing you can do is come to these discords or people that have done or looked into it more to get the answer. So the sphere, the round Earth theory is easier to look into and get what they want to tell you rather than the alternative, which is the flat Earth. And when you go into the flat Earth, this is why we're here now, because you're trying to be educated.
Yeah, could I
Whereas the other education is propaganda and been years of indoctrination. So
sorry, just let me jump in quickly there.
Sorry,
just very quickly, Tasha, because
you're right.
You're right. What they've done, they have taken control of the information and the narratives, because Google and YouTube have come out and said they're going to censor the flat Earth topic, right? Whether you agree with that or not, I obviously don't. But they've come out and said they're going to censor it. So when you search for something on Google or YouTube, it just gives you essentially globe propaganda. So if you want to research the other side, which like you would with any kind of debate, right? You'd want to understand both sides of the arguments before you make a decision on which you go for.
That's crazy.
I've sent you a link in your DMs to our home server, which has loads, like gigabytes of good information that we've saved on there, because it's very difficult to find online. So when you get a chance, join the Discord server that I sent and look at the additional information sections, and it's PDFs, videos, books, all kinds of stuff, right? So that's just a resource for you to go and research independently if you feel like it.
Yeah, and look at that totally. Look at that with a critical mind as well. Don't just go off what we tell you. Look at it and go, where does this information come from? Like why? Yeah.
And it's all in good faith. It's only to open your eyes.
Yeah, and that's why I'm questioning. That's why I'm not trying to be rude. But when I question you, it's not to be rude. It's because I'm critical.
No, you're right.
We've been doing this for a long time. We don't really get offended. So.
Yeah, not at all. It's good. That's exactly the kind of mindset that we would encourage. Anyone makes a claim to you about anything, you should be saying, okay, what's the evidence? Why should I believe this? And if you can't verify it yourself, if it's one of these things that you cannot physically verify, then you're under no obligation to accept it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Can I ask a question that's been troubling me? And this is why I sway one way and not the other, and which is more the sphere. Is my my friends down the road here, when he was telling me about the flat Earth theory is that there's a sun, it's like the flat Earth's like a plate, right? And then you got a lot.
He's already wrong. Sorry, man. He's already wrong.
Okay.
So this is where it gets mixed up, right? So they're essentially putting a flat Earth in a global cosmology. Like that. This has nothing to do with what we believe, what we think. Like you're thinking of a plate, and the sun and the moon go round it, yeah?
No, not around like a sphere, but around as in a circle on top.
Around a disc.
Yeah, around the top of the disc.
Yeah. We don't believe in space or anything like that. We're not floating in a vacuum of space. The Earth is, well, everyone's a little bit different, but the Earth is, for me, the Earth is all there is. So, all this space nonsense. When you start looking into it, you'll find out it's absolute nonsense. It's just what we claim is that the Earth's surface is flat and stationary. Yeah, we're not moving, we're not spinning through space. Every measurement that we do, the surface is like a horizontal reference plane. Yeah, because we have mountains, valleys, shit like that. But the water essentially lies flat or a base on a level horizontal plane. Yeah.
How was it created?
That's where above sea level comes from.
How was it created?
What? You're asking me something that I can never know.
That's a good question, though, because just on that, just very quickly, let me touch on that. This kind of gets to the root of the whole thing, and whoever said that is maybe perceptively picking that up, because this whole debate, this whole discussion, it's not about the physical nature or shape of the ground for that kind of sake, right? For its own sake. The reason is because it opens up deeper questions, right? If it is flat and motionless as it appears and measures to be, then how did it get here? Because what we're told in school and by the media is that the Earth came about by a big bang, essentially, right? An explosion a long time ago, and everything formed into balls because of gravity. Right?
If you talk to Catholics,
if that's not the case, and it's the topographical motionless plane that we seem to inhabit, then it can't have come about that way. And if you were to ask me and most people who understand this topic, it can only come about by an intelligent creation. Something made it.
Yeah.
Right? And this gets into the whole, like, why would they lie? What?
So that my theory would be that mainly that we're created. Like I go back to that Men in Black thing where we're just like, I know it's a sphere, but the aliens are playing marble at the end of the Men in Black movie, and we're just like,
oh right, yeah. And they have, and they have that one. They have that bit where they're like, there's a little society in a locker.
Right? Yeah, that's kind of us.
Yeah. So and I would say that the movies, loads of movies have made loads of like sly little references to this very idea, and that's maybe not miles away from what it's like. We would say that we are in a contained system, right? We're not open to a vacuum. We're in a closed system. But yeah, basically, when the question is why would they lie about this, I would suggest that it's because they don't want us realizing that we're in a created environment, like an intelligently created environment. And that's essentially what this proves, right? Yeah. That's why this is such a dynamite, controversial topic, because it's essentially proof of intelligent design, which is going to trigger a lot of people. But just because the person asked, I don't know if that was Tasha, but
can I ask on that, please?
Yeah, we won't go too deep into that. I just wanted to mention it. But
it's just a small, like it's not going to go deep, but it just, what's the difference between being a creational, like being created by something, and it being a sphere or flat?
Well, in this case, you could say not much. Like if you believe in the globe and you're already religious and you believe in a creator, then arguably you might not have that much of a paradigm shift. But for those who, and this is a case for a lot of people, for those who are either agnostic or atheist, and they've been kind of swayed that way by these arguments that the creation or the beginning of existence was either natural, accidental, or not through any intelligent agency, that this essentially rules out that as an option. So yeah,
but just on that, sorry, I meant not to us, but to the people that are trying to persuade us that it's round. What does it matter if it's round or flat? They're not.
I would say from my position that ties into general control, right? If you can control someone's worldview, if you can give them the entire story as your fiction, you get to create their world for them. If you say, I can go to a place that you can't go, and it lets me see where we all are on a level that you can't understand, that's a great deal of power, right? So the government agencies can say, hey, it might seem flat and motionless, but we can go to a place where you can't go, and we're telling you it's something else. And the rules of this place...
They're going through a lot of effort to do that, through fucking astronomy books to fucking all this knowledge that we've acquired. Like, why would they go through all that effort?
Well, I mean, yeah, you could say it's a lot of effort, but at the same time, all they're really doing is putting out videos and images that you can never verify, telling stories that you can never verify, and that's all you have to go on. Because when you go out into the real world, all you experience is a flat, motionless Earth. But yeah, obviously there is a concerted effort to present this idea of the spinning ball, and again, you can cut it down a whole number of ways in terms of control. But basically, I mean, it's about the pyramid of power, right? The governments on this earth, the people even higher than the governments, they want to be seen as the highest power on earth. So they want all the people to do what the government says. Now, if what the government says was to come in conflict with what maybe someone's scripture says from a creator that they accept, then that would make it harder for the government to make them do the things they want to do. So, example, if you are a government and you have a military and you want to convince your population to go and kill a bunch of strangers at the other side of the world for whatever reason you tell them, you're going to have a harder time doing that if your population follow a book or a philosophy or a religion that says, no, we shouldn't kill people, so we're not going to do that. So if you can remove the idea of religion and God from society, then as it's natural that society are going to look to an authority, and that authority is going to be the government. So it's statism, right? It essentially encourages statism with no counter. So this is what they're trying to propagate in my view with the whole thing.
It's about 100% believe you behind that. I believe they're trying to take away religion to create them as gods, so we worship government. 100% believe that.
That's it.
Look at the music.
And this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate vehicle. This is the ultimate vehicle for
horrible.
That. But 200 or 300 years ago, 300, 400 years ago, most people believed that the Earth was flat anyway.
Yeah.
And then pretty much
we don't really know that though, but yeah.
Well, this is it. The timeline.
A lot more people were religious too.
That's a fair point. We didn't know that. That's just a theory, I guess. But,
well, even the timeline.
That's not like, I don't know.
Because hold on.
And then you just start believing everything from history too. So it's kind of another one.
Yeah, well, this is it. It's not as cut and dry as they make it. Like they present it to us like, oh, the Greeks knew 2,000 years ago that the Earth was a ball. That's not true. there was like a very small minority of them that suggested it could be a ball, and they were criminalized and essentially hunted down for even suggesting it. It was such a crazy idea at the time. And even in like the early 1900s, late 1800s, we found newspaper clippings from places like the UK where people are calling for the prosecution of teachers and heads of education for trying to teach the globe heliocentric model. So there was strong opposition to this in large numbers not that long ago, but they've pretty much told us, they've presented it in a totally different way to us now. So even the history of the topic, you have to do a good deal of research in to try and get even both sides of the story.
Yeah,
but
totally.
either way, I don't want to segue too much on this side because it can go down a massive rabbit hole. But basically,
Now, can I ask another question? Going back to the original question about
where we are.
Like, no, well, the original question was like, so my neighbor down the road was telling me that it's like the Earth is flat. He was sort of picturing. He sort of semi-explained it to me like it's a plate. Like, you know, it's round and it's flat and we're just motionless, like he said, but it's round and it's flat and we're surrounded by ice. And then
I think he's new to it, man. Sounds like he's.
Can you explain to me then? Can you explain then to me? So you're saying it's flat. What's at the edges of it?
If you're asking, I can't give you that answer, man, because we've never been there. So
yeah,
all we know is like the ice wall is a globe claim. So if you look back in at geological reports of when they first went down there to Antarctica, they said they encountered a large wall of ice, which is essentially the ice shelves. Yeah. So all these other flat earthers just grab that and run with it and go, we're surrounded by an ice wall. You know, like but you know, yeah, we could be. But no one's ever proven that, because in order to prove that, you'd have to start together, and then one sail left, one sail right, and then you'd have to meet back up and work out how far you went. You know, and then you go, okay, well, because I know what they say. They say the edge of the Earth is the ice wall. Okay, well, what's there? Like, well, you know, like what are they going to start? It's all speculation. So they speculate that the edge of the Earth is an ice wall, and that's containing the water because the water needs to be contained. Yeah, because that's look at a lake. What's containing a lake? The edges, land. So then, you know, but we have no idea whether this is true or not. It could be.
So to go back to that question again, then. So just pretend. All right, we don't know about the edges. With the sun and the moon, how do they work?
No idea, man.
See, this is something that I feel like we need to preface a bit. So it's understandable and it's common that people come in here and when we say, no, we don't believe that the Earth is a ball, we don't believe in the heliocentric space cosmology, they're like, okay, so how does it all work? But that's something that we can't do, right? And if you really think about it, it's just honest, right? We're only going with what we can really prove, measure, empirically justify. So we can describe what we see in terms of the sun and the moon's motions and their patterns and this kind of thing, but we can't tell you how far away they are, what they're made of, what medium they're in, why we see them do the things that they do. Like, we can't provide those answers. And the same goes for what shape is the Earth, right? When we say,
I think I questioned.
Sorry,
I was going to say. I think I asked.
So when someone asks what shape is it, we can only say we can't define a shape because I mean saying it's flat isn't saying it's a certain shape. It's just saying that the surface by nature is not curving, basically. But that doesn't mean that we can explore the full extents of it to map any kind of shape, quote unquote. Yeah.
No, of course. I didn't mean to like a proven fact. I mean, just like, what's your thoughts? Like, what's your thoughts? What's your opinion on it? Really, not more so like what can you prove? Like,
we're at the bottom of whatever we're in.
Yeah, I mean, people describe it as the floor of the universe, right? So essentially, what is in Earth's system is the universe, like it's everything we observe in the sky and on the ground. There may be an upstairs, there may be a downstairs. I mean, this is why it's interesting, in my view, when you start looking into this, to start looking at what older cultures thought about the Earth, right? Because I can't tell you a shape. I can't go to a position where I can see it in its totality. I can only observe and verify what I can on the surface of it. But when you start looking into the older cultures, you'll find that they pretty much all had a very similar concept of what the Earth is. They all pretty much described it with variations on a theme, but essentially a topographical plane in the middle and then enclosed in some kind of physical container. That's pretty much how every ancient culture has depicted the Earth and has thought about it for all of human time. Now, again, you'd ask, well, how would they have known that? But the fact that they all kind of seem to have a generally similar idea, even though they were separated by hundreds of years, thousands of miles, no contact with each other, it's interesting. So it's when you get into this realm of speculation now about the larger questions and things we can't actually verify, it's interesting to go and see what older people thought about those things, because we've only ever been taught the globe side, right? We've only been given those mechanisms, those ideas. So it's kind of a freeing exercise just to explore those things and be like, I don't know, but I'm going to think about them. I'm going to wonder. Yeah.
Like
no, totally.
Like,
and I like,
with
and I like that's why.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, you
I was
go.
just gonna. Yeah, I was just going to say, like with the sun and the moon, like what you were saying, and Cyclone said, we can only tell you what we see. So, what do you see with the sun? It just goes across the sky, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, and I know when because we've been taught for so long, like all as you think about is that's a section of it going around an orbit of the Earth. Yeah.
The way I was explained was like it went, you know, because obviously if I rang, where are you guys? Sorry, now.
I'm in Melbourne, man.
Oh, you're in Melbourne.
Yeah.
Is everyone in Australia or?
No. Cyclone's in Scotland. There's a few of us.
So in Scotland, is it light or day right now? Night or day?
It's daytime. It's about 10:30 in the morning.
Yeah. So here it's pitch black, and the way, and going back to the original thought is why I got like when I look into these things and think about it when I get told about it is like I was explaining that the sun went in a sort of a circle around a circle. You know what I mean? It just hovered around this ice wall. Pretend.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
know what
how.
he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he's explaining it. If you look at the North Pole videos, right, of the 24-hour sun, you can see the sun going a circular path around the observer. So it appears as if the sun is going in a circular path around the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it seems to go what they call the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. So in between those two to make the summer and the winter. So. Yeah.
So if it was flat, it would be going underneath us. Is that your thoughts, or?
No, not at all.
No. So your thoughts are it goes around in a circle on top of us.
I don't know, but that's what it seems to do.
Yeah. See, that's where I get lost as well, because.
Okay, because you're talking about day and night.
Well, day and night. So when it's over in.
You're thinking of the sun being. That's still the same size as what they tell you it is?
No, just as bright as I know it is.
Yeah. So as bright as you know it is. So what happens, like as it goes away, the light dims, yeah?
Well, it dims, but if you were to get an area and illuminate it enough to illuminate all of Scotland or all of England plus all of Europe, and the Earth is however big we believe or we've been told. If you've got a sun that can illuminate all that or light that can illuminate all that area and not bleed through to other countries on the same flatness.
It does bleed through in the north in the summer, though.
And not to me, though.
Well, we're in the south, though.
Yeah, not to you,
in the summer. Sorry, in the summer it bleeds through, but not all night, not all day. Sorry, like
In
so
the
what I'm saying.
north,
If it's
you
not
can in the summer,
not at 3 o'clock in the morning.
can.
Yeah. Dude, I'm in Scotland just now, and it's hardly that well. It's still a little bit dark at night, but I can track the sun's motion from when it seems to set just left the north, then behind north, then it's rising again a few hours later. It doesn't really get dark from here on for the next couple of months now.
Yeah. No, but I get that part. I get that it stays light where you are. But right now I'm looking out, so it's extremely light, and all of Europe and North America and everything's light.
Yeah.
But it's not light in our end of the thing. So if you were to be
Too far away. It takes you think about a plane. Like it takes you 25 hours on a plane to get there, where they are.
Yeah.
That's going at 600 miles per hour. Like that's, or thereabouts. Like it's.
Well,
it's over the
this
other
is where
side.
it fucks with my head because of the fact that, like, you're talking about something that's in the sky big enough that has to be high enough in the sky. So if you get a spotlight, because to illuminate just an area without any bleed, you need a spotlight.
Sorry, you were talking about it before, yeah? Remember you said you were out on the ocean and you got atmospheric conditions that do funny things with the light. You've got that same thing that happens with light. Like once it starts going through thick atmosphere, and starts going further away, there's light attenuation, so it's not gonna. You can't always see the light.
It's not a video, but there's a GIF in the text chat that sort of explains it. If the sun's smaller and closer, and it's travelling in tighter circles around north for my summer, then you're physically, it's not reaching you. It's moved away from its possibility to make it all the way through the air, the atmo to you. And for my winter, it's travelling in theoretically a greater circle, which is longer time for you in the light and less for me. There's inference on the speed of the sun now if we're saying it's a circle. But as we can't go to it and we can't actually, measure its distance, we don't know its motion or movement. There is an anomaly on its speed if you're putting it in a circle sense, but that's technically how it works, dude. It's possibly an elevation thing, but it's light attenuation physically further away is less time for the light to get to you, therefore you have winter, and the reverse at the other time of the season. Another time of the year.
No, I get that. I'm not necessarily talking about night and day. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, think about how simple this is, right? 12 o'clock noon is whenever the sun is over the top of your head, wherever you are, right? As the sun moves across, it's not noon anymore. It's going to be noon somewhere else. And then as it keeps on moving further away, the light can't reach you anymore and it gets darker, but it's noon for someone else. That's as simple as it gets.
Yeah.
And now you've got to get that. You've got to get out of your mind the size of the sun, because I think you think the sun is like 1 million times bigger than the Earth. It's.
No, I'm not thinking that at all. I'm just thinking logistics of lighting up. So pretend, like going back to the flat Earth, and when you've got a light above. So I'm standing here in the kitchen. It's the light above me. To illuminate this kitchen, one light is shining down. It's only a small light. It's heaps smaller than this room. But as it shines, that light illuminates everything except for behind the shadows. You know what I mean? So
okay, walk 20 meters away from that light.
It's still light. I'll send you a picture of our lounge room.
Is it light on the ground? So you've got a downlight that travels 20 meters.
Oh, I can't move 20 meters, and because there's walls and everything. I'm talking about inside, but
so you've got one. So turn on one light, one downlight. Has it got a diffuser?
Well, I've got a what's called like a chandelier sort of pendant sort of thing hanging. It's the only light in the whole room, and it's flat, and it's up in the sky, and I'm standing here and pretend I'm an ant, the size of an ant. For it to illuminate the ground in the lounge room here, it illuminates the ground, but I can still see it up in the air, is what I'm getting at. You know what I mean? So if it's flat, going back to your...
but it's only 10 meters away. Yeah.
No, but it does, like, we're talking about something that can light up half the Earth at any given time.
But it's about lighting up the ground, though. You're talking about a light lighting up a room.
No, I know. But if you just pretend you've got something that's big enough to light up half the Earth, right? So you've got a light that's strong enough to light up 50% of the Earth at any given time.
Yeah.
That we know. So when I'm talking to old mate... No, but like just going on what you know from me talking to the other guys on the other side of the Earth right now, it's light there. So I don't know how big the Earth is, but if you go anywhere in Europe right now or whatever in where the sun's shining, the sun will be shining, and that's a massive distance of light that has to penetrate that much distance. And if you go like whatever the distance is of the Earth, and then you do what you're saying about it's because it's flat, you should be able to look up and see that ball no matter how far away you are, because it's of what you were saying earlier with what you were saying earlier with the horizon. So Scotland's...
How do you expect to see something that far away when things converge into a single point? Like you can't say that I should expect to see that, because even though you don't see them, you could look at 200 miles away and there'll be a range of mountains, yeah? So that range of mountain could be, 2,000 feet tall or 2,000 meters tall, right? You're going to look 100 kilometers, 2,000 meters. Now your angle of view up, it might not look like the mountains are there, but they're still there. So when things disappear over the horizon or behind the horizon, like you don't know what's in the way there. So if your angle goes up 2,000 meters, let's at 100 miles, then what's it going to be hiding? It's going to be hiding something that's really far away, isn't it?
Yeah, not necessarily. Yeah. I mean, if you get a
essentially could be behind the mountain, yeah.
If you get
and then it goes further and further, and then it goes further and further away, and it can't penetrate the atmosphere. The light can't penetrate the atmosphere.
I could probably send you a photo of what I'm trying to explain. I've got a spotlight.
I know what you're saying, man. I know what you're saying, dude.
Yeah. So I've got a flashlight on me right now, and I'm shining, and it's an actual spotlight. So it's it's a direct beam, so you can't it's not a sphere. It's not like a globe or a sphere, So it's just a spotlight.
This is the thing, man. Like you can't use these comparisons. But you can't. I'm just telling you can't use these comparisons to Earth, because you don't know what the sun is. You don't know how big it is. You don't know how far away it is. All as we know is that when it's overhead, it's noon, and when it goes away, it gets dark. Now, what the claim is the Earth is flat, right? We measure it to be flat. So whether it's flat or not, the sun's doing exactly the same thing as it's always done. So these are the things. This is why we don't go into the sky, because we can't actually argue that the sun is doing this or the sun is doing that. That's why we were saying before that we can't explain to you what the sun's doing or what the moon's doing or any of those things, or what the Earth actually is, except for that it measures and looks like and is practically used as a flat surface. Now, anything beyond that is speculation.
Yeah. I guess what I'm asking is these are the things where when you're saying question stuff, like that's when my brain goes. I'm like, I get right deep into it, and I don't want to fall either way. But then I go, all right, well, that solves it for me. That it does, it's a lot. There's so much to unpack with it all.
Someone said before, right? Have you looked in if you look in, just as an example, right, 36 minutes past the hour. Oh yeah. So, where are you? Are you in Eastern Seaboard?
Yeah. So we're near Melbourne.
Oh, okay, cool. So 7:36 p.m. Old dude posted.
You know where Warrnambool is? Down the Great Ocean Road.
Man. Yeah.
That's where we are.
I used to live down that way. I used to live in Ocean Grove down there.
Oh yeah, I did my apprenticeship in Ocean Grove.
Yeah, Bellarine Peninsula. Yeah. So old dude posted 7:36 p.m. Now go down the bottom of his picture, right? So just look at that for an example, right? It's just an example.
Where is that?
Going to the messages. No, just going to the.
No, so click on. You know how you click where your mute button and stuff is?
Ah, yeah.
There's one next to that. It's a speech bubble. Yeah.
7:30 something.
Yep.
7:36. Yeah.
Yep.
So go down to his bottom kind of. It's an image of the Earth, the sun, and the moon, and.
Mm-hmm.
So there's an example, right?
Yep.
That could be happening. Who knows?
I don't think it's the Arctic Sun one though. I think that's from Waz.
No, it's an actual animation. Yeah.
It's an animated GIF under old dude. Showing like a local sun.
24-hour time lapse.
No,
scroll up.
7:36.
Scroll up.
Oh, sorry.
Just a.
Oh, now I can't fucking get out of it. Jeez, I feel old. No, here we go.
Press the X
at
the top of the picture. Yep.
The Discord can be confusing if you've not.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So just pretend though. So if you're flat though, right, and that's so if it's flat, and you're where the I don't know if that's definitely not the moon because they don't rotate.
Yeah, because that it's not into scale. Yeah, you got to imagine how small you are compared to that light source. Yeah.
No, I mean like the moon rotates 2 times to the sun. You know what I mean? Like so, they don't go around like that. Like you can see the moon in the middle of the day.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, the moon. The moon goes back to the same spot every 28 days.
Yeah. So if you're where the moon is, though, in a sense, and you're looking because it's flat, right? That sun there to produce that amount of light.
You can't see forever, dude. You can't see forever. We even spoke about the atmosphere. How far can you see?
No, I get that. I get that. I'm talking about light though. Light travels further than we can see.
It doesn't travel. It doesn't travel forever.
You don't have to see it. I said it travels further than we can see. So if you're on the ground and you're looking at that amount of light that's illuminating that much Earth, and it's up high enough to illuminate that much Earth, because you couldn't have it low because it wouldn't create enough light to do that. If that makes sense.
Do you know anything about perspective?
Yeah, I know heaps about perspective.
Cool. So remember, I was talking about the mountains that are 200 kilometers away, and they're 2,000 meters in the air.
Yeah.
If something was
so you reckon a mountain?
Hang on. If something was 300 kilometers away, now what would be the angle to you between you and that? If the mountains were, even though you can't see them, you still got an angular view. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say you also need to consider the light is traveling through air, which as a medium will eventually block the light because it's not completely transparent, right? So whatever it is, however strong the sun is, it's illuminating a portion of the Earth, but not the whole thing. And it's not the case that just because it's above, you'd be able to see it from all points. It's just not that strong, but it's strong enough that it lights up what it does. But again, our argument wouldn't really necessitate us demonstrating exactly how strong the sun is or what it's doing. Our argument relies on the lack of curvature.
Yeah. No, I get that. Yeah. When you're in this, can you send like your own video, like a picture?
Depends on your role. If you're just on this today, then you might not have the role permission. We can get it for you. Give me a second.
That's all right. That's all right. It would just be. No, I can't do it. It doesn't matter.
You can send it. You can send it to one of us, and we can post it.
I can
for
send
you.
it to Christina.
Oh, she can maybe.
To Christina, yeah.
Yeah, we can post things for you if you want.
Yeah, just for arguments, like to get a point across, I guess is.
Yeah. No, this subject can be quite visual, so it's handy to have images and things.
So it's. So I'll get something that's round, so it makes more sense. Yeah. I'll get something that's dark. Sorry, I'm unprepared. I'm trying to go on the fly here. Right, this will do.
Worry about it. Take your time. There's always someone here, 24/7.
All right. Let's scoot the plates on the table. We're eating dinner as we're talking. So
47.
We had snags and fry rye and some coleslaw.
Oh, yeah, nice. Nice.
Yeah,
not bad.
I'm going to need a translation on snags.
Come on, mate. Bangers.
Sausages.
Okay. I got it.
All right. I'll get Tash to send those through to Xtina. Tash. Hey, Dals. Should I send them just on WhatsApp or something?
You can send it through. You can send it through messages on Discord.
Yeah, I've been chatting to her on it, so.
Okay.
Just go to. Messages. Thanks.
What are you sending me?
Just a couple of pictures that if you could put them up. So those two there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If you can put them up in the chat, because we can't put them up in the chat.
Okay. What about, am I screen sharing or just put them in the VC chat?
I don't know, just in their chat, I think.
Right,
in the group.
In the group.
I can't find the door.
Right, all right.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Yep, got him. Give us a second, love.
They're not. I mean, I'm only doing this on the fly, so it's.
Hey, look at that. No doors located nearby.
These people have been running.
What's that?
Oh, we've just seen the chat. People have been.
Oh, really?
Chatting on the chat.
Oh well. Good. Then they can fix it.
Uploading.
Hey, Timbo, I don't know if you're hot micing.
Done.
Right. So the picture of the plate, you'll see my the torch, and then the other picture is from, and that's me holding the torch up from a distance enough on a spotlight, as sharp as I could get to get pretty much half of the plate. So that's, say, 10 inches from the like 200 mil, 10 inches, or 250 mil, 10 inches. And then the other one is a picture from the Earth looking up, and then that's the same distance, but you can see the light. And I know that you're saying it's perspective and different distance and all that sort of stuff, but for the height and the brightness to illuminate that, like perspective or not, no matter where, just pretend to be like what they're saying is true about what they're saying is true about how big we are in the universe. You know, we're just a speck of dust in the size of it all. Like if you're a speck of dust on this makeshift thing that I'm showing you, then you would still be able to see that torch in the distance there in the height. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? You'd still be able to see the light. You can still.
Is anyone there?
I don't know. I feel like we're talking to no one.
Oh no.
No. I hear you.
We can't hear.
Sorry.
They're just
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, what I would say is that you need to understand that there would be a way that you could set it up so that you wouldn't be able to see the light, right? I mean, you're looking at it from that, but then if you had a weaker source of light and a longer distance, there's an area that it wouldn't illuminate. It's like if you had a massive warehouse 10 miles square and you put a light in the center of that warehouse or at one side of that warehouse and you move to the other side, you're not gonna see it, or whatever distance that would need to be for you not
just to go back to going back to the warehouse analogy again, to light up half that warehouse, 50%, which is the Earth lit up at most times, or just pretend it's 30 or 40%. If you're lighting up 30 or 40% of that warehouse, you would be able to see it from the other side of the warehouse. That's what I'm saying about that's what it is hard to explain, hard to get my head around with the flat Earth, because
only if you're assuming the nature of how the light is working, what medium it's in, what other factors are playing, your perspective when that comes into play. I mean, when you're doing small scale demonstrations, it's not going to be analogous to a large scale, which would include perspective limitations primarily, but also other atmo conditions. And we know that light does not travel infinitely through air. So it just isn't the case that even on a flat surface, if you had a light source above on one side, that it would be able to illuminate or be seen from the entirety of the distance. That's just not the case. Light has an extinction point, which you're not going to see on a small scale demonstration, obviously, but
you would though. That's the thing with light. If you have to illuminate 50% of whatever if you have to illuminate 50% of anything that you're so if it's flat Earth and you have to illuminate 50%, that's where I'm getting at. And if it was a small light that you couldn't see from a distance, it would only just illuminate Scotland at the time, and that's it. It wouldn't illuminate Africa. You know what I mean? But because you have to illuminate 50%, that light has to be strong enough to illuminate 50% of the Earth at any given time. And if that light's strong enough to illuminate 50% of the Earth at any given time, it has to be strong enough to be able to see from the other side of the factory. You know what I mean? So if you had a factory and you had the light strong enough to illuminate 50% of the factory, then you'd definitely be able to see from the other side, and it would leach through. That's my point.
Yeah,
and even if it wasn't the light leaching through,
when it comes to scaling it up to the Earth size, though, you're having to make assumptions about things and the nature of the light and the strength of the light that you can't verify. So, I mean, you could argue about it all day for sure in terms of exactly how the sun is illuminating the portion of the Earth that it's illuminating, but it will still always just come back to, well, whatever it's doing it above a surface that isn't curving. So it can't be the way that they're telling us it is on the globe. So it has to be that it's above a level surface. However, whatever mechanism is used or employed, however it's causing the influence of light as it does, it's occurring above a measurably flat surface. So I couldn't tell you exactly how it's working, what it is, how far away it is, what medium it's in, but we can test the ground. So, but yeah, it's interesting. And if I were you, because obviously this is a part that's interesting you, if you check your DMs, I sent you a link to a server that has an alphabetized information section. And if you go under S for sun, you can see a lot of different articles, videos, ideas, and things like that. So I don't know if Tata can pull that up at some point, but you should look into that.
No, I'll definitely have a look into that. Yeah, definitely. I don't know how to do it. I'll wait until I'm off the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We just went out. Didn't we go out last time?
Oh. No, I don't know.
So it should just be where if you were talking to X in DMs, There might be a new. It might be like a new request when you go into your messages. There might be like a letter icon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Right. So there's one from Cyclone, and if you join it, it's a link to a Discord. And when you join it, scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server channels once you've accepted the rules and that kind of thing.
Okay.
And then you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. So it's got things like Antarctica, NASA, gravity, sun, moon, stars, all these channels. Let me know when you see those channels.
I'm lost again. It just took me back to the.
Yeah. Back to the chat message.
I joined it though.
Oh.
So if you joined it should be in your servers on the left. So on the bottom grid of 4 channels, you've got servers, messages, notifications. If you click on servers, at the top there should be a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord or wherever it's gone.
Yeah. All right. So I pressed join though. Oh yeah.
Right. So when you get into that, you should be able to just scroll right down. There's loads of channels, so you'll have to take some time to explore it. But if you scroll down about 3/4 of the way, you'll see an additional information section.
Yep.
Got it.
You see all those channels, right? Okay. So, I mean, again, when you're first looking into this, you're going to have loads of questions, and a lot of them we've kind of tried to put some channels with information on. So, like, what about the astronauts? What about NASA? What about gravity? So, and again, the sun was one you were interested in. So, there's a channel on the sun. So, take a look through those when you get some free time. It's worthwhile.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at them now. So years ago, my auntie up in New South Wales, which is about 2,000 kilometres away from us, she used to have an observatory, like a small makeshift one in her backyard. Auntie Janet,
nice.
And it was like one of those. It was like a dome, and I would have been maybe 14 or 15, but we could sit, and it was a fiberglass dome that you could shift, and then she had a really big telescope in there. Like it was maybe 350 mil in diameter, like that's how big it was. And then maybe 2 meters long, and you could sit there on a seat and look at planets and stuff. What's your thoughts there?
She sounds like a cool granny, damn.
It was my nan's sister, but no, she was awesome.
Nan's sister, yeah.
Very eccentric.
Cool.
And like she's right up, like she questions the narrative and everything, so she's pretty out there as well. So
yeah, I think it speaks to someone who's got. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I mean, we like observation of the luminaries, the sun, the moon, and the stars. We're very interested in them and looking at them. You just have to be careful when you're looking at these things that it's like everyone's observing the same thing, but they've got different interpretations of what it is they're observing. And we're taught the kind of heliocentric globe side of things, which is these are rocks and balls of gas and plasma in a vacuum of space. That's the lens that most people are looking at them through. We don't look at them through that lens. We would look at them and speculate maybe on what they are, like what's their energy, things like that. But all you can really do with the luminaries is observe and speculate.
Yeah, no, of course. But like, what's out? Like, why? It's because with this telescope, I can't remember the magnification, but it was huge. So I don't know how to like calculate the distance that it could see into the night.
Yeah, you can't really do that with a telescope. They're not distance measuring devices. They're just for magnification, really.
Yeah. So yeah, of course. You can sort of do it with a telescope. So if you can measure by size that you can see with the naked eye, and then you can measure by whatever, and then you can almost break it down.
But then you'd have to make assumptions about the sizes and distances, and you could potentially have a number of possibilities. Like it could be this size and this close, or it could be much bigger and this much further away. So it doesn't really tell you just by looking at them what they are, how far away, etc.
That's true.
So we would say that's speculation, but interesting speculation.
What would you what's your thoughts, and what are they? Like, so I know when I take photos of, like, I've got a like a Canon 5D, and I can do night photos, and the stars move as I'm taking photos. And sometimes they almost do a full circle, where depending on where you are on Earth.
Yeah, no, I
if
agree.
you do like a long exposure.
Yeah, they appear to be moving above us.
Yeah. So what's your thoughts, and what's like? Is it like a big screen up there, or is it
Wouldn't be able to tell you on the physical nature of them as to how they are, like what they are, what they're made of, what their mechanisms for movement are. Again, we can observe them and their motions. I would say, and this is kind of how I look at them, is that we're essentially in what you could think of as a giant terrarium. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yep.
So like an enclosed container that you could put soil and plants in, and you put a little bit of water in, and it starts its own gas and water cycle within a totally sealed container. So there's nothing getting in from the outside, and it's just this, the cycle is occurring within the container itself. Now, if we think about Earth in that way, and then the sky is essentially a giant clock for that container, right? With the sun tracking the days and the nights, the moon tracking the months, which is why it's called the months, the moons, and the stars tracking the years, right? So it's essentially like a giant sky clock. Now, that's what we observe. That's what we use it for planting, for harvesting. This is how all the ancients used it, right? As just a giant timepiece. So it's like the most perfect clock ever conceived on the top of a terrarium.
Yep.
But what that means as to their mechanisms, how they are made, like all of that. I mean, again, I would say I put it down to a creator, but what the physical mechanism, I mean, people have speculated on things like electricity being a big base of it. I don't know if you've heard of electric universe theory and this kind of thing. But
no,
people have speculated a lot of different things as to what their energy source is, what makes their motions go, things like what do they call it, electromagnetics, and sort of what's the, I can't remember now. But either way, if you look in the channels for sun, moon, and stars, you'll see quite a lot of the speculation from the flat Earth side. I would just again preface it by saying at this point it's speculation, because we can't travel to them and test them and observe them in any way other than where we are. But yeah, it's interesting, and most of us are like sky watchers and watch the sun, moon, and stars and things and speculate on them, but we just don't do it from a heliocentric mindset.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Interesting. It's now I'm going to go down to the ocean on the weekend, I think.
Good plan. Definitely. See that flat ocean, sea level.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Sea level.
Sea level.
Sea level is level. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
I mean, water tells us that we're not on a spinning ball. The physical nature of water, hydrostatics. We know that if we have a container of water, like you got a cup or a glass in front of you, look at that surface of the liquid. It's the perfect. It's like what level is set against the level of water, any liquid at rest. You scale it up to a bathtub, same thing. Swimming pool, same thing. Lake, same thing. Sea, same thing. The physical nature of water tells us it's a level surface that we're on. But they tell us, that at a certain point, that law of reality and nature no longer applies, and it starts to bend. But no one's ever observed or measured this anywhere. So.
No, it's interesting. Yeah, there's a lake around the corner. I might even just go down there, and I think it's about it wouldn't be a kilometre, maybe half kilometre wide, but it'd be interesting to see.
No, it's very interesting to start playing about with the line of sight that you can achieve, and even going on smaller scales to like smaller lakes and things, just playing about with, as you lower the camera to the ground, how much you can see, as you raise it, how much that frees up for you to see, even on a small distance, small scale. So, because people talk about, well, boats disappear bottom up on the horizon, that means we know they go over a curve. But these are kind of things which you can explain by things like perspective, and you can demonstrate on a smaller scale being due to perspective, not just a physical curve of the water. Another one to think about is gas pressure. We've spoken a few times about how we're in a contained system. Now, the reason that we say that is because we breathe gas pressure. That's the air. The air is a pressurized gas. And the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container, right? Every instance of gas pressure that we can observe on Earth in reality requires physical containment, like the air in your tire, the air in a balloon, helium in a canister, right? We need this physical containment for the gas particles to be bouncing off of. So the fact that we breathe pressurized gas on Earth tells us that we are in a physical container, a contained system. So, I mean, that's something to think about, because what we would come down to is saying, well, no, we don't need a container. Okay, show us a demonstration of gas pressure with no container next to a vacuum. Because in reality, when we put gas pressure next to vacuum, it fills the space. High pressure flows to low pressure. It's entropy. Always occurs. Natural law. Can't stop it. So if we had gas pressure that we're breathing sitting adjacent to a vacuum with no physical separation, just like popping your bike tire, all that gas is just going to flow out into the lower pressure space. Now, we don't need to get into that, but if you're interested, look under the channel G gas pressure and S for space on that server. And that's just one to mull over in your head. You don't need to like start really trying to prove it or debunk it. Just start rolling these ideas around your mind and thinking about them.
Yeah. No, totally. No, I'm flicking through the sun and all that sort of stuff, and that's a good one as well, the gas. So I'll definitely be looking at that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well,
it's getting been asking questions. I just want to say I appreciate how chilled you've been, because usually, well, a lot of the time we get people flying off the handle, going mental, calling us retards, all this kind of shit. So you've been very cool. So thank you very much, Ollie, who's been here this morning.
Yeah, thanks for your time as well. It's been interesting.
Yeah, and anytime you've got questions, comments, or you want to discuss, there's always someone here, and in the home server.
All right, legend. Yeah. All the best to you, mate. Enjoy your day.
Yeah, peace, bro. Have a good rest of your night.
Cheers.
Oh, Tash, yeah, I've got a question. More of an More of an existential question. How do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night, knowing or believing in this, I guess, theory?
Like a baby.
Yeah. Well, how so? Why so?
Well, because now I've got a pretty firm sense of what the situation is, where we are, and how things are. I'm not spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour chaotically and meaninglessly through an infinite vacuum to some unknown end. It's not all a meaningless accident of chemical reactions starting for no reason, and then just all of a sudden we're here, from pond scum to monkeys to paying bills and taxes. Like, the world that they serve us in general is kind of a mess. And yeah, obviously you're kind of thinking about it like everyone's lying, the whole world's a lie. Not really. It's a small number of people at a very high level of power and control that have presented a narrative, right? It's technically, they're not forcing you to believe it. They're kind of presenting the narrative, and it's on you if you want to kind of accept it or not. But no, just not to ramble. I sleep very well, thank you. How about you?
I don't know. I don't know how I'll sleep tonight now.
Yeah, at the early stage, actually, let me change my answer a bit, because you're right.
Yeah, and feel free to elaborate for as long as you need to.
Yeah, when I first heard about this, it did freak me out a bit, right? When I first came across it, and this was after, I mean, I've been looking into government corruption for so many years that the idea that the government was going to lie about something wasn't going to be a barrier to entry, which it is for a lot of people. I understand full well what the governments have been capable of through the years. But when it comes to this, it's very different than the usual quote unquote conspiracy theories about things happening at the other side of the world that's never really going to touch you in your life personally. This is the ground beneath your feet. So for a lot of people, it can be like the rug is being pulled out from under you, and now you're thinking, now I don't know where I am. I don't know what my situation is. And this is why a lot of people prefer, even when they're presented with direct physical observation and measurement of the surface of Earth not doing what the globe has to do, they'd rather stay with the globe because the alternative is too scary. And I understand that, but what I would say is, it's one of these like trial by fire. It's almost like a very human journey that you kind of have to go through. You go through something that kind of tears you down in your ego sense, and you realize, I actually have no idea what the sun, the moon, and the stars are. And I was kidding myself for years in thinking that because I'd been presented ideas, images, and stories, I did know what they were, right? So you've kind of got to have that ego death where you accept that there are very real limits to your knowledge. And that can be a scary thing for people, especially nowadays, because we're taught and educated in a way, and technology allows us to feel like we have access to basically all knowledge that we could ever want and need, right, at our fingertips. So we kind of get this false sense of security, like there's nothing I really don't know about my environment. When actually the opposite you will discover is true if you kind of go down this path. So yeah, it's uncomfortable at the beginning, but when you start to realize that all you're actually dealing with is in reality is what you've always dealt with. You've always dealt with a flat, motionless earth. You've always dealt with a stable ground, unless you've been in an earthquake. So basically, nothing really changes. You've always noticed the sun, moon, and stars moving and not you. That stays the same. But the larger questions, like you asked earlier, well, then how did it get here? These are the deeper underlying philosophical and existential questions that might keep you up at night. But I would say, from my experience, stay the course because it's very worth it. And at the end, come out of it, I would say more secure than you would have been on the globe. I mean, that's just for me.
Yeah, right. And regardless, there's a lot of beauty that surrounds us no matter what.
Of course, of course. And appreciating, I think one of the good things about this topic, regardless of where you land, is that it will make you start really looking at the earth again in almost like a new way. Childlike almost is what you should be doing. And you will appreciate the beauty of it, and you'll see beauty of the earth that you wouldn't have come across unless you were speaking about flat earth, because there's a lot of things that you're not naturally going to come across necessarily. But yeah, there's lots of beauty to appreciate. The world is full of beauty, and we're being served in the media and elsewhere the chaos and the destruction and the death. But this is kind of what I would say this topic helps you kind of see you can't see the forest for the trees when you're on the globe a lot of the time. You're getting distracted with a lot of things. This will laser focus you on what's important, I would say.
Yeah. And it'll even if you don't end up on the flat earth, like as long as you take something away from this, is never take for granted what you're told. So look into everything with a skeptical mind, not always too skeptical, but just go, okay, well, you've told me this, but what's your evidence and where can I find this information? And then look into things, look into where things started, and with anything, not just the flat Earth, globe Earth, but with everything.
Yeah, and you can still trust, but what we would say is trust but verify. And if you can't verify, you're under no obligation to trust. And like
then it's
Timbo's
a story
saying,
as well. I was told once, be skeptical, but don't be cynical.
Correct, yeah, I would agree with that. I would agree with that. And a lot of people think that because we don't believe that the Earth is a globe, we must be very cynical, miserable, thinking everyone's lying. That's not the case. I don't think everyone's lying. Far from it. If anything, it gives you it makes you train yourself in being able to understand exactly who is lying, quote unquote, and who is just repeating a story that they believe. And like Timbo's saying, it's trust but verify. Yeah, so it's not about distrusting the world. Far from it. Go out into the world, start trusting the physical natural world. But there's a difference between empirical evidence, things that we can observe, touch, measure ourselves, and unverifiable claims, images and videos, which can be produced, as you know, in any kind of way, right? Hollywood can make anything, so the military could too, right? Which is basically what they're doing. But
Did you get a chance to see the Northern Lights? I'm not sure where you are in the world.
Oh, we sure did, yeah. But just by chance, though, we were having a bonfire outside, and we were wondering what they were, and then we'd realised it was absolutely
funny.
beautiful.
Wait, fucking the back fence of my apartment building is completely fallen down. And I'm just like, guys, fucking bonfire. What are we doing? Perfectly good with it. Missed the Northern Lights. I didn't even know they were happening. I feel cheated. I'm like, fuck.
Fucking beautiful. I don't know if you could you see it in Melbourne, Timbo?
No, we went hunting on Saturday and Sunday night, and we couldn't find anything. So.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, it was pretty nice. Yeah, that makes me wonder how that happened. Like.
Yeah, well, it's the same. It's just sky phenomena. Doesn't relate to the surface of the Earth. Doesn't relate to the, what we live on. Like, still
well, it's
flat,
extremely.
No matter what.
It's extremely rare. Like
now you're gonna get an example now of the type of people we get in here that just believe just for believing. Go ahead, Duncan.
No, I was just saying it's not like a very common phenomenon. So it's not like if it's a standard thing where like the stars are just luminaries in the sky that are rotating, part of something. I mean, it's very odd that what causes it? Like what? You have no idea.
I don't know. What causes it?
You don't think it's like the solar flares causing the radiation with the affecting the magnetic field of surrounding the Earth? You don't think that's
could
part
be.
of it?
Yeah, could be.
Could be.
Yeah. Have you got any way to confirm that that's what it is?
Me personally, no. No.
Yeah, we're in the same boat then, aren't we? You're saying it is this, and I'm saying I don't know. It could be, but I don't know.
Well, I'm saying what experts in their field say.
Okay, so what are they? What evidence? What proof do they have?
I mean, I'm not really too sure. I mean, I think they can. I know they monitor the sun for solar flares, so I would imagine that they have some type of instruments that can detect these energies.
Yeah, well if it's coming from the sun
you
or
can
not,
imagine it, bro, that's enough for us.
Even if it is coming from the sun, what difference is that?
Well, not a matter
we...
if it is coming from the sun, but like the fact that they're monitoring it and predicted it.
Hold on, but just before we segue off into more speculation about the sky, did Tasha or X have any more questions they want to ask or comments?
No, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it as that, but yeah, no, I appreciate. I'll just keep listening now while I do the dishes.
Come back in anytime. Yell out.
Yeah, jump in anytime.
We touched read messages.
Okay.
So, what distance were? I mean, if they're saying that is the Northern Lights emanating from the north, but they're seeing them in Australia.
Yeah, we're getting the Aurora Australis.
Oh, you're getting the Australis, okay. Yeah, it was quite visible up here, but I personally didn't see it because I'm in the city. But
yeah, I've only seen it once in my life, and I was like very, very young, traveling up to Vermont. It's crazy though. I mean,
yeah, I do need to see it. It's on the bucket list for sure.
Yeah, be awesome.
So it's like Australia Day in here or something. What's going on, Timbo? Is it like a holiday over there?
No, man, it's just Monday. I don't know why everyone's up on a Monday night. I was hot micing before I'm at the gym, so I was at the gym. I don't know what everyone's doing out and about on a Monday.
Yeah.
Well, does that phenomenon though of those lights like make you wonder, like ponder, like what could that possibly be caused by? Like, are you guys curious? Like,
of course.
Any suggestions?
Not really.
Yeah, it's the solar flares and interfering with the Earth's magnetic field. What do you think?
Oh, you agree with them?
Yeah, why not?
That the sun is like 93 million miles away, and it produces this thing, and the Earth is spinning, creating this magnetic field. Which
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. When did I say that? When did I say that?
You just did.
You added in so much then.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying you think it's a ball spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in an infinite vacuum for no reason?
And it's
that's how
93 million miles away.
The reason why we have the magnetic field is because of the Earth's rotation, they say.
Oh, they say. Well, that's good.
That's not what they say. That's not the cause of the magnetic field.
Yeah, the core, bro.
What's their cause? What's the cause according to the globe model?
It's the magnetic core.
And how is the magnetic core generating the magnetic field?
I have no idea, mate. It's your claim. You should know.
It's because of the rotation.
So you're saying because it rotates, it creates magnetism?
Yeah, when you have a liquid metal core and it's spinning, that creates magnetism, yes.
So the Earth or the Earth's core, which one?
I'm sorry?
Which one's spinning, the Earth or the Earth's core?
Well, the Earth is spinning, which creates a spinning core.
So is the core moving with the Earth, or is it moving in a different motion of the Earth?
I'm not 100% sure. I would imagine it's moving with the Earth.
Well, then relativity would say it's not spinning then.
No, it's still spinning.
No, it's not. Because it's not creating any friction because it's spinning the same as the Earth, and relativistically that would mean it's not spinning at all.
Well, you're assuming it's spinning at the exact same rate.
No, I'm not assuming it's spinning at all.
No friction.
I'm not saying there is an Earth's core. You're the one saying there's an Earth's core.
Oh, you think it's hollow?
No, I don't think it's a ball.
I think what he's trying to say is that it's a disc.
Yeah, I know. The disc has to have some depth to it. So
Are you saying it's a disc, Duncan?
No. I think that's what he's saying. You were saying.
So he's talking about you, man.
No.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. So when have we ever said that there's an edge to the Earth for it to be a shape that would need a core?
When have you ever? I've heard some people talk about the ice wall. Is that the edge? No. You personally? No, I haven't heard you make any claims that's any part of knowledge of what the shape of the Earth is about.
No. So then, how do you know there's a core of the Earth?
How do I know that there's a core of the Earth?
Yeah.
Well, there's a center to it. I've seen. I accept the pictures from space that show a sphere. So, have I seen the center? No, I haven't seen the center.
How do they know that there's a core to the Earth that's spinning and is magnetic?
Well, have you ever asked anyone?
Well, have you?
Have you ever asked an expert in the field?
It's your claim, Duncan. That should have been what you did before presenting.
No, it's not. It is not my claim.
Wait, so you don't believe in a molten iron core at the center of a ball Earth, then?
Oh, I believe in it, but it's not my claim. I didn't discover that fact.
Okay, so if that's not your claim, then that's not your claim for how the Northern Lights are caused. So that's not your claim for how the Northern Lights are caused.
No, I
Okay,
said that's
so
what
we're the
the
same.
leading
We're the same
scientists
then.
think, and
So we're the same then.
the
You're not
other
making a
person agreed
claim.
with me. He said, "Yeah, it's the Earth's magnetic
Right. So
field and
you're
the
not
solar
making a
flares, the
claim.
radiation." That's what he said.
Right.
Yeah,
So
the
you're not
solar
making a
He agreed
flare.
claim.
with what the scientist said.
Oh, chill, Duncan. Jeez. Right. So you're not making a claim about the cause. We're not making a claim about a cause. Cool. Where does that leave us?
It is magnetic. The solar flare caused a disturbance in the magnetic field. That's why there was that effect in the sky.
Yeah, that's what Timbo said.
Effects
So
in the
what's
sky.
causing the magnetic field?
Well, you said you weren't making a claim. I'm not making a claim as to what's
I'm
causing it.
gonna make a
Part of
wild
the
guess and say a
of a
magnet.
One claim that I will make is that when you rotate a liquid metal, it creates a magnetic field. I will make that claim.
One
There's
claim
experiments that
that
show
can
that.
be made as well is if you have a molten metal, it loses its magnetic properties.
Not when you add rotation to it.
Okay, so rotation adds friction, which creates a higher temperature. So molten plus more temperature doesn't equal any type of cooling.
You guys should just think about it a little bit some more. No? I gotta go meet somebody.
I gotta
Think
go to
about it.
work in 1 hour.
I'm about to get off work in an hour and a half.
Duncan, has he gone? He's deafened.
Did he run away or he deafened himself?
Yeah, deafened himself. I was going to ask him if he's familiar with what the Curie point is.
And what is that, sir?
The Curie point is the temperature at which molten iron no longer has magnetic properties.
Oh wow! But does that account for rotation as well?
It doesn't matter.
What would rotation?
It's rotating. If the temperature is past its point, then it doesn't matter, Sasha, and anybody else.
Right, guys, I need to go on mute for a bit, but keep it one at a time and keep it on topic, yeah.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
All right, start gish galloping, quick.
Gish gallop, gish gallop, gish, gish, gish.
I mean, we can talk about crypto if you guys want to talk about crypto.
Foolery and horse pucky. No, man, ain't nobody smoking no crypto, no drugs in the server.
No, the topic is the earth.
Have you actually looked at the Curie point of metal?
Yep, and it says it doesn't matter if it spins or not.
Wow, that's interesting.
There's a dilemma. I know, right?
The Curie point is significantly lower in temperature than the alleged temperature of the molten iron core.
Isn't that wild? And then to think that the interior of a sphere is 80% liquid magma and molten iron and all these other ridiculously extreme temperatures. But then there's just these layers of ocean water on top of the surface that don't boil. The heat doesn't transfer. There's no entropy whatsoever. Somehow there's polar caps on either side of the ball. It's just none of it makes any sense.
Well, it sort of does. I mean, you have to have intense pressure to create the heat. So
You have to have a container to have pressure.
Yeah. You ever tried putting water in a vacuum and seeing what happens?
It just boils.
Okay. There's not a lot of pressure in
the
there.
oceans aren't boiling right now. Why aren't the oceans disappearing into gas and then disappearing into the vacuum? There's so much vacuum that it could be filling.
They are evaporating. The ocean waters do evaporate. It's it's not.
Yeah, and then it rains back down.
Right.
And
We have
fills
an atmosphere, sir.
What about gravity? Why does the water go up in the air?
It all works. I mean, I'm not sure what the problem is.
The problem is that you have water and gas living on top of liquid metal. No container in a vacuum. And it doesn't disappear.
It's a self-contained system, just like logic.
Yeah. Gravity works. Yeah. No, you don't like that word.
So how did it be how was it discovered that gravity is the cause of things not disappearing into space?
Oh, that wasn't discovered. That was invented.
Yeah.
Well, you could just test a hypothesis.
Okay. How do I
just
manipulate
throw something
gravity?
in the air, it comes back down to the ground.
How do I manipulate gravity? Show me that I could keep gas inside of an open container, and then make that container also have a portion of it be a vacuum, but then use gravity to keep the gas away from the vacuum.
Gravitational effects.
I mean, what do you think happens in space?
I want
Things don't
to
fall
make an
to the ground in
experiment so
space.
that it becomes empirical, that gravity is the cause keeping everything on the Earth.
Yeah, you can go to space where there's no gravity, and then you can observe that things don't fall to the Earth.
Sasha, stop LARPing.
Here, where I can't actually exist. You can't use the story to prove the story. We're trying to prove the story with reality.
I mean, I just gave you a proof, though. But I guess you're not going to accept
You told me
that.
a story. You said go to space and you'll see it. You're asserting that space is real and that I can go to it and see it as you describe your story to be. You want me to use your story?
You're asserting space is fake?
I'm just trying to help you understand, sir.
Yes, and I'm trying to help you understand. Show me an experiment where you can manipulate gravity to show that you can have gas pressure in a vacuum chamber with a vacuum and not have the gas disappear into the vacuum to fill it up.
When you say manipulate gravity, do you mean like we have to increase the gravitational force? Like, what do you mean manipulate gravity?
Like, just isolate it and make it do something. Like it's a variable.
Because if we're going to use gravity as an answer, you have to know the cause of gravity, right? Otherwise, you're just making a story.
My question.
I mean, I guess science is fake then.
Because right now, all you have is a story to explain why things exist. You don't actually.
You said we have to manipulate gravity. How do we manipulate gravity?
That's
my question. That's your problem to figure out.
Because right now, you don't know the cause of gravity, but apparently gravity is the cause of why things don't disappear into the vacuum of outer space.
Are you under the impression that you have to put something in a laboratory for it to be, for us to navigate the truth?
Right.
Repeatable and testable.
Right now, all you have is a philosophical explanation. You don't have the actual known cause.
But you're suggesting something absurd, like putting gravity into a laboratory.
Like gravity?
Right?
Yes, it's
supposed to be everywhere.
The cause of gravity, in order to support the story that vacuum
That's
is.
not. You don't need that. You don't have to do that to support this. You don't have to do that to support the claim. There are many ways you can support the claim without putting it into a laboratory.
You're clear away and garbled somebody's mic severely.
That's Jekyll, I think.
No, it's Duncan.
Oh man, yeah, that was Darth. He's in traffic.
Yeah, you don't have to put something into a laboratory to verify its truth.
Well, but it does need to be repeatable and testable for it to be verified as true.
Well, we're actually more after falsifiability and verifiability with things like gravity. You know?
Can't falsify something you can't demonstrate.
Of course you can.
Right?
I don't know why you believe that.
Well, that's just pseudo.
That's
you can't
not true.
demonstrate it. Yeah, if you can't demonstrate it, then it's pseudo.
Well, that's not true either. I mean, falsifiability is the demarcation line between pseudoscience and science. So I don't know why you're adding demonstration onto it.
Yeah, you falsify the globe without demonstrating a flat Earth map.
Exactly. There you go.
Demonstrating a flat Earth map. What's that mean? How do you demonstrate a flat Earth map?
Think about it. If you can falsify an idea, does it matter if you could demonstrate it? No. Yeah? You following? You understand that, right?
That again.
You can't falsify something that you can't demonstrate.
So then how do you falsify the globe Earth when you don't demonstrate the flat Earth?
It's the essence of falsifiability that it's not demonstrably true, right?
I didn't hear yours because he was saying something at the beginning. What was the first part?
The essence of falsifiability that it's not demonstrably true. Popper, who does the demarcation between pseudoscience and science, says the demarcation line for things like theories of science, like gravity, is falsifiability, not verifiability.
Well, that's a cool quote that he came up with. What does that mean?
Well, you know what? The demarcation line is what separates pseudoscience from science, right? And in this case, I could tell you that gravity is falsifiable. Whether or not you demand it's verifiable is neither here nor there. Whether or not you can put it into a laboratory experiment is neither here nor there, because you can be sure of its truthfulness without putting it into a laboratory experiment.
You can't demonstrate it, so you can't be sure of anything about it.
I think you can. I think you can do a bunch of tests to support gravity.
Pseudo-Ramonian force space.
Yeah, I mean, like I'll tell you what's a good example of something that's pseudoscience, like the ether. Right? That's pseudoscience. You know?
Like gravity and quantum theory and all these other. Those are all pseudo. It's not natural. It's not real. It's not physical.
It's not natural. That's just some of your feelings. I don't know about that. Anyway, I want to go back to Kiko, who said you have to put it into a laboratory experiment. Why do you think that?
Because you're just putting on a lotion that says this is the cause, this is the answer, right? You haven't actually been able to verify.
Oh, we've just gone over
gravity that you have an idea of is the actual cause.
Yeah, but
right?
we just did verifiability. We're not
verified if your outer space vacuum is real.
No, we just gone over that. If you understand
I know you're going to tell me no.
It's because
but then you're also going to tell me your story to try and back up your story.
No, I'm telling you that it's not verifiability we're after, it's falsifiability, right? So whatever this laboratory thing you're talking about is retarded, because we're after falsifying gravity, not verifying it.
So then every experience you've had with gas pressure has always had to have a container, otherwise the pressure is going to flow.
You know what we call that? An inductive claim. And you know what happens if you have an observation that contradicts?
I'm talking about the experience.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you have high pressure, no container, what happens to the high pressure? It flows. Right?
Perfect, right. Yeah. Okay. So now imagine this, right? It's crazy. If you use every observation on Earth and it all points towards the gas pressure requires a container, and you look up in altitude, and at 65 miles you see a medium vacuum, almost the pressure of 10 to the negative 17 torr, but it's just slightly less of a vacuum, right? And the high pressure isn't moving into the lower pressure. What do you do then? Because it's contradicting everything that you can demonstrate on the surface of the Earth, so you can't appeal to the surface of the Earth to talk about what's going on in altitude. Isn't that weird? weird, Kiko. I think
Take
it's
a deep
weird.
sea fish from its deep sea environment, bring it to the surface, show me what happens.
I think you just ignored everything I said.
Did you
So
take it out of a pressurized environment and move it into a vacuum?
Doesn't matter because we're
No,
talking
you
about
just moved it out
ecological
of its
validity.
environment, took it to a lower pressure, and its organs that were built to resist the high pressure of the deep sea pushed out, and it exploded.
Irrelevant. So what we're talking
How
about
is it
is
that you know that the vacuum of outer space that you experience above your head, the reason that there's a drop in pressure as you increase in altitude, show me that that's going from matter to no matter.
well, no one's saying
Show me
no
how
matter.
that
We're not saying no
medium
matter.
to no medium.
We're not saying no medium. We're saying no, not a lot of matters there, right? So in 65 miles up, you see a very low media vacuum. Right? It's a medium vacuum, and just a few hundred kilometers further than that, you'd see something that's almost essentially a medium vacuum, but just even lower pressure. Right? They're not that far different. Right?
So is that lower
question
pressure with no
why
medium, or is that lower
is
pressure
it
with medium?
that you can have a medium vacuum at 65 miles? Hold on. Well, there's no such thing as an absolute vacuum. But the most important question here is why is the medium vacuum able to sit next to the atmosphere?
You're breaking up.
Without the atmosphere moving into the medium vacuum.
You hear, or you just
why is it possible that the medium vacuum can sit next to the
You're both
atmosphere
breaking
without
up.
the atmosphere moving into the medium vacuum?
Jekyll, your mic was breaking up.
Why is it the case? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Why is it the case?
You're good now.
Okay. The question was why is it the case that a medium vacuum is next to the atmosphere?
I got about 5 minutes at work,
the atmosphere,
so
moving into the medium vacuum, which is only 65 miles up.
You broke up about 3 times in the middle of it. We can't figure out what you're asking us. Try again, Murasaka.
What do you think qualifies as a vacuum? Like zero air pressure, or like what qualifies as a vacuum to you?
Probably not what you imagine as outer space to be. Probably not that. Right? Because
Want
you
to
don't
try
call that a
answering the
vacuum.
question? You want to try answering the question?
I don't look at it as an actual number on a pressure scale. I just look at it as an action, a displacing action, displacing matter from one area to another. And in order to do that, you have to have containment.
yeah.
So you consider wind. So you consider wind a vacuum.
Essentially, whenever you make your vacuum chamber, you're going to have a gauge on it that's going to tell you what the pressure on the inside of the container is, and then it's going to read the pressure inside and outside. So, like, if you have a lower pressure inside the container, then the gauge is going to be pressing into the container, which is going to be reading a negative pressure. If you have it as a higher pressure on the inside of the container than on the outside of the container, then the gauge is going to be pushing out away from the container. So then it's going to be showing a higher pressure.
Oh, he said any action displacing matter. Right. Well, hang on. Maybe try it one more time. What would you say? Any matter? It's an action of any matter
It's just
displacing other matter.
A vacuum is just the action of displacing matter from one area to another.
Okay, so like for example, wind is a vacuum according to you then?
No, because it's not displacing matter. It is the matter. Wind
It's
is the
not?
matter in the air.
Moving from one place to another. It's displacing the other
But
air
it's
that's
not.
already occupying that space.
Pressure
It
movement.
displaces
Yeah, it can't move itself.
that air and moves it. So isn't that a vacuum then, according to your
No, air.
definition?
Movement.
No, air cannot displace itself and remove itself from an environment.
No, it's displacing another pocket of air.
Flowing.
Like you have a cold front moving into a warm temperature area. That warm air gets displaced above the cold air moving in.
Yeah.
Right.
No
So is that
container,
action
therefore
of
flow.
that warm
High pressure
air
next to
being
low
displaced by
pressure,
the
no
cold air?
container, therefore flow.
Okay, is that a vacuum?
No.
As he described it.
That's
No.
flow.
Well, it seems to be. As he described it, that would be a vacuum.
No. That is flow. High pressure next to low pressure with no container, therefore flow.
The low pressure warm air is sitting above the high pressure cold air.
And no container. So then what do you see?
There's no container there.
Flow.
There's
You
just
see
warm air
you
sitting
have
on
high
top of
pressure
cold
on
air.
Earth, you have low pressure in the outer space vacuum, no container, but you do not have flow.
Who says there's no flow up there?
Yeah, that's a violation of thermodynamics.
Why?
You
Yeah,
can't
but
have
why are you asserting there's no flow up there?
Yeah, you have to. You would have to. You can't have low pressure next to high pressure without a physical barrier in between them and not have a transfer to find equilibrium.
And who says they're not trying to find equilibrium? You just
Well,
have
they can't.
you have an extremely low pressure next to another extremely low pressure. So like on Earth we have that warm air sitting on top of the cold air, that low pressure of air sitting on top of a higher pressure of air. Then you just
But ultimately, it's in a containerless vacuum. But you have all that pressure. And it's not flowing into the lower pressure vacuum. It's flowing horizontally.
Because it's contained.
Right.
Is it again this container must be hitting the Earth at some point, right? In order to contain all the air on Earth.
Well, it wouldn't be a container if it wasn't closed off, would it?
Right. So it has to be meeting the Earth at some point.
Yeah.
Where no air can escape it.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I mean, it has to, according to you, that has to be a thing.
We're in a contained environment. And then
it depends on your. This is where all the forks in the road start popping up on like philosophy. So it really depends on your viewpoint of the world. If you're grounded in just specifically science, then yeah, you got to like pick and choose and stand on one of them. But if you're grounded in anything spiritual, well, now you have to ask yourself, are you saying that God is contained or restricted to the laws of science as we know them? Right? Or can he do something outside of...
Right now, we're just talking about what you can experience.
If you want to go the spiritual
topic, dude.
Science is on our side. We don't have to run away from science or suggest there's some alternate science to flat Earth. We can embrace it wholly and consistently.
Exactly.
Yeah, because if you went the spiritual way, where you're saying the container doesn't need to like hit the Earth for it to contain the air, then you wouldn't need any container at all.
Yeah,
if you just want to like invoke God and saying
that's Copernicus. That's going down the pathway Copernicus went.
So that's why flat Earth is better, because it stays away from divine supernatural claims, like Copernicus did. You put a firmament all around creation that abruptly ended.
Then all you are is just the globe 2.0.
See, what I find funny is how all of our ancestors, whenever they told us the story of how they thought they lived in an existence, they described a contained environment. But we are suddenly the only ones who say that we're not in a contained environment. It's nuts. It's crazy.
So since we're going back to like this container must be like reaching the Earth at some point and have contact, like and seal the Earth so the air can escape. We're going back to that it must be hitting the Earth and sealing it, right?
And we don't make any claims as to what is happening. We just don't.
You don't really know exactly. I mean, there must be some containment. There must be a mechanism in place for the environment to be the way it is, because we have the gas pressure in place. Therefore, has to be the antecedent in place. But you trying to define exactly what it is and trying to pinpoint people in here to make a claim about that, can't really do that. Because who's going to go there and actually verify that 100%? So there must be a cow for the ribeye. It has to be.
Yeah, and if you're going to try to remove spiritual essence away from flat Earth, you're going to have a really hard time doing that, because 50% of flat Earthers, after a while into the conversation, tend to go down the spiritual path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but flat Earth is observable reality. There's nothing spiritual to the empirical experience we have of flat Earth. Anybody can have that experience.
If you're going into that pipeline, that's a God done it, and now you're Globe 2.0. You just picked a different view of orthographic view.
I think that the thing is, the doctrines will kind of try to give you something. This is what actually is, and this is how it works. But the antecedent to the whole construct will have to be a designer, and an architect, a creator. Everybody knows that. Our ancestors knew that. But all across the world, there's many civilizations that had similar ideas. They knew the antecedent, the creator, the designer, but then they had ideas on how that worked. Just like today, people doing similar stuff.
So, hey, Duncan Darth, how do modern cosmologists describe the meeting point of reality and the Big Bang and the threshold of the cosmic expansion, which is the edge of your universe? How do cosmologists describe that interaction between the edge of the universe and the universe itself? Because if you don't have an answer, then the Earth is flat.
So there's the visible universe where they say that, light travels at a certain speed and it's taken this long to reach us. So the visible universe is that 13.7 billion years, but they don't know what's outside of that because light hasn't reached us.
They don't know. So, you know what? When you ask us about the edge of our reality, we don't know. You don't know, we don't know. So we're back in the same spot.
See, unlike you, I think we all share the same reality.
Well, your version of it doesn't match what you see.
It kind of does.
But it really doesn't.
Dark, what is your problem with reality? Because you have an issue. You're claiming a nonsensical position away from what we actually experience, observe, verify, can test for. You're making an extraordinary claim without the extraordinary evidence. So what is your problem with reality? What is your issue? Tell us.
I don't have an issue with reality. It seems to be, it's nonsensical to you, not to me.
Yeah, because you've got a biblical point of view and then say the Bible's wrong.
No, I don't.
Who did the overview effect? Who did the Big Bang? Who was
did
that?
The Big Bang?
Yeah. What was the cause of Big Bang?
We don't know.
They said God did it.
Who says God did it? The The people that believe in God, I'm sure. Yeah.
No, the guy,
creators of the Big Bang.
the guy who rolled up the Big Bang, wrote the Big Bang theory. It got the name Big Bang because it was a slam by atheists of the time who said the universe was eternal. It always was and always will be. They said it can't have a start because if there's a start, that means there's a creator. So the Big Bang kind of stuck because it rickrolled the atheists.
Uh-huh.
So how do you have a biblical cosmology and say the Bible's wrong?
I don't.
Okay, so who did? What was the cause of
We
Big
don't
Bang?
have biblical cosmology.
The cause of Big Bang.
We don't need to know the cause.
So it's not science, then, it's just some sort of belief you have.
Pseudo. No, it is based off of science.
So then what's
the cause then?
It's what our observations support.
Cause is supernatural or natural?
Natural.
Okay, which natural force is that?
Which natural force is what?
Yeah, what natural force caused the Big Bang?
Yeah, we don't know.
Okay, so yeah, God did that. That's what they said.
No, I said the observations are.
Well, now you know. Now you know. The people who said
the natural observation, the observations of the natural world we see support the theory of the Big Bang.
Yeah, which is God.
Both sides.
The cosmic.
Both sides hate God. It's crazy.
Both sides hate God.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't take the bait.
Don't take the bait. It's kind of like a bait because don't think that he pointing out and highlighting the other guy's close position, the origins, the antecedent to his belief. The other guy pointing that out is not that the other guy believed that. Is that the guy claiming the globe needs to claim the baggage that comes with it as well. But he's saying, no, I don't carry the baggage of the globe.
Yeah, no burden of proof. I've got no. He's like, hey, the Big Bang happened. You're like, cool. How did it happen? I don't know. I can't prove it. Don't know anything about it. You're like, well, they said God did it. He's like, nah, something else did it. Well, what else? What else was there?
They don't say God did it.
Yeah, they say God did it.
Well, once again, flat earthers have to educate globers on their own claims, and they run from them when they find out how terrible the globe has to be for them to believe in it.
Right.
I have a question.
They make up their own cosmology as a consequence that is something different than the prevailing cosmology that NASA promotes.
In the Copernicus model, what did he call the firmament? What was that? Was a container?
Not really sure.
Yeah, it was a container. Why was the container there?
I don't know. Maybe he didn't know what he was talking about.
God put it there.
It was
I'm
over
okay.
500 years ago, right?
Was you saying Copernicus is wrong?
Maybe we've learned. Yeah, maybe we've learned some things since over 500 years ago.
What year did that happen?
I'm not exactly sure. I mean, you spent probably a lot more time studying Copernicus than me.
It hasn't changed. It's the same model.
Okay.
What they do is they just play around with the numbers until it keeps matching different. Sooner or later, it's like a house of cards. The whole thing's going to fall because they based it in biblical cosmology, their own interpretation.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, that's why they use biblical words.
No.
Yeah, as well as alchemy and Kabbalah.
Yeah, that too.
Typical response.
It's like burning. What they want to do is burn the history books. They literally want to burn the church and then pretend like they've got some history book dating back to the Greek age that demonstrated the Earth as a globe. Even that's a religious claim. The Greeks believed that Atlas was holding the world up, and it was a ball. So they just kind of did some fuzzy math, as explained by Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So the math is so fuzzy, it could fit any shape. Didn't rule out any of them. Could be a banana, could be a pear, could be a ball, could be flat. This is what you got people who are bad at math, bad at history.
Banana Earth. Could be a banana Earth.
Dinosaur Earth?
I'm just picturing a banana Earth. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like a space turd.
Oh, that's a new one. Space turd. Earth is just a giant space turd.
They imagine all kinds of things. So when Christopher Huygens observed the transit of Venus across the sun, he used and divined what Venus was using Kabbalistic concepts and alchemical concepts. He surmised through his readings of the occult that Venus is like Earth, but is a sister to Earth, and it must be a companion to Earth that is of similar size and but a different orbital path. And so using these assumptions, he determined the distance to the sun by observing the angular size of Venus and assuming it was the size of Earth. And he describes how he derived this from his occult readings. Isn't that amazing how he just happened to be right? What a coincidence. So let's say you're a theist, let's say you're a God-fearing Christian, and you read that your scientists, people that you claim to have fashioned your cosmology, are using information that is forbidden from you to accept in your worldview. Could that be like some kind of poisoned divine knowledge, revelation that was revealed to Kristen Huygens through Lucifer? You know? So what is this?
What it is, I think, is a play. It's like a power play by the atheist to go back to the you don't know anything. Because if they can tell you, like, hey, flat Earth is wrong, and most people are like, okay, yeah, sure, flat Earth is wrong, and they go, oh, by the way, the globe is wrong too. You can't know anything. Then people are like, oh, snap, it must all be coincidence. Who knows what's going on? Who knows what's right or wrong? Who knows what's good and what's evil? That's their play. They're trying to do the long game. The same thing why you see a lot of atheists are war hawks. They want to see conflict in the Middle East because they want to see Christians and Muslims fighting each other. Because then once they pick up the ashes, then they'll say, hey, look it. Both you guys are fighting over the same God as described in Genesis. Just different ways of worshiping. Look how horrible. So if they can debunk Genesis in the story of like the handmaid, Sarah's handmaiden, Helga, if they can debunk that, they think they can take down the whole kit and caboodle. All of Western. Their goal is to undermine the greatness of Western society. In the 60s, in the 70s, when supposedly Nixon was exploring space, he was also investigating atheists.
Bible on the moon.
Yeah, do you deny that? Is there not a Bible on the moon?
Repeating the verse. Yeah.
So you're saying there's no Bible on the moon?
I didn't say that.
All the astronauts are somehow closeted atheists.
Well, I don't think. I would say. I would say that I believe there's a Bible on the moon more than you believe there's a Bible on the moon.
No, I would say quite the opposite, right? Because if there's a Bible on the moon, that debunks your worldview. Onward, Christian soldiers.
It debunks your worldview that we've never been to space, never been on the moon before.
How do you know that? Would it be easier to get to the moon if the Earth was flat? Is the moon small and local? Would it be harder or easier?
I would need more specifics.
Okay, if the moon is smaller and closer to Earth than the 250,000 miles away, would it be easier or harder to get there?
Well, is it inside or outside the container?
Yeah, if it's closer.
Is it inside or outside the container?
Something's closer to you. Is it easier to get there or harder to get there? the closer
it depends if it's inside a container or outside a container.
You're
it
so
depends.
bricked. You're so bricked.
I need to know it. I need to know if your moon is outside the flat Earth container or inside the flat Earth container. I need to know that before I can answer the question.
So just the metric of something being closer, you can't. I don't know. I don't know.
I need to know.
Like 1 mile away. The store you want to go to the grocery store is 1 mile away, or 250 million miles away, or 250,000 miles away. Is it easier or harder to get to something that's closer to you?
Well, if that thing that's 1 mile away is surrounded by an impenetrable container, then it'd be easier to go 1,000 miles away. Does that answer your question?
No.
It'd be easier to go.
You think about
it. It would be easier to go 1,000 miles away if the thing that's 1 mile away is contained by an impenetrable container.
Yeah, I'd say so, because and also a container that has a medium, right? Because if it was a complete vacuum, you'd have a bad time.
So, Crit, is your moon inside the flat Earth container, or is it outside the flat Earth container?
We could be observing something that's outside the container for all we know. We have no idea. Why do you keep asking that question?
Because Crit's asking me.
Read words, or listen carefully. If something's closer, is it easier to get to or harder to get to if it's closer?
If the object that's easier to that's closer is inside an impenetrable container, then the thing that would be easier to go to would be to the thing that's further away that's not inside a container. So, according to you, is this moon inside the flat Earth container closer? Then yes, it would be easier to get to. If it's outside the container but still closer, it'd be hard to get to.
Maybe it is impossible to get to in either case.
Well, no, if it's inside the container, why wouldn't you be able to get to it?
Because you don't know what's between you and it.
Well, Crit's saying that we have been there.
Even is. You don't know what you're getting to. You don't know what you're trying to get. You can't even get to it.
No, you said
we have been to the moon. There's a Bible on it.
No, see, this is why you never
been
listen.
There and there's a Bible on it.
No, I didn't say that.
Holy cow, you are that bricked.
He's bricked, yeah. You said the Bible on the moon to debunk
he's steel manning your position. That is his steel man of what you think, Duncan Darth. Oh, so you don't think there's a Bible on the moon? Do you think there's no Bible on the moon, Duncan?
I said yes. I think there's a Bible on the moon more than you probably think there's a Bible on the moon, Crit.
Exactly. We don't think there is one at all.
And Crit said, no, I think there is a Bible on the moon.
No, I didn't say that. I said, well, it's easier.
So, Crit,
you're an idiot.
Crit,
do you think there's a Bible on the moon? Yes or no?
No, there's no Bible on the moon. That was that was religious. That was governmental propaganda. Onward, Christian soldiers. Let's defeat communism. It was all a gag. It was just a big power play by nothing new. Nothing new. Everything he did. Same thing. Picking up the phone and calling. He did the same type of quote, if you look it up, that Obama did. I've got a cell phone and a pen. I can make anything happen with either two of those devices.
Yeah, it's a power move, wasn't it?
Richard Nixon had the same thing. He had a special green phone that he had speed dialed to all the shot callers. He said, I can make anything happen with this green phone just sitting on this desk. Anything I want to happen can happen just like that. So he did a propaganda of him locking astronauts' heels together on the moon with his green phone. All of it is all propaganda. It's all religious indoctrination. Every single one of it. So then if you on the back end say, oh, I'm an atheist, how do you do that? You do that because the atheists of the 1960s and 70s were so soundly defeated. And then again, in 2008, 2010, were soundly defeated again. So now you've got this fractured worldview, this fractured cosmology. We've got bits and pieces of like this shattered mess, this This
Yeah, it
jigsaw
is
puzzle.
messy. It's like one piece atheistic, one piece humanistic, one piece theistic.
We also have LARPs like Duncan, like portray these characters that live on a globe and speak like that. It's persona characters. They tell you, speak to you, like a like a character.
Yeah, and when one
There's-
retires, another steps into his place. You know, as Bill Nye got older, Neil deGrasse Tyson rose up.
When you put it next to the realist level, it's not as serious. Someone that believes in this, right? But it is serious because, I mean, all the resources that are taken just to waste time on this doctrine of globe belief, just.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like,
I think
I'm
we
not
could be
an
doing
atheist,
something
but I
better.
can imagine this is how atheists feel talking to religious fundamentalists.
See, that's one of the best things. Atheist logic is easy to explain flat Earth. Like almost in one sentence. I am unconvinced by heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors religion. Quick and easy. And they're like, oh, no, that's not, it's all science. Okay, if it's all science, why is there a Bible on the moon? Why do they pray to God before every launch? When they landed Perseverance on Mars, they asked her, what do we owe this? She says, we owe it to God. You know, like all these things. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, said God personally told him to come out of retirement to lead NASA. Like all these things. Like how are you dealing with all of that if you think somehow the Bible or the globe proves atheism? And all the people presenting you this globe shit, this bullshit, all of them, deeply theistic. So theistic that they view atheism as a threat to the Western world. That's one of the things that got me to flat Earth. I'm like, holy shit. Why, if the Earth is a globe, like they said it was, and they talked about this overview effect, why is Carl Sagan calling all of atheism the most stupidest thing ever? Like the definition of stupid. If you flip, like, if you had like a dictionary by Sagan, if you flipped open to the stupid, the definition of stupid is atheism. He said atheists has to know a lot more than I do, and they don't. They claim to, but they don't. It's like somehow you guys come in here, I'm so skeptical of flat Earth. Okay, and? So you're skeptical and now, okay, you don't believe it? Okay, so what do you believe? Nothing. You don't believe in anything. It's just all facts? What? So what's the facts? The globe? The globe presented to you by people who believe in the Bible. So how are you going to use that? Right from the very beginning. Copernicus, Newton, Galileo, all these guys. Contemporary George Lamont, whatever, I never pronounce it right. Lamontre. Did he run off or what? You still there, Duncan, or did you run off?
So what are we supposed to think if, on one hand, we have atheists that tell us that NASA is this independent scientific research organization, basically funded by the government.
Let me turn your camera off. We're broadcasting live on YouTube, so
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So on one hand, you have atheists that claim that NASA is this materialistic, scientific, rational agency dedicated to the pursuit of empirical discoveries, right? And then you see NASA basically doing everything to prevent people from coming to that conclusion. So it's not the kind of organization that a lot of atheists, the Globe side, argue with us about. Mage, once again, dude, you need to disconnect.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
your video limits the room. Yeah, now you're going to be seen as a suspect.
A suspect to what?
Okay. And he's gone. And somebody else comes in. Hello.
Yeah, as predicted. That's the power of the flat Earth model, the power to predict.
Yeah, we can predict exactly what Globers will talk about. If Earth is flat, why can I see ships go over the horizon? If Earth is flat, how do you explain seasons? If Earth is flat, how come I have all these pictures from NASA? How am I doing?
Yeah, photos from space. And then they say, well, those photos aren't correct. They don't really prove anything. What's the next thing to do?
Why would they lie?
There we go. That's the next proof. And once you explain to them that you don't know why they would lie, they do lie, or you give them some sort of answer like money, power, geopolitical positioning. What's our next proof?
Oh, then it's, I'm not looking for an answer. I want you to be wrong.
Yeah, minority opinions are stupid. And then if you finally present anything flat Earth related, it doesn't matter Earth's a globe.
Right. Or they start offering up gravity and refraction.
Yeah, it pops smoke. Bust out the flares, pop smoke, gravity refraction.
And the ones who've been at this against us for a little bit are going to have pictures of windmills and boats at the beach that we've seen about 10,000 times over the past 7 years.
Yeah, misunderstand everything you say. Well,
Right.
a Bible you keep referencing the Bible on the moon, that debunks your worldview. I'm like, why? Why does it do that? Because you don't think they went to the moon. I'm like, okay, so a Bible on the moon that they didn't go to.
Right. So, hey, Flurf, you're supposed to believe there's a Bible on the moon right now. That would be a fun mental wrench for an atheistic glober that comes in here. Hey, atheist, are you trying to convince me that there's a Bible on the moon and the Apollo astronauts took communion on the moon and founded a Masonic lodge there too? Oh, come on, don't be silly, you atheist. That's just insane. That's just religious nuttery.
You try and tell me that the Big Bang was created by some sort of like supernatural singularity that's beyond space and time. Come on.
How are you even supposed to be an atheist in this world?
Proof that it wasn't.
Yeah, prove Earth isn't a globe.
Prove that we didn't came from the big bada boom. Prove that.
But the Earth is round.
Prove
You
it.
mean like a frisbee? Is it round like a frisbee? Or like a
No,
tortilla? Like a
like a
tortilla?
tortilla, way.
But it has to be. Earth is tortilla shaped. Got it.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
What up?
I do. Jimsy.
How the hell are you, sir?
Alpha and PMAC, how you doing?
Can you answer me this question? I only want to ask one question.
Yes.
What is the actual price of Adam?
Immortal soul.
It's priceless?
What is the price of what?
I don't know. It depends on the day.
Depends on the day, the buyer's market, the stock market, there's fluctuations up and down.
I'm like gold, baby.
Gold?
Oh, you're asking about some digital asset or something.
Yeah, it's just wondering what is the actual price of Adam, right?
So if you're asking about the digital asset, it's about $8.56, and it's in the Constellation blockchain, which is layer 1, I think.
He's not better than I would, really.
Let me check. Yeah, it's Atom. It's from the Cosmos platform.
And
It's
Jojo.
$8.56. So yeah,
Is Jojo here?
There's about 390 million atoms. So there you go. You got your answer, PMAC. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Hey Jojo, nice haircut, bro. Yeah, okay. Anybody want to hear me sing karaoke? You just have to put $5 in the machine, and I sing you karaoke.
Please don't.
Okay, I won't. Put $10 in the machine, I won't sing you karaoke.
Now you have to be like, for $10, I won't sing.
Yeah, that's
We
what I
have
said.
created market.
$5 I sing, $10 no sing. Huh?
$5 either way.
It will be the most horrific experience of your life, trust me. People pay a lot of money to hear me sing, you know. All right, it's like 800 pound for a week inclusive in Mallorca, and I hog the karaoke mic all night, but they're still paying a lot of money, you know. I'll give you a little taste. That's all you're getting.
Who killed the chat again?
Oh.
Yo, what up?
Yo.
Yeah.
Any flat earthers here?
Yeah, man.
Lot of them.
What's up, my brethren? Just kidding. I'm not a flat earther, but you guys are cool. I like it. You didn't do anything. I dig it.
How come that you're
Yeah.
not a flat earther?
Huh?
Why are you not a flat earther? Why do you think the Earth is not flat?
I don't know. I just like all this evidence that it might not be a globe is equally as tenuous as that it's flat, and so I guess I'm kind of like Earth gnostic, agnostic Earth kind of. I'm still kind of, you know.
It's kind of a good place to. Yeah, it's a good place to be because saying I don't know means
Just
you're
trying
still
to,
open to
yeah.
other ideas. Yeah.
Like I'm pretty sold that chemtrails got some shit in it, man. Like
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
off top. That's off topic.
No, sorry, it's not a
we can do
derail.
that
Sorry,
on the
no,
quote.
it's not a sorry, I'm not trying to derail. I'm just saying like I've kind of got into looking into kind of not darknet, but looking into some stuff. And
Someone who classifies flat Earth as a conspiracy theory, it's called poisoning the well fallacy.
what the fuck? The FBI killed fucking Martin Luther King Jr. Like
Well, I'm saying, that is a little bit different than.
they call everything a conspiracy.
Yeah, that's why they do it. They do that to poison the well, to make it seem like everything in the world that calls out the narrative presented by the government is a conspiracy theory.
Right. So when they send conspiracy researchers on all these rabbit trails that come up empty, then they can present that, well, their ideas about flat Earth are just as empty because they're crazy. So for us, it's not a matter of conspiracy theory research into flat Earth. It's really a matter of what is measuring what we see in reality, how we experience it.
Yeah, I've heard a bunch of different explanations for a flat Earth.
Yeah, so
There's
once
not
you
one-
see
I
that
don't
the
think
Earth
there's
is
one
flat,
example.
you can start to explain it.
Yeah.
But most even there at seeing flat Earth yet to begin to explain it. Because like to explain things, you tend to want to do like scientific hypothesis testing, right?
Yeah, like the one thing that is like really keeping me open is like everyone is do the curve shit. And I don't know, like here, I'll share like I'll share my perspective right now from my eye level, my eye level. So when I look out across the ocean and I see a ship in the distance, or some island, or a tree, it's completely flat. I can see forever. I can see forever, you know? And so it makes me think everything's flat.
Okay, that's cool. I've never seen forever.
I mean, it's RuneScape.
Have you looked up in space?
Oh, well, we're talking about reality.
RuneScape is reality.
Deep, man.
That was stupid.
I don't know if that was stupid.
I just want some grown-ups to talk to, like for crying out loud.
It was interesting.
It was an interesting perspective.
It's your perspective, yeah.
I mean, I guess you got to kind of expect, like when you're on Discord to begin with, you're talking with kids and adults under arrested development. So,
yeah. I don't know, man. So So you're on the fence, dude.
I think he left.
Oh, okay. All right. I was going to ask.
Yeah,
him.
he's out. He said it's flat in RuneScape 2 times, and then he left.
Yeah. Okay. I get that. All right. I thought he was genuine, but I'm a terrible reader of people.
I mean, like, maybe
Oh yeah, he came into troll.
In the shed.
Mr. Good Troll, man. You're like, I don't know, man. I'm on the fence, man. I don't know. You know, I just want to speak to some adults, and you're like, you know, you get caught, and you're like, well, okay, I'm an adult. A little bit of arrested development, but not so much as other adults. And well, was that supposed to be funny? As long as he enjoyed it, I don't.
You know what's interesting is this place is the #1 place on Earth to talk about flat Earth. This is it. And this is the level of activity that we have at this time of day. Just saying, you know, it looks like we still have a lot of work to do. We need to get to the point where we can't control this room with moderation enough, so we need to hire more moderators.
To be fair, it is Monday.
Yes, it is. And we need so many people coming in here that we have a hard time doing it. I'm just saying, like, we can get out there, we can start beating the drums. Because we basically went through everybody that's already part of this server, I think. I mean, we've been here since what, September of last year? So people who were already members of the server back then who wanted to talk about this topic have likely already spoken to us at length about it. And they're going about their business. And those who stayed, stayed. And those who decided to move on have moved on. And we're still here.
Yeah. Yeah, some have given up. Some decided to stay on troll occasionally.
Yeah.
Some might have come over to the dark side.
Yeah, I think some of these folks want to come over to our side and don't know how to do it because their reputation already precedes